What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, the 19th of May, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. As soon as that human instrumentality projects gets implemented, right? That's what we're... Anyway, chat. How are you doing? I thought I'd start off the stream in a different way than I normally do. It was taking forever for me to, you know, I've like had this concept. I've known about this video. I was gonna bring it to you yesterday, but it just takes forever to get ready for stream. So I thought I'd do some of the getting ready for stream on stream to see if that is better. Because yeah, I get people get like, you know, it's like when is she arriving? You know, am I late? Am I early? No, I'm neither. I'm above all that, chat. It's I arrive exactly, precisely on time, and here I am. But yeah, no, we wanna so yeah, I've got stuff to still do to get ready for stream, and that is make a smoothie. Okay. And you know, we don't want to overdo it or anything. So no, I don't know. I feel like this kind of knife is pretty common out here.
At Davicliff super chatted $9.99. Oh yeah, this genuinely the worst year for corporate lawyers in American history. Trump has just let everything go through with a rubber stamp. No firm has nothing to do. It's kinda terrifying.
It's scary out there in lawyer land. Yeah, it's scary out here in student loan land. It's scary in a lot of places. It's scary in needing Medicaid to pay for your existence kind of land. It's like, and you know, all this shit, anyway, the Medicaid thing, the SNAP thing, like all the really bad stuff from the big beautiful bill that Trump swears isn't in there, it is in there, and it all kicks in right after the midterm elections. Isn't that awesome? Great, Democrats, great job like talking about this and reminding. I'm glad that everyone's keeping this on in the you know, the front of their mind. But yeah, is it mango? Yeah. Or in Thai, Mamawang. The larger category of fruits, Pon Lamai. And here we're gonna get going on this here. But yeah, I just thought that maybe it would be, now it would have been even smarter if I had, oh my gosh, chat, I got so much to, let's see. Pull this up. We gotta do a poll. Oh my god, we gotta do a poll. The vote, where is that? Inquiring minds want to know, Irene. But yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe if I like kept some of my prep was on stream, that if it's interesting to look at least, because I feel like making a smoothie is pretty interesting. But I just realized I've got a million other things I need to do before we even get started on that. Well, I mean, I guess I I cut the Ma Wang.
Super
So.
chatted $9.99. I've seen things Jack, an actress playing AOC, interjecting Spanish every sentence written by a 80-year-old white woman, and Nancy Pelosi talking about being practical and anti-Italian racism.
Oh my god. So Davy is talking about, how old is this video that you're talking about? Is some kind of meeting of the minds between AOC and Nancy Pelosi, part of AOC's inside-outside strategy? I don't know, chat. I guess I wasn't super, I wasn't as late as I thought. Anyway, let's get this up. Let's get this show started. Let's get this party started, as DJ Kawasaki would say. It's I'm sure that she's the first person to come up with that. Yeah? No? Anyway, chat. Yeah, we've got a lot to talk about today. I guess I got Destiny's attention somehow. Was I trying to get Destiny's attention? Did I say anything exceptionally horrible about Destiny? Because otherwise, he just got triggered by a throwaway tweet of mine that happened to go kind of viral. I don't know. Is it viral? Is 10K viral? I don't know. It doesn't feel viral, but yeah, it's just a little throwaway, like the only tweets that I have that blow up, they're throwaways. They're not my funny stuff. My funny stuff, nobody ever sees it. Somehow it just like gets posted and nobody sees it, so they're like, oh yeah, not a good, I don't know. Maybe the robot can't tell which of my content is good. It's even a real meeting. It's a fictional play about them talking. Oh, that's lovely. Written by like a neolib? Is that what that is? Like some kind of neolib propaganda of like, hey, imagine if Nancy Pelosi and AOC got together and it turns out they get along really well. They get along really well, and yeah, this great intergenerational, handshake across time between AOC, the future of the party, and Pelosi, the past of the party. I don't know. Is that the idea? Is that the brain rot that's going on here? Anyway, I'm trying to get this set up. So what am I? Wait, can I make the super chats? Yes, I can. I can make the super chats happen. All right, Davy says, genuinely the worst year for corporate lawyers in American history. Trump has just let everything go. What is going on? Can we get a? We can get a replay on that. Good. Rewind. Anyway, what am I trying to read here? Trump has just let everything go through with a rubber stamp. No firm has nothing to do. It's kind of terrifying. Wait, what? You're talking about the settlement, right? The 1,778,000,000. Is that right? Dollar settlement that Trump is going to be using for something called a weaponization fund, right? Going to give money like a publisher's clearinghouse sweepstakes to all of the victims of actual justice, which does not go on in this country anymore, at least not for the president's friends. Yeah, it's 1776. Hey, there's a Dylan Byrne reference. Who knew? Trump's a... No, I don't. He's a plucky little guy down there in the trenches in Ukraine. Dylan Burns. He can't put his hat on straight, but he sure is brave going crossing that Polish border. Anyway, chat. We were talking about real things, okay? Real things, not the ghost of Kiev. I'm talking about the amount of mergers. That's what. Okay, corporate lawyers. I see. So it's like really like a whole sort of sub industry is also just like randomly getting fucked by this, by the fact that like the kind of law that the kind of cases that normally post, they just don't post because Trump is like, yeah, merger. You'd think he would try to do the thing that he does with like tariffs and everything else, where he, declares some bullshit and then is able to manipulate people by giving them exceptions. That's generally what he likes to do, right? Is he creates some illegal program, and like tariffs, right? And then he makes exceptions for people that let him get his beak wet, I would assume. I would assume that's what's going on with the Trump crime family. The only crime family that you need to know about. No one has work to do because Trump is letting corporations do... Oh, yeah, so not just mergers, then. Is that what you're saying? Roundup in our forests? Wait, what? That... Okay, I said I was gonna read chat and try to cut my mangoes here, but I got a few things to do first, don't I? All right, so yeah, we're gonna get to this stream today. We are talking about Emma Vigeland, mainly. Emma Vigeland goes on with Matt Bernstein, and I'm not sure what's exactly happening. It looks a little bit like a Sam Cedar type situation, right? Matt starts out the interview, does not introduce Emma, and she seems to just kind of like come in randomly and ask a question. I don't know. You know, this was supposedly McMorrow's team wanted to go on Matt Bernstein, had looked at Matt Bernstein, and were really like, we think this is a great place for you to go, maybe because they perceive Matt as not being a political heavyweight or something. So yeah, I think he surreptitiously brought in Emma Vigeland. We'll see if we can figure out the mystery of how this happened, and if it's Emma's you know, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare kind of moment, or just that legitimately Mallory McMorrow felt brave that day. We'll see about that, what we think. I gotta get a poll started for you. All right, let's talk about the content after the content. So of course the content, the main thing, the first thing we're gonna get to is going to be Mallory. I cannot pronounce this woman's name. Oh no, chat. Oh no, I fucked myself so bad. Starting off the stream early, but not having any liquid that you can drink. That's a mistake. Something like that. Okay, this will do for now. This will get us to, you know, when the stream starts, hopefully. I gotta wait for it to cool down. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So yeah, there was the Cars for Kids was what we were talking about last time when we left off. Well, I mean, no, technically I was talking about Twitch clips, which I'll get into in a bit. All right, well, we'll start off the stream. I want to give you the Emma segment before we even get into what is going on Twitch. What is going on? What is that the game? That's the game now. That's what we're doing, apparently. Apparently, this is what societies come to. They make Twitch clips and they spread them all around, and when you raid into people, you randomly get very low quality clips. And I don't think that's your fault though, chat. For anybody making clips out there, you're doing more than most people, okay? At least you tried. I'll throw your birthday cake away like Bart Simpson, but at least you tried. And no, I'm not really shading anyone at all. I mean, you know, if you saw the clip that played last time, it kind of low-key made it look like nocommentchick just like really agrees with what ContraPoints is saying. Yeah, she's on the side of ContraPoints, and that I don't think that was malicious. I think that was me taking a long time to get to a point, and the clipper not realizing that, yeah, it's not gonna cover the butt. It's not even everything after the butt. It's like the butt gets cut off, right? You don't want your butt cut off, chat. That's a bad way to be. If you get your butt cut off, okay, then it just looks like you agree with the thing that you are disagreeing with. So yeah, that kind of happened to me once again. It's this one streamer that whenever I raid into him, we autoplay. Anyway, I'm not gonna talk too much about that, but that's where we left it last time, right after the Cars for Kids coverage, which I remarked, this whole story, it looks like a anti-Semitic, you know, conflation, what do you call it when you make something out of thin air, out of whole cloth? Confabulation. Is it a confabulation? I feel like very old school saying confabulation. Confabulations. No, there's a $5 bill that is the mascot, and they have video of Jewish kids chasing this character. You know, it's like a foam suit of a $5 bill. Jewish kids chasing this character around, right? So yeah, it looks not real, but it is real. It's part of this group called this larger thing called URA. This is the 1877 Cars for Kids scandal. This is what it's actually about, right? Turns out that, yeah, there were cars. Maybe they were not for kids. Yeah, they were definitely not for kids. They were for teenagers, not just any teenagers. Jewish teenagers from a certain modern Orthodox neighborhood were getting trips from Cars for Kids to Israel to do it sounds like matchmaking. They were getting match made in Israel, and that's what the money was going for. But you see kids in the commercial, and it's Cars for Kids, and I don't know what you would assume Cars for Kids is what are they gonna do for I would assume like a children's hospital or something like that is gonna get money from an organization like Cars for Kids, and apparently the courts in California agreed because they're in trouble now. Cars for Kids is in trouble for false advertising of that. But the rabbit hole goes super deep. Apparently this organization also sends kids to substandard Jewish summer camps, right? Unsafe camps in the Catskills, right? And it's crazy. So I guess we gotta finish that because what the fuck? We still have this Anna Kasparian thing kicking around from a couple times ago. She's talking to a Dr. Marianne Francois, I believe is her name. She's talking to Dr. Marianne Francois about why she left the left, why she hates the left, why the left sucks. And yeah, part of that answer is because they're really super mean to white people. All right? Super meanie butts to white people. This is, we gotta stop all this anti-white racism that's going on. Why is nobody talking about the anti-white racism? Well, Anna Kasparian is on there talking about it. She's getting a little pushback. I don't even know what Marianne Francois is about. It seems like there's some pushback. It's not a hostile interview. It doesn't feel like somebody who necessarily disagrees with Anna, but maybe somebody who feels obliged to ask the tough questions that somebody that was skeptical towards Anna Kasparian might ask if they were there. So anyway, we got that going on. Oh my God, I gotta replace some of this stuff, don't I? There's a cross-examination. Direful, can you explain what this cross-examination is of Destiny? Does Destiny show up in here too? I gotta get the poll up before I can even. She low-key destroys Anna without even trying. I don't think she was really trying that hard. But yeah, Anna, like, anytime she owns herself, right? Like, I mean, there's probably some way that you could, I don't know. I feel like right-wingers more credibly make, the case for some kind of reverse discrimination, reverse racism. I mean, not that it's credible, right? Not that it's credible, but it's fooling more people. Like Anna's, whole thing is just like kind of ridiculous. Birthright trips and a 14. Yeah, we didn't get to the $14 million building. Is that thing in Israel? Yeah, it seems like birthright, confabulation or concoction. There we go. So anyway, I gotta put this poll up. Poll goes where? Oh my God, chat. I feel like that's an awful meme from 2010 or something. I don't know. Poll goes, no, stop it. Okay, poll. What are we asking? We're asking, why can I not? I'm so immature. Every time I hear somebody says poll, I'm like, poll, like a poll. Like a poll. No, not that kind of poll. This is the lawyer called LOS who likes Destiny very much, still manages to reveal his malicious. Wait. Yeah, I know about LUS some way. Wait, what is a lawyer? Oh, this is the Lus. Wait, Lus is cross-examining people? Is that what's going on? That's the friendly lawyer? Okay. I mean, Lus may not be friendly. Lus is a lawyer from what I can tell. And maybe who likes Destiny very much still manages to reveal his malice and negligence. Or is Lus just posting like video from the trial? Walks like a lib, thinks like a chud. It's the most literally appealing combination. Wait, are we talking about Plattner? Sorry, it's not Plattner. We're not talking about Plattner. I'm trying to catch stuff here. Tiang. I'm reading what Rusty says right now. Wait, can I actually, let's put it on screen. Did I get both of Davi's super chats on screen? Probably not. I got the first one and I got confused. I got befuddled. Your fancy city slicker lawyer talk befuddled my poor little you know, Loretta Lynn I don't know, chat. I don't think it's too hot to do country and see. Wait, no, it should be just right? Because the southeast is like a hot part of the country. Shouldn't that help a southern accent come through? I've seen things, Jack. Okay, this is the actress playing AOC interjecting Spanish. That actually kind of sounds good. Chat, should we put that on the poll? One in chat right now. Hit those ones. Hit those ones. I want to see ones. If you, Davi, is this something we can watch? Is this like copyright? Could we? This sounds low-key like better than some of the content I've got lined up. But yeah, I'm trying to read what Rusty posted in Thai a little while ago. Wait, you posted it again? Okay, there we go. So we got Tiang. Tiang. Niam? That sounds just like Tiang Nam. Like Tiang is like the noon. It's wait, are you? Oh my gosh. It's right there, chat. What would the other thing be like? Hong Nam? Is it Tiang? Like noon? Is that what you're saying? Anyway, I'm so confused, chat, and I've got Davi, one. People are saying one. There's ones. Like, is this AOC thing worth watching? We got the lawyer. Okay, Destiny. So I got the. Oh my god, chat. I'm just trying to decide about our bonus content for today. We got to get to the real content before we get to the bonus content. PBS 13 on YouTube. PBS 13. It's called Two Women. Wait a minute. Are we talking about the like PBS like? It's a local station, local PBS affiliate. Maybe we could watch it. What are we voting on? Whether you want to watch that Nancy Pelosi versus AOC thing, but it's not really Nancy Pelosi and it's not AOC. It's like a dramatized PBS thing that Davi's. I don't even know if we can watch it though, because it's, you know, television, like news channel, news coverage I can usually watch. Okay. So this is LUS talking to Destiny, asking him questions, but it's not like an actual court thing. There was like somebody showed me like a deposition where the, what was it, like Destiny's lawyer, is it like the Lauren, I can't even remember, is it Lauren De Laguna? Oh my god, chat, I don't even know these people, but remember, like a lot of these people are like just straight up chuds. A lot of Destiny's friends, straight up fucking chuds. I think Lauren De Laguna feels, is filed in that basket if I remember correctly. So don't ever be like, well, this person's anti-Destiny, so they're probably pretty cool. Even fucking Queeman and Kilo and I'm trying to remember fucking who else were screenshotted. I think J-Stall screenshotted by Destiny and Dan, legit screenshot, yeah, showing them like just calling people the F slur and Like, this is how they are. This is how they normally are. It's normal shit to them. Queeman, I probably should mention to you, for full disclosure, called Destiny a truncation of the word Hispanic, right? Which only takes one syllable. Wait, that syllable's not even in there. How the fuck is that the slur? I thought it, oh my god, chat. But whatever, you know the word, it starts with S. Queeman called Destiny that. I mean, fuck Destiny, but holy shit. Holy shit, okay. And what's the other thing? I mean, Gusano, I don't care that much about that, but just to full disclosure here, right? Nick Andros, any of these people that are against Destiny, not necessarily good. There are cool people out there that are in, you know, the battle that are not chutified at all. I'll try to point them out to you when we cover them. But there's a lot of people that are just not, you know, also not great. But yeah, this person, I can't remember if it was Lauren de Laguna, but somebody in court being deposed, it sounded like, and the lawyer was like, well, we'll have to talk about that later. And this person said, yeah, we'll make it a date, right? Which, if I said that to you, would any of you think that I had just, like, low-key, like, we're dating now? Would that come across? We'll make it a date? Like, in a professional situation, right? I don't think so. But this lawyer was like, oh, the client the witness asked me, I don't know, the lawyer tried to kind of turn this into, like, I don't know, sexual harassment or something. I don't know, wild shit going on in that deposition. I am not describing it very well. If we're gonna watch it at all, we should probably watch it and not have me talk about it. Because I gotta get, yeah, W-check. I'm trying to W-check, but we gotta figure out what we are covering tonight, chat. That's the big thing, right? I love, yeah, Gosano is, well, I mean, look, it's not a word that I would say because I feel like I'd be, like, putting on airs, like, you know, kind of like, I don't know, like, it's not something I grew up with, but yeah, it just means, yeah, simp for capitalism. You know, you could compare it to a word like chud, although it also implies, like, a more wealthy person, right? A person whose class interests are aligned with capitalism, who is a simp for capitalism, like Jess is saying here. Yeah, Guasano's not. They will try to make it out to be a slur because it does mean worm, all right? But it's not they'll also try to make it out like it is a word for Latino people, and it's not. It's not a racial slur. I guess the whole thing is that, like, it's a slur that gets used in a specific, you know, cultural context, right? So it's, you know, that's anyway, it's just them doing more bullshit, doing way more bullshit. It's the same kind of thing. It's like the way they twist facts, right? They turn something that is, like, you know, poor people in Latin American countries, I think it started in Cuba, have a word for the rich assholes, and that's the word. And you know, to low information DGGers out there, Destiny can just be like, oh, well, it sounds like a slur that's specifically applied to, you know, Latino people from Latin America, and therefore, doesn't it, it's just, like, he knows it's not. We gotta go, we gotta start. What am I trying to do here? Yeah, Rusty, unfortunately we can't say the word. Oh, I don't know, apparently we can. Apparently Queeman said it and it was fine. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know why it needs that. I don't know why that's where they're thinking. Bonus content, I don't know, chat. Bonus content. What are we doing? It's too hot to think. Wait, Gusano's the name of a Mexican restaurant? What? In New Hampshire? Wait, is that what your conglobulations? I don't know if that's a word. I am having such a hard time deciding on the topics that we're gonna cover in bonus. And that's my, you know, if anybody has any suggestions, this would be the time to shout them out. You won't necessarily get, you know, you can't just, like, control what I watch on stream, because otherwise I'd end up watching some TOS stuff or whatever. But you know, this is a good time if you suggest something, it may actually get watched tonight, because I'm like looking at my list and I'm seeing old stuff there. Okay, I just gotta somehow... Cars for Kids, we definitely want to get back to that. Anna Kasparian, I think we want to get back to that. I mean, just as long as everybody knows what it is. We got LUS talking to lawyer. Examines Destiny, let's say, I just want to put all the Destiny stuff in one big box, right? Oh, am I in a beef with Destiny and Hutch? That's a good one. Question mark. All right, Doxney and Dan's Discord. Yes, I don't know. I don't feel good about any of this, chat. I don't feel good about any of this. But I'm gonna make it happen anyway, because I know we gotta get to everything that's happening today. All right, so what do we got here? We have, wait, am I getting suggestions here? Cards for Kids burials? What? A 5-ish AI video? Okay, yeah, we'll get to that if we choose Cars for Kids. Oh, we probably need to finish that. Is it okay to laugh at the Cars for Kids scandal? I mean, unless you're laughing at, you know, boy, those Jewish people sure do like their money. You know, if that's what you're laughing at, then yeah, maybe that's not so. I love how that's my anti-Semitism voice. I don't know. That's what I think. What I imagine. I have suggestions in chat. Scroll up, maybe. Both of my suggestions have timestamps. Okay, I see they're in chat. Have 2 alt videos. Good faith debate between Omar Bartov and Gidjon Levy. Pisco reacts angrily. Oh. Okay. I think we got a substitution. Wait a minute. What the fuck is OnlyFacts? What are you posting? OnlyFacts? What is that? Oh, it's the Mexican restaurant. Okay, so yeah, go. Delicious. Is that a recommendation for people in New Hampshire that like south of the border classics and flavored? Or you just like, that's the name of the place. It's really called Gusanos? That's crazy. That's wild. I'm trying to get through here as soon as possible, but yeah, I think that Direful's suggestion was, does Rudyard got anything? Probably. Wait, there's a Freda, okay, Rudyard. There's a Freda video. We never watched it, right? We never watched the Freda video on Rudyard. Freda video on Rudyard. I'll talk about the Destiny stuff regardless, all right? Freda. Wait, no. Rudyard, what if alt hist? Freda video. Essay. There we go. Lovely. Okay, I'm in a better mood now, all right? I feel like the Doxtony and Dan's Discord op is just like, I can't come up with the proper name. Sloptube. How about Sloptube Destiny? Just put name. Sloptube Destiny Hutch Dan Quee, and just put Quee. Everybody know that means Queeman. Okay, I think I'm a little bit happier with this. Do we want to replace Anna Kasparian, or let's see if we can get to it today. Chat, if you give me enough time, I will get to it, all right? How do you give me time? By supporting the stream. Oh, also, Davy, you might be able to verify this, all right? So when I open up a YouTube video, when I start a YouTube stream, it gives me this little like this little alert, and it says, "Hey, your stream's not monetized. Would you like to click this button, monetize it?" And then it says a bunch of other shit, and I'm just like, monetization, yes, please. And because I don't think the video has the reach if you don't monetize it. Not that I make a huge amount from ad money, but it's something, and at the end of the day I need it. But yeah, anyway, so it said some other shit this time, and I thought it said something like people who do super chats, members, do you get less ads? Is that a thing? If you're a member, if you have super chatted recently, do you not see ads? Is there something going on? Rusty's pointing out, are you pointing out that play button that they put? Yeah, YouTube has changed the way everything looks now. There's a little play button that says how much views everything has. But does Rudyard have anything? Yeah, that Freda video, if we haven't watched it yet. It's a little bit old though. I have suggestions. Okay, wait, I'm gonna overwrite the Karen returns. We'll get to it sometime, chat. I mean, it's important. It's important to document Annika Kasparian. She's a lolcow. No. Okay. We are talking about Hutch. Pisco gets mad. Pisco loses it. He fucking loses it over Hutch. Something, wait, that word is, look, there's multiple words that Queeman said about Destiny. He's complaining about the G word. I'm more put off by the fact that he called, Destiny the one that starts with S. I think I know what he's doing there, and it's trying to be, I don't know. It's like it's a weird thing to say, actually. Right? He's just pointing out you have Latino side of your family, right? That what? Okay. But also using, a slur to do it, right? Which is, you just see, like, there's certain identities that I think somehow it's like okay in that like sloptuber sphere, even though you are like anti Ethan and Destiny and you're like low-key pro Hasan, they're still kind of like weird about Indian people, and I don't know, I hadn't heard Queeman do this. Oh, it's with a Z. Okay, that's funny. Wait, what means? Oh, amigo means friends. Okay, wait, whoa. I'm sorry, Direful told me something and I need to get to it. Just to clear this up. Okay, Loose talking to Destiny. Wait, no, yeah, Pisco losing it over Destiny. We got it, chat, we're good, we're perfect, we're 100p. Now I can finally get to making my, my sloppy smoothie, my slop tube smoothie. I don't know, it'll be sloppy because I gotta do it fast. That's what I'm trying to say there. Nothing, oh my god. All right, Cars for Kids. Israeli scandal. What is this about? Boom. Israel. Okay, there we go. What the fuck is Cars for Kids? Israel scandal. Right? Cars not going to kids. Cars going to teenagers. Giving teenagers vacations to Israel. What for? What purpose? To meet somebody, to get match made. That S here. What if alt hist? Freda video essay. Okay, for anybody that's hungering for what if alt hist, there. Oh, what? Eliminate one character. There we go. We're good. And apologies, chat. At all times, I'm trying to get us started as soon as possible. Believe me or not. Slop tube. I want to put it as Slop Tube Express, but slop tubers will do. Okay, there we go. Chat, you got your poll for today. Wow, that was like pulling teeth from myself. I'm like, I'll be a dentist, right? If I pull all my teeth out and figure out how to, do all the dentistry stuff and replace them with some product from the Timmick and Eric show, I think I'll be all right. In that case. Anyway, like I said, I kind of wanted to just talk to chat, take questions and answers from chat. Pisco loses it over Hutch debate. Over Hutch debate. What did I put? Pisco loses it over Hutch. All right, let's just put the debate into the You'll know that this is the Hutch debate. Okay, god damn it. I mean, he is, I mean, I'm technically not wrong. I'm technically not wrong. All right. So. You know what we're getting today, right? Those are all of your possibilities. Let's check here, all right, let's just move that there. All right, so yeah, these are your options today. Go ahead and vote for these on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You can vote for these. It's in the poll. Click on the live stream. Click on the poll will open up for you, I think. It'll be quite obtrusive. Chat, can I get a, can I get a second of that? Is the poll obtrusive? I think it's an obtrusive poll. It's like just right there. You're like, I'm trying to look at chat. Why is this poll in my way? Well, it's because it wants you to vote, and you probably should. If you've got an opinion on what we're gonna watch after the Emma content, then that's where you should click it, right? What the fuck is Cars for Kids Israeli scandal? First option, Pisco loses it over Hutch's debate on Taylor Lorenz. That's right. It's Pisco losing it. That's a possibility. We got What If Alt Hissed? Question mark. I should have put a question mark. He's a very questionable fellow, and I should have like scrunched his name together too. Anyway, chat, I don't have a time machine, unfortunately. Just like the Democratic Party, we can't go back in time and change the 2024 election. So why do a post-mort? What If Alt Hiss? We haven't talked about this guy in a while. He is a wild and wacky, weird right-winger who likes to do ayahuasca and meet Odin and eat too much mercury out of a tuna can, I guess. Yeah, something like that. That's What If Alt Hiss. That's our friend Rudyard. All right, friend of the VOD. All right, and then in fourth, I shouldn't say in fourth. I should say the fourth option, right, is Slop Tubers Express, Slop Tubers Supreme. It's like a special meal that you're ordering. Like, I'll take the Slop Tubers Supreme, thank you very much. And it's just, a big old plate of nachos with, everything is just onto the knot. You know what I'm talking? It's slop, just like the smoothie is about to be. It's sloppy. It's sloppy. It's sloppy. We're getting sloppy seconds. Remind me though. Yeah, we're gonna set the timer for today, and then we're gonna. Oh my god, I should have a precedent for how I do that. No, I set it for 2 hours last time just because I had very little time. We'll set it for 3 hours today, I think. I have the NRA's opinions, but on nukes. You and CTV. No, actually, CTV said that he thought so this was a. I call him Confederate, thinking veteran, right? He's a friend of Dylan Burns, one of the right wingers that Dylan had to get to do his panel show. Oh my god, how am I gonna make this work? And they started talking about the Second Amendment somehow. They got really deep into the Second Amendment, and CTV makes the assertion that actually, if you read the Second Amendment, you can have any kind of weapon you want, right? The actual text is something, a well-regulated militia, right? It's not, you can have any weapon you want, but, with right-wing judges, we're kind of used to them interpreting it how they will, and this guy's got a wild interpretation, and then he goes on to say that, they should probably do a constitutional amendment, right? Because he actually doesn't think that the nukes are a good idea. He's like a little bit worried about he's like, well, technically it's legal. You can have a nuke, but we shouldn't allow that. And so, the Constitution, the Second Amendment should have a carve-out clause that says, by the way, we don't fucking mean nukes, guys. No nukes. No, I don't know. Can you have a submarine? He was a submarine pilot. The guy was a nuclear, I believe, submarine pilot, which is to say that his submarine was powered with nuclear. I don't know if there was. Oh, can you imagine that? If CTV was the guy with the keys to World War III? Because that exists, right? There's something called the nuclear triad. It is ICBMs, bombers that, can deploy nukes, and the last is submarines, right? And it's supposed to be about deterrence and so forth, right? So CTV, if he had the nuke launch codes and the nuke launch keys on that sub, assuming it was one of the nuclear ones. What is that, like Trident is what the class is called? The Trident class? I'm not a big military person myself. I'm just a girl that likes to eat mango smoothies, drink mango smoothies. Sorry, chat. You can say eat a drink in Thai. Apparently that doesn't work in English. Alright. True story? I don't know if it's still, don't know if it was a thing. Wait. If him... I know that he worked on some kind of nuclear sub, but like that can mean powered by a nuclear generator, or it can also mean yeah, the sub that's part of the nuclear triad. So I don't know. I don't like to think that the idea of a man that unintelligent and questionable, you know, having the controls to like launch code, or not the keys, I think, right? They get the launch codes, they check the launch codes. If the launch code checks out, then they fire the nukes. God, isn't World War III a pleasant topic to talk about? Yeah, while I'm trying to make a smoothie. That's crazy. All right, we got one mango in there. I'm gonna go for 2. This is gonna be the harder thing to cut. I'm just like wondering, is there like a better way to cut these? Right, this is great for eating mangoes, the way I'm cutting it. Which is, you cut it in, you cut it against the seed, right? You take this piece off and then you score it. You go 1, 2, 3 down here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across. And now we've got kind of press it out and then try to cut off the damn it. I don't think I did this right. It works really well for eating, right? If you just want to pop out a bunch of mango sections and, you know, pop them into your mouth, it's perfect. But yeah, for a smoothie, not ideal. There's probably a better way to cut these. Like, I've seen Thai people just basically peel it, and then I don't know what they do, how they get the seed out, but I just cut it on this side of the seed and then on that side of the seed, and then the seeds, like, I can eat later. Okay, we're almost there, chat. One more mamuang. One more mango. Into the blender you go, friender. Oh my god. Cut that out. Oh yeah, like I said, I was like, read chat while you cut a mango. Really good idea, because we can totally cut mangoes without using our eyes. That's a really smart thing to do in general, is to cut food without looking at it. Alright, that is 2 very juicy mangoes. Now, one thing I don't really have to cut up, it's already cut for me, is...
At Narwalby, super chatted $5. I am free to give lessons on Discord to using an IFF safely for anyone who requests it.
Yeah, don't
ask why I'm saying this now.
Yeah, anyway, lucky I'm not using a sharp knife, maybe. And thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. Anyway, so we got pieces of pineapple. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 5. 5 pineapples, 2 mangoes, and 2 bananas. Maybe 2 bananas, maybe 1 banana, actually. starting to get. Damn, the cutting board is juicy now. That's not good. Can't have the cutting board getting juicy. Alright, so banana. You can actually peel these backwards and it works better. I did not learn that in Thailand though. I have known that. Alright. Banana. Mango. It's mostly mango? Is that gonna be okay, or does it need another banana just to like... No, we'll keep the banana for later. We'll test this out, see if this is a good recipe. Alright, so look at this, chat. Pineapple, banana, mango, and soy milk, black sesame seed. Let's make this happen. Oh my god, I'm too sticky, Chad. I'm too juicy. I can't get the straw open. There we go. Alright. Straw open and puncture. Don't ask me, chat, why I am using a juice box for my soy milk. It just seems to come in these. Maybe there's a different place I could be getting them. Okay. So here we go. Adding the soy milk. Just use like half of this. Maybe. You just need enough really to... Yeah, that like that. To make it... To help it mix better. Alright, so now, chat, that's a full-ass smoothie. And that is gonna get me through the stream and everything. What? Okay, I'm sorry I made that noise. Apologies. It turns out that the top of the smoothie, the thing, the lid is somewhere else. So I'm gonna have to do this after we get started. Let's get into it, chat. So I pointed out the topics that we have today to watch. Let's put some this just feels like gambling for some reason, right? Extreme elements. We gotta open up. Oh, I'm sticky. I'm gonna have to take care of that. Let's... Come on. Am I banned from stream elements? Come on. I could be, chat. Maybe it's something I said about Israel. I don't know. I think the company might be in Tel Aviv. That's why I don't do any monetization through stream elements. Used to be like a dono thing. Do not donate with that. If you want to donate to me, use Throne. Support my Vietnam trip. That's the best way you can do it. Do not route that through stream elements. Anyway, elements. And honestly, if I could find a better software, I would switch to it, but nothing does what street I don't know. There's got to be better software. Ma Moang, gen smoothie, Kap Ma Moang. I'm drinking a smoothie with mango. Is what I said. Is most of the chat from Oceania or Southeast Asia? Well, given the time that it is, I guess anything's possible, but no, my original audience is American, Canadian, and European for the most part, though. I mean, it really does depend on when I stream. Yeah, different parts of the audience kind of shows up, and yeah, there's gonna be more Australians, more Southeast Asians, yeah, more people from these time zones over here are gonna be likely to be in chat. That makes sense. Reset timer. Boom. 2 minutes and 14. Okay, let's take off that, and we take off 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we add an hour. All right, so look at that, chat. We're gonna start with 3 hours to play with. All right, we got 3 hours to get through this stream. And you can and will help me every time you support the stream. whether it's through a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift a membership on YouTube, right? You will make this go up. If you support me on roan.com/nocommentchick, I am crowdfunding my Vietnam trip. I need to go to Vietnam in order to reapply for educate another year of Thai lessons, right? Another year of my educational visa. So I'm gonna be needing to go over to Vietnam, and for that, I really need to lock that plane ticket in when prices are hopefully a little bit lower. So if you want to help me do that, it's available over on throne.com/nocommentchick. Obviously, Patreon. If you become a Patreon of mine, let me know, because we don't have an alert for that. It doesn't make any noise. I don't hear anything. I sometimes check and I see it in my email, and I'll shout you out and like add your dono to the time. But yeah, let me know if you do that, right? Also, if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub, if you have Prime and you're on Twitch, you can hook up your Amazon account to your Prime account, because it's like, or sorry, Amazon account to your Twitch account. It is the same company, and it will give you the ability to have a free sub, right? You can use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, first of all, thank you, because you only have one to give, so I appreciate it. When you park those primes with me, that means, yeah, even though it costs you nothing, it still means a lot. It puts a little bit of money in my pocket. It takes a little bit of money away from a big evil corporation, and it helps out greatly. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to add these manually. Direful with the 2 community subs over on Twitch. Let me, so yeah, let me show you how this works. All right, it's gonna be a little different during the stream, but basically, Narwhal by nature, with this super chat, okay, so, we're gonna add 5 minutes for Narwhal. There's the +1 minute, +1, +2, +3, +4, +5. And every time I do that, I'm gonna try to hit you with this sound of. And you heard that a second ago. Oh, wait a minute, Direful. I gotta make sure to add, too much stuff for me to remember. Oh my god, chat. This is the worst part of being a streamer. Let's add Davy. Let's add that super chat. We go here, and we add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and then we add this super chat. That's really easy for me. We add 10. All right, and again, when you support the stream, that happens automatically if you're on Twitch. If you're not, I'll have to play it for you. I'll play it for you manually, but that's just the sound that means the stream is, we're getting continuity. The stream is going on. We'll carry on. That's what we're saying, chat. We'll carry on. And join the Black Parade. I don't know. God damn, that's morbid. Okay, so yeah. Worst year for corporate. Wait. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. I don't even remember what I fucking added. Or not. Let's just look back at it and 30. Okay, yeah, that's correct. That's correct. All right, so we added 30 for YouTube. Now for Twitch, yeah, normally it happens automatically. Since I haven't started it yet, I have to set this up for Direful. But Direful, with the 2 community subs, Mylan, old school NCC fan, you just got Weasel. You just got, what is it, jellyfished. And Bungalow Bill 13, you also just got jellyfished. Yeah, 2 jellyfishings in chat right now. All right, so what else? We gotta add, oh yeah, we gotta add those. So that is gonna be like 10, and then 1, 2. And there we go with the continuity sound. So we're starting off with 3 hours and 42 minutes because of people supporting the stream. Of course, if you support the stream, you'll give me more time to work with and you'll also, wait. Davi, can anybody confirm that, Narwhal or Davi? If you see any like relationships between super chats or anything like that and the number of ads that you get, I saw it like flash past my eyes, right? When I go on stream, I'm like just click, 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 click. But this time there's like a little extra thing, and it was like, do you want like blah, 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 so people can get out of, or like something, put pause on ads. I think it said put a pause on ads for people that are, that have done a super chat or that are a member, something like that. I don't know. You'll have to let me know, chat, if there's any correlation, because I've never heard anything about that, but it said it, and I briefly saw it, and we got to get started. So anyway, yeah, that's what happens. A super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or on twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc. Any of those things will, YouTube messes with their algorithms too much, yeah. Any of those things will make the stream last longer. It also gives you the ability to affect the polls. Like I talked about the polls earlier, these are the 4 items. When you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will change your donation into a bonus for the topic of your choice, which could be any of these topics. What the fuck is Cars for Kids? Pisco loses it. What if Alt Hist? Sloptuber Express, or Vox Populi. What is Vox Populi? I'm glad you asked, right? Vox Populi is what you say if you're like, look, I want to donate, but not only do I not want to interfere with the poll, with the, results, I want to prevent and make it harder for other people to interfere. So Vox Populi is you saying, I'll have what they're having, they being the voters, right? You're doubling down on whatever people are voting for. So that's a choice that you can make if you want to do it. It's actually a pretty powerful way to affect the outcome of the stream. You generally get more of your money's worth on Vox Populi, although you are then like, you're hitching your wagon to the chat. So if the chat has bad taste, sucks to be you. If the chat has good taste, it's awesome to be you. Got premium? Okay, so you wouldn't see it either way. This is, just if anybody notices anything different, and you've got a membership or you've done a super chat, let me know, because I discreetly saw that it like pause on ads for people who have super chatted or are a member, right? So yeah, just let me know if anybody can confirm that, because that's wild. Twitch does this. This used to be the thing on Twitch. If you wanted to get out of the horrible ads for your favorite channel, you just had to sub to it, right? And now I don't think we get any ads at all because we're political. We're too political. It's too political over here for ads. So it doesn't matter. You get no ads nonetheless. But that used to be the utility. We are working, chat, on building some more utility into that Twitch sub. Because I see that you're not getting as much of the bang for your buck as it used to be, and I wanna add some stuff onto that. Anyway, chat, that is what we're doing tonight. That is how to make the stream last longer if you're enjoying what you're seeing, and also maybe how to sort of steer us towards the content that you want to see in the stream. So make sure to vote. That's one way to stream it. The other way to steer it towards the topic of your choice. The other way is to support the stream and then let me know in chat or in the message if it's on Throne. You can like put a little message in there being like, what if Alt Hist, or saying Sloptube Express, or whatever word it is, that whatever content pleases your heart, chat. Oh my God, Joel with the resub. That is 16 months for you. And the new emoji. I'm putting another emoji on there, chat. Apparently Canva can do Twitch emojis. I am trying to put together a key emoji, and we got a new word for today, okay? We got a new word for today, don't we? Let me see if I can get to it. All right, I'm gonna have to take you to Twitter. I hope you don't mind. Actually, it doesn't matter even if you do mind. We're gonna take a little trip by Twitter. What am I looking for? Window 3, there we go. Should be this one. Oh yeah, we should do a Waluigi, well, Costco sells wine bucket. I'm feeling conflicted. Maybe capitalism is just good, okay? A wine bucket. I mean, that's what I need right now. No, I don't know. Alcohol doesn't work for me somehow. What am I looking for? It's one of my posts. Here, let's get to it. This is what my Twitter looks like right now, chat. This is what happens when this is what it looks like if your Twitter blows up. If you've ever seen this shit before, I feel bad for you. It's not, I don't know. It seems like, oh my gosh, your Twitter's blowing up. It's so exciting. It's like hard to read anything when this happens. It's hard to keep track of anything. But I am looking somewhere. Okay, where is it? Okay, so first things first, right? Destiny blocked me. I can't believe he blocked me. He blocked me. Destiny blocked me. I don't know why he blocked me though, right? I haven't really been interacting with him. I might have mentioned like him and Dan in some of my tweets, but these aren't tweets that did much. You know what tweet did do much though? You know what tweet did a hell of a lot? Oh yeah, we gotta blast off also, don't we? We need to blast off. All right, it's this one. It's this one. Only Hutch could lose a debate in IRL to a live streamer. He's stream sniping. It's a throwaway tweet, right? I'm not using my brain there. I'm sometimes very funny. This is not one of those times. It's just, you know, descriptive. And for some reason, the algorithm chose to reward me with 10K likes. Oh yeah, it's here, isn't it? That. Yeah. So it's all the way down here. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh. Yes, I need to post again so I can scroll down on stream. Probably delete this later. And yes, chat, I gotta add time to the stream in just a second. Okay, if I add a reply, can I scroll down a little bit further? There we go, chat. That's what I wanted to do. It wasn't okay. So there we go. So this is the phrase right here. If you've been in my stream a little bit, I've talked about this word right here, like this first word. Believe it or not, that symbol, that's a word. The word is key, right? Or key. That word literally means poop, but it's often used to denote a tendency, right? You have a certain tendency. And so it's like poop, whatever tendency you have. This is he nit. And that means tends to be grumpy, right? I thought that how this worked maybe was that you poop grumpy. That's what they're saying since this word means poop. But no, it means like you got waste of grumpiness coming out of you, right? Like grumpy dandruff, grumpy boogers, grumpy eye crusties, grumpy poop, right? You got grumpiness coming out of every orifice. 'Cause he's not just poop, it's like waste, it's body waste, right? Poop is one kind, there's many other kinds, but what they're saying is you're exuding this attribute, right? And Destiny is exuding grumpiness. So there we go. There's our Thai lesson for today. Also, yeah, blocked by Destiny for a random reason. The only thing I can think of is that he saw this, because again, I guess everybody's seen this, and he didn't sit well with him. I don't know, chat. Am I in a beef with Destiny now? I don't know. Probably not. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. We got the here it is. This is the blast off tweet, already blasting off a little bit by itself, but you can help it, right? What's the deal with these tweets? Twitter doesn't like to show this shit, right? They don't want you, especially this one. They don't want you to like this one especially, right? Because that's literally a stream link, okay? And so they do their best to kind of hide this stuff, not give it very many views. You can help me out, give it more views by interacting with it, right? Yeah, like seeping out, exactly, that's what it means. So I am putting our blast off tweet into Twitch chat, and I am gonna, yeah, pin it there, hide it from myself, and then I'm gonna put it in YouTube chat. Boom. There we go. That's the blast off tweet. If you have Twitter, if you're on the Hell site, feel free to click on it, like it, retweet it, interact with it, and really just, you know, maybe reply to it. Grumpy, if Burple is on Twitch, yeah, I know Grumpy's a little late tonight, or I'm a little early. I don't know which, chat. I don't know which. Anyway, roll the footage. Does this look like footage? Do you think that Emma and Mallory McMorrow are existing in some kind of a, I don't know, like a field, like a spectral field, and they're fighting with energy? It's not gonna be Dragon Ball Z, chat. It is gonna be a good argument, and we do need to get started. So the chatter is correct on that. But first I have to add, I don't think I added Direful's, yeah, I gotta add Direful and Joel's, time. So what time are we starting with, chat? A lot, first of all. All right, so I'm gonna add 18 here. Add 10, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Look at that, 4 hours. And that extra hour is here courtesy of viewers like you. So thank you, everybody, for supporting the Corporation for Public Bitching and Sloppy Smoothies, and even sloppier slop tube coverage. Chat, let's get into it. Let's start the clock. I think I've counted everybody's everything. Yeah, the clock is started, and after we start the clock, we got to start. What is this? Is that? Oh no, it's not. I thought at first it was the. I thought at first that was the guy that sings about the. Richmond north of Richmond, something like that. Anyway, what are we trying to do here? We're trying to find Emma Vigeland, Matt Bernstein, and Mallory McMorrow, all in one place, all at the same time. There we go.
Support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure.
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for...
No Plague Chick, you want gaming streams? Chat, you can also... Thank you for mentioning that, actually. Let me scroll down a little bit. Yeah, when you support the stream in any way you choose to do so, you can also contribute to the video game stream. Now, as you can see, there's an extra one on here. All right, or sorry, there's one, when we get to 100, that's a video game stream. I streamed last week, and I don't feel like we made enough progress, so I didn't knock. I usually knock 100 off every time I play, and then when 100 gets put back in there, then we have another video game stream. But we're set to play Persona 2 again on Friday. So yeah, we're gonna play some. I do need to play more video games. Rusty, you were like on today. You were on.
Or Palestinians. How would we support defensive systems?
Although I still didn't get your, still didn't see if I had how I mispronounced your Thai word of the day, because I feel like I'm not super familiar with the vowels yet. I think I got your all your consonants, but there was like a couple of vowel sounds I'm unsure of. Anyway,
for Lebanese.
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well, I mean, hello. For anyone who hasn't been following recent left-wing political Twitter drama, or who doesn't keep up with the iconic drag queen Lady Bunny, who posted about said drama on Instagram, this has been a long time coming. Allow me to explain. After I interviewed Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, a progressive candidate running for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan, his
that's what
primary
triggered it. That's what triggered it.
Reached out to me saying that
Iron Domes for everyone. Yeah. Well, what people don't understand is because it's easy to say no offensive weapons, right? When you see a genocide going on and you're like, just don't give them those weapons, but then people still have this idea of, well, but Israel, there's like so many terrorists in the area, they need an Iron Dome. And the thing is, the Iron Dome is partially responsible for all the fucking attacks. That the part of the reason that Israel is able to conduct itself in the ridiculous way that it conducts itself diplomatically is because it is not impenetrable, but it is somewhat protected, behind the Iron Dome, and the knowledge that if somebody attacks Israel, probably the United States will attack them. So that's part of what actually allows this like violence to continue, including settler violence, right? It is incredibly unpopular in the larger Middle East, but it doesn't end up mattering because Israel is just the big dog militarily, and part of that big dog is the food that all the milk bones that the U.S. is feeding its attack dog. I mean, that's why the U.S. empire is involved. And literally no such thing as a defensive weapon except a nuclear there we go, the ultimate defensive weapon.
She would like to be interviewed.
I
was honestly a little surprised by this, given that
I'm gonna mute this and I'm gonna make my smoothie.
Key policy
and grab some water too.
In her race, Mallory is running on the standard Democratic liberal Zionist position of, two-state solution, fund the Iron Dome, but Netanyahu bad, but also no sanctions about it, etc. She's also not running on Medicare for all. But I wanted to do the interview so I could ask her about those positions. Her team and I set a date and a time for the interview, and after I submitted a topic list, which included healthcare and foreign policy, they canceled and offered no time to reschedule. I will say, and I don't want to assume intention, and I'm willing to be wrong, but I do kind of wonder sometimes if, because of how I present and the fact that I'm so open about who I am, that people just think I'm like the gay guy, who will talk about gay things and not much else. And not to be too like Sex and the City about it, but I can't help but wonder if they reached out to me thinking I'd just asked Mallory about like her LGBT record, But in any case, I tweeted that I was disappointed that her team had canceled, and the tweet quickly got traction, and within a couple hours, her team reached out, and her schedule had opened back up, and we were back on. So, I don't know. Maybe an honest scheduling error, maybe not. Make of it what you will. I had my good friend and host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, join me for this interview. Love her so much, and without further ado, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, welcome to A Bit Fruity.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I've been following you for years, by the way, so this is very exciting for me.
Oh, wow, that means so much to me. Seriously though, I know we had like all of this like scheduling drama, and I know in the wake of all of that, you could have very easily just been like, I'm not going to do this one, and it would have made sense to me. So it really does mean a lot to me that you're here today. And I also know that like a lot of Michigan voters listen to this podcast, might see this, and I think they're probably really grateful that you're here.
Absolutely. And thank you for rolling with us. I mean, balancing, running a statewide campaign. I'm the state Senate majority whip, so I've got that whole job, and I have a 5-year-old. So our schedule, my scheduler is everything. She manages to piece it all together, but I'm really grateful that you rolled with us to make it work.
Yeah. Absolutely. So let's get into it. State Senator Mallory McMorrow, you are in this 3-person primary race for the U.S. Senate representing Michigan that's really captured the attention of the country. And I want you to help us characterize it a little bit for people who might be hearing about this race for the first time. You have these 2 opponents, right? On one hand, you have Haley Stevens, who is the AIPAC-endorsed super pro-Israel, sort of an extension of like Chuck Schumer's brand of the Democratic Party, I'd say, pretty old guard. Haley Stevens was notably booed at her own Michigan Democratic Party convention recently. I'll throw a video in there if I can find it. Which was pretty amazing. And then on the other side, you have Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who we interviewed on the show a few weeks ago. Dr. El Sayed is a very progressive candidate, wrote a book on Medicare for all, very pro-Palestine. And I think, and please feel free to dispute this characterization, that most people view you as like someone in the middle. So I was wondering if you could first just like define yourself in the context of this race.
For sure. So to put the race into perspective, Michigan has an open U.S. Senate seat. Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. We have Mike Rogers, in all likelihood the nominee on the Republican side, who ran against Alyssa Slotkin in 2024, lost by only 19,000 votes. The Republicans and Trump view this as their best chance to block Democrats from having a path at taking the U.S. Senate. They're spending, the Senate leadership PAC announced $45 million that they're going to be spending in Michigan, which is more than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, New Hampshire. So this is it. So it makes sense that this has sort of captured the attention of the country, and we have a fiercely competitive Democratic primary.
You do. I should add, so people know, don't mean to cut you off,
Yeah.
but it's like, depending on what poll you look at, which are coming out like relentlessly, it's like neck and neck with the three of you.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. But your characterization is right. What I firmly believe is that the Democratic Party needs a reckoning, that the old guard establishment of the party has really let us down. The first question I was asked when I got in a year ago was, would you support Chuck Schumer for leader? And I said, no. Apparently I was the first candidate in the country to say so. And what I know is that in Michigan, we have built a very different blueprint. So for me, I know that people want to put us into neat little lane boxes, and I just don't think that's how Michiganders think. We have people in our state who voted for both Rick Snyder, a Republican governor, and Gretchen Whitmer. We have people who voted for Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. This is a state where you don't have to register by party, and people tend to vote for the person that they like. But of the field, I am the establishment outsider, but with a track record of actually getting real shit done. I'm the only candidate to have beaten a Republican incumbent to get into office. I took on an entrenched family legacy in my first campaign for state Senate. And I swung a district 20 points in a single cycle and broke the Republican supermajority. I then helped leverage a viral speech that I gave back in 2022 after I was smeared as a groomer and a pedophile by a colleague of mine. I opened a PAC. We raised millions of dollars. I supported a dozen other candidates and flipped the entire state Senate for the first time in 40 years.
Been there with the groomer and pedophile.
Oh, same here, actually.
Yeah. And can I tell you, like, all of your Instagram stories were truly so helpful for us. Like, you may not know this, but a lot of us in the state Senate, we've been following you for a while, kind of hitting back on a lot of the culture war bullshit.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And really appreciate everyone who like stood their ground amidst what I think was hopefully like the height of the culture war bullshit. I'm of the belief that like so much has happened since, especially to like wreck Americans' lives economically, that even the most sort of ardent, like anti-drag brunch people are now kind of like, I don't got time for that.
I will never forget, there was a press conference Tudor Dixon tried to hold in the middle of the 22 cycle, and she had all these people, and it was under the guise of protecting girls in sports, and she made this radical claims about what was happening in the state. And there was this incredible local news broadcast that it talked about her press conference, and then the reporter pressed her, can you provide a single example of somebody being hurt in sports in Michigan? And she said no. And then they cut away to a protester who was like, I just need affordable housing. Like, I can't afford anywhere to live. And I think that's why, the speech that I gave then blew up the way that it did, because I made a point of saying people who are different are not the reason your healthcare costs are too high. And we can't let people who are hateful people distract from the fact that they're not actually doing anything to help you.
Yeah, and I want to talk about some of those economic issues, namely healthcare. I know going into this, we said we want to talk about foreign policy and healthcare, because especially, if you're representing Michigan on the national stage, then, these are things that people really care about. So Senator McMorrow, with regard to healthcare, you support a single payer option, which is different from something like Medicare for All or universal health care. I wanted to play a clip for you that's gotten some traction of you speaking about what you see as the risks of universal health care and just ask you more about that.
Sure.
Also, you're new to the pod and learning that I don't have a producer. So when I say like, I'm going to throw something up on the screen, what I mean is I'm going to play the video from my phone into the microphone.
Oh, that's incredible.
So,
okay, perfect.
you know, sorry, you're welcome.
Some people conflate Medicare for All with universal health care. But Medicare for All, when it's
Chat, what does this look like to you? It's a, I believe it's a campaign speech is what it really is, what it is in actuality. But what does it look, does this not look like, wait, let me see if I can come up with a little bit of the sound that will help us. Oh, come on, there's got to be, there we go. All right, here we go. So let me put her on. Rewind.
Oh, that's incredible.
So,
okay, perfect.
You know,
So right as she
sorry,
comes
you're
on.
welcome.
some people conflate Medicare for All with universal health care. But Medicare for All, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So State Senator McMorrow.
Yeah, no,
the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and
Wait, what are they mad about? She made a funny joke. Imagine if Medicare for All, but what's the deal with Medicare? Like, this is at the Improv, right? It's a comedy club. How could you get mad at her? Emma, she was clearly making a funny joke about our healthcare. About our healthcare. Like, right? It's a funny joke.
RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
No, that's not at all what I intended. And, you know, why fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal health care. We need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level so you can't lose your health care with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our 1931 abortion ban. We helped expand a program called RX Kids statewide, which is a cash grant program for new moms and babies. We've expanded access to doulas and to midwives. We've done so much because this is such a big issue. And what I know is that people can't afford to wait. The idea that we should hold out just for one solution, to me, is just not what I've
Turn it around. Turn it around. All right. Well, you know, you say that you care about healthcare. What if I say that that Medicare for All is getting in the way of healthcare, getting in the way of possibilities, of possible solutions?
experienced in
You're just stuck on this whole Medicare for All thing.
governing. You know, the next U.S. senator would be one of 100 members, and the votes for a true single payer system simply aren't there. Now, there have been multiple states who have implemented state level public options. And in those states, not only have they vastly reduced the rate of uninsured to next to zero, they've also reduced the cost of private health insurance. That is something that, as we look to how do we
Is she seriously saying we should do it state by state? Is that what she's saying?
get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible so people aren't going bankrupt, they are not denying.
Do it state by state in case Trump or someone like him is elected.
themselves care. You know, I am somebody who graduated from college right into the recession in 2008 wanting to be a car designer. So I did not have health care. I couldn't stay on my parents' plan until 26. Having that real public option, anybody who wants to opt into Medicare, regardless of age, can, while also ensuring if you want to keep your plan through your union or through your employer that you can, I believe is the best way that we can get to universal health care as quickly as possible.
We can talk about, I think, the merits of the public option versus Medicare for all, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being a Republican if they take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for all and single payer. So it's almost an assertion that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for all or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back into power and control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
You talk a lot on the trail and you want to make some jokes and you want to help people understand where you're coming from. This is an administration that has slashed access
the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So there's like comedy sucks.
You can't make fun of
anything. It's like legalize comedy.
Legalize comedy. You can't make fun of anything.
Like I mean,
Super chatted
the left wanted to
$5.
make comedy.
Gotta admit Shush is clever. Bedtime soon. Please find timestamps for Pisco clip in Patron DMS under Pisco reacts in a huff. Gaming for life.
Gaming for life, absolutely. I love the gaming frogs. Yeah, we do have a third animal. I just realized it, chat. I was talking about how I felt like we needed a third animal, and then I was like, does that imply a third platform? And I'm like thinking through it, you know, Kick. Kick only makes sense when you don't really think about it, right? Like, I mean, theoretically, there's an audience over there for me. There's people that are probably a little sick of all of their pro Hasan content being served to them by, I don't know, weird former right wingers. But yeah, I don't want a financial relationship with a site based on gambling. TikTok has been bought by the Ellisons. It was pointed out to me. I don't know, Twitter. Do you have to be verified? Do you have to pay Elon Musk money if you want to stream on Twitter? Maybe Twitter could be the third. But either way, chat, we got gaming frogs, and that's kind of a third animal already. So I will try to put some frogs on the screen. I feel like we need some emotes too. Anyway.
Illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So there's like comedy sucks. It's like nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like legalize comedy. Yeah.
Legalize comedy, chat. That's what she's saying. That's what my girl is saying. That's what Mallory. I keep on calling her Valerie McMorrow or something. I don't know. It's Mallory. Mallory McMorrow says legalize comedy, man. Why can't we make fun of lack of medical care? Why can't we make fun? I was just having a little laugh. Legalize I mean, this is like the worst fucking excuse ever. So listen, if you're looking for like a moment where she freaks out and like cuts, you know, they're like, her advisors like pull the plug on it or anything like that, it's not gonna happen. Spoiler, right? But you do get lots of little moments like this, so we should probably watch them, you know, a few times, because that is a ridiculous answer. I mean, the first answer that she gave was ridiculous, and then Emma tries to push her a little bit more, and she's like, I don't know, man, legalize comedy. Can we legalize comedy? We can't make fun of anything. Look, it's a hard campaign trail. Who are you, Frank Zappa, 200 motels? Listen, life on the road's really tough. I mean, sometimes all you have to eat is a sealed tuna sandwich from a catering company, right? Not a hamburger from a major fast food company in a steaming briefcase delivered to you by a guy named Rance Muhammad in a steaming briefcase. Chat, this is not what we're dealing with here. She's not Frank Zappa, but maybe she should be. Maybe we all should be, just a little bit. Maybe no, chat. This is like she's like, it gets tough on the road and you start to go crazy, man. You roll up your bath towels and you dip them in a vile foaming liquid and smoke it like a Cheech and Chong joint to get high, you know? And then I guess I made some jokes that you thought were a little edgy. You thought, I'm sorry. I thought we were going to legalize comedy. I thought we were the canceling left, the scoldy left. We can't do that anymore. We've got to be the embracing left of like, hey, I love your racist joke. It was very funny. You spent a lot of time, making it funny. Now, I'm sure if I was as racist as you, I'd find it funny too. Hey, come over to the left. It's okay. You could be racist over here. You can be it's okay. Yeah, this is a strange inversion of values, right? The idea to treat right-wingers like the permissive parent, right? Like the whole, oh my God, chat. I can't even remember the book that I'm talking about here, but we're talking about so many different things. We were cutting through so many different decades, chat. I do the weave. It's okay. It's okay.
So, I mean...
Legalize comedy.
The left wanted to make comedy illegal, Like, you can't make fun of anything. So then it's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. So, I mean,
Okay, I think I've had enough of Elon for a lifetime.
Take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for all and single payer. So it's almost an assertion.
I just want to show you what's going on here, right? Because, Emma asked the question that everybody wants to ask. Now, chat, could you tell? Like, I stepped away for a little bit, but let me know if in chat if you could tell. It's a Freud reference. I mean, there's somebody else who wrote about politics in terms of the permissive parent and the what is the word for it? Anyway. But yeah, maybe they got that phrase from Freud. It's possible. I want to roll it back all the way to just show you this evasion here. Because there's just no good answer. There's no good answer for... I mean, she showed her hand, right? And now she's trying to kind of pull it back in. Oh, no, I love, like, you mean, like, what is she trying to pull it back to? Like, single payer or something? But she evades one time. Emma's patient with her. Did anybody notice, though, what I was asking you is, like, since you've been here watching this whole thing, was there a moment where Matt goes, like, now I'm going to throw it to my good friend Emma from the Majority Report and, like, or starts with, like, we have with us today Mallory McMorrow, also my good friend Emma from the Majority Report will be joining us here today. What I don't know, chat, is if this was a Sam Cedar type of situation, like, how surprised was she? She does seem to roll with it. She's not like, she's not going to say Emma Vigeland, what a nightmare or anything like that, although she might be thinking it. But yeah, this is a pretty hollow answer. And I feel like it's important for us. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Is this the first time Emma jumps in? I'm trying to figure out the situation. I feel like Matt's being a little purposely vague about, what exactly this. Now, he had, to be fair, unlike me, he hasn't, like, sold this. He hasn't billed this. He hasn't titled this as, like, Emma Vigeland, what a nightmare. So it's not like he's trying to clickbait or anything, but.
A producer. So when I say, like, I'm going to throw something up on the screen, what I mean is I'm going to play the video from my phone into the microphone.
Yeah, it's like, I don't have a producer. Oh, but I do have Emma Vigeland on the other line.
Some people conflate Medicare for all with universal health care. But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So State Senator McMorrow.
Yeah, Emma, you want to take this? Okay, Emma came in, but she wasn't ambushed. Because in some ways, Mallory may want to, put herself in. I mean, if she's talked to her team and maybe, I don't know, done like a practice run of like, here's the kind of questions that the left flank will ask you. They may have calculated this. They may have said, yeah, we think Mallory can hang here and it'll make her look tough, right? After getting kind of clobbered. Essentially, wait, no, the race was not with her in front. It was somebody else was in front, right? The APAC candidate. I can't remember their name. There's 3 candidates. One of them is an APAC candidate. She's not the APAC candidate, but she's still very sus. And then Dr. Abdul Sayed. And before that, I think the other candidate was in first place. Now, after all the attention from Mallory, this is Mallory McMorrow, she's, I think, the person who first said something about, oh God, Syed should not be, platforming Hassan Piker. The Disavow Hasan thing, I believe she's patient zero. She got clobbered by that. That was not a good look for her. That has been that's been pretty bad for her. But I think that Syed's in first place with her in second now. So what she's trying to do is try to recapture some of those progressive bona fides. And again, she's not the furthest right candidate in this race, but she's definitely no Abdul Sayed. So let's.
It feels like the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
No, that's not at all what I intended. And, I fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal health care. We need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level so you can't lose your health care with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our 19 possible. That's not at all what I intended. And, I fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal health care. We need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state
universal
Senate,
access to health care.
Efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level so you can't lose your health care with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our 1931 abortion ban. We helped expand a program called RX Kids statewide, which is a cash grant program for new moms and babies. We've expanded access to doulas and to midwives. We've done so much because this is such a big issue. And what I know is that people can't afford to wait. The idea that we should hold out just for one solution, to me, is just not what I've experienced in governing. The next U.S. senator would be one of 100 members. And the votes for a true single payer.
Look, it's one thing to say that, I don't know, to dodge a foreign policy question over the fact that you're a senator and these are things that are going to, which I think she maybe does later. These are things that are going to be handled by the State Department. It's one thing to do that, but that's kind of like, no, you're voting on this shit. What do you mean? Very PR, very evasive, and calculated to kind of, stop the bleeding. Calculated to minimize the damage. This is damage control, I think, that she's doing here, just to kind of throw out like an alternate thing of like, hey, actually, no, I don't believe that at all. Actually, do you like doulas? Do you like doula? Are you one of those people that are like, you'd like to when you're pregnant, you'd like to go to a doula? Well, this lady might just make it happen for you. She's jingling keys in the face of whatever, Michigan voting audience might be watching this. So, yeah.
Your system simply aren't there. Now, there have been multiple states who have implemented state-level public options, and in those states, not only have they vastly reduced the rate of uninsured to next to zero, they've also reduced the cost of private health insurance. That is something that, as we look to how do we get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible so people aren't going bankrupt, they are not denying themselves care. I am somebody who graduated from college right into the recession in 2008 wanting to be a car designer. So I did not have healthcare. I couldn't stay on my parents' plan until 26. Having that real public option, anybody who wants to opt into Medicare, regardless of age, can, while also ensuring if you want to keep your plan through your union or through your employer, that
sound familiar?
You can. I believe.
That's not a good thing to say. Listen, if you're going to say that, what she just said.
Norby super chatted $5. She gives me the creeps. I think she's more malleable than Kamala, but more savvy as well. No me gusta.
No me gusta. Yeah, no, she's not giving me good feelings either. Also, thank you, Direful, for the super chat, which I did not see. Let's like register those now. Put that on the clock. Sub add time. I'm gonna put both of yours together just to save time because I know people don't want to sit me here watch me do multiple commands, but I will give you both your own continuity sound. Yeah, no, it really is. Clamjammer, you're right. Clamjammer says, I don't know about doulas, but access to midwives is really important thing for maternal mortality rates, especially among women of color as midwives. So listen, sometimes when you jangle keys, somebody, maybe even you're like, oh, wait, but I actually like that. No, they're distracting you. They're distracting you. Just make sure you understand that's the point that I'm making here, right? It is throwing out things that are appealing. I didn't say that to make fun of it. I didn't talk about doulas to make fun of it. I know doulas and have respect for the work that they do as well as midwives. And really, there should be more access to more types of medical help for people. But yeah, this is Mallory McMorrow just trying to kind of throw something out there to distract you and be like, oh wait, and the whole thing is this person that is weak in the knees, her legs turned to jello when you mentioned Medicare for all. All right. That's not going to be the person that's going to fight for a kind of medicine that can be easily mischaracterized and but by right-wing opponents of it. That's not somebody that's going to go to bat for you. If the person can't swing the bat on the easy issues, they're going to be nowhere on issues that might be, appeal to a smaller audience. But yeah, so I mean, just be careful with that, because this is what they'll try to do. This is what they'll try to do. Like, look, I am in the mainstream, right? I am realistic. You choose this radical, they're gonna lose the election to a Republican somehow. You gotta go with me. We can do incremental care, and we've heard this shit all before. We've heard it from Obama, and yes, no, there's definitely the ACA helped a lot of people out, myself included, but it was a missed opportunity. Obama was essentially, the job he was doing was dragging his feet on a moment that could have gotten us to universal healthcare, could have gotten us to single payer if somebody was willing to just like really dig in on it, right? There have been times where presidents have pushed legislation that's got a lot of forces allayed against it. I'm thinking of LBJ and the Civil Rights Act. It's a problem with these politicians that are willing to jangle keys in your face, fill you with hope and change and dreams and stuff that you really need. I'm not going to downplay that at all, but her being like, I'm the doula candidate is like Donald Trump saying I'm the IVF candidate. All right, she got caught. That's her response. Are you gonna believe that? Are you gonna be like, oh yeah, no, I guess you're good. I guess you're good after. I didn't realize you were the doulas person. There's the only person that's gonna get us doulas out there. But look, it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing that the blowback that she got from starting the Disavow Hasan campaign, the blowback that she got, and the fact that this brings her to a point where she feels it's necessary to pull out the doulas and the midwives, and like, when a politician says that shit, there's a good chance that other politicians will say that too. So I mean, good that it's starting the conversation. But yeah, it's a result of her feeling like she's been cornered, and she went mask off in a way that should probably be unrecoverable. If you're a Michigan Democratic voter and you want somebody that is going to be just wholesale more in your corner, fighting harder than the Democrats have been, if you want a candidate that's not what you've always gotten, you're not going to choose her. You're not going to choose her. And it's because of her own mistake here. That, and I mean, I guess the Hasan thing too, right? I don't think that Abdul al-Sayed, I don't know, it's hard to tell, but he got a bump. It's not entirely from Hasan. You know what I think it is? I think it's that Hasan and the controversy, got his name in the, papers, got people to talk about him. And then a lot of people found out about this guy from that. And it's almost like a bump of name recognition. So if or visibility, right? There's more visibility. If it was her that somehow had gotten the bump, and upon visibility, you're like, oh, I don't know, she's kind of iffy on Medicare. Not even iffy. I mean, she's like sounding hostile to Medicare for all, which is not single payer. It's not. I mean, it's not. It's not as comprehensive as people think. It's just like, this is not what you want to be seeing this early especially in the freaking primary. He's a comrade. He educates the public for free. Vote for El Sayed. Yes.
Believe is the best way that we can get to universal health care as quickly as possible.
We can talk about, I think, the merits of the public option versus Medicare for all, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being a Republican if they take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for all and single payer. So it's almost an assertion that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for all or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back.
Saw someone say that she was homophobic in the past, but I didn't look into it enough to verify.
Into power and control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
You talk a lot on the trail and you want to make some jokes and you want to help people understand where you're coming from. This is an administration that has slashed access to mifepristone. This is.
Is she reading it, chat, or did she memorize it? Because she's just like she sucked through her teeth, right? And then she spouts. It feels pre-recorded. Feels pre-planned. This is
an administration.
It's a canned response.
Who intentionally withheld SNAP benefits, even though we had the funding to pay for it in Michigan. That's 1 million kids who are on SNAP right now. I don't think we should shy away from the incredible damage that this administration is inflicting on government programs here in the state. I'm on the Appropriations Committee.
Chinter says keeps on looking right every time. Yeah, maybe do you think she's got like her notes there, or
in the state Senate?
Maybe even somebody's sitting there and being like flashing, so they got cards. Like, I don't know. She's not like intently staring, like she's like, it's not super obvious, but yeah, you're right. She does keep on looking in the same direction there.
Senate, we are having to backfill state Medicaid because they vastly slashed access to funding for us. The one big awful bill means that Michigan stands to lose 13 rural hospitals. We've already seen a birthing center close in the Upper Peninsula. Now women have to drive more than 50 miles to give birth. I don't believe that it's out of line to highlight, hopefully with some humor, we're allowed to laugh sometimes, some of the incredibly damaging things that this administration has done, while we are also advocating for what we would do if we get back into power,
you can't make fun of anything.
And
it's
how
like
we're going to get
legalize
there. How do you
comedy.
build a coalition to actually implement a policy that restores health care for people as quickly as possible.
I think the rub there is just that the framing kind of undercuts the idea of universal programs because the bad party can take over at a certain point. And, I want Democrats to be talking about how government can provide social services for people. I think that needs to be a core part of the brand proposition. And, another part of your assertion was that Medicare for all is, I wrote the quote down, one singular government-run healthcare system that we're all on. Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for all is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Sure, you're right. And I have taken that feedback to heart. We campaign a lot, and I do
care system that we're all on. Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for all is, I wrote the quote down, one singular government-run healthcare system that we're all on.
That's a libertarian line. I'm not saying she's a crypto libertarian or anything. I'm just saying that is the type of construction, that is how a libertarian would say this. A single government program? The federal government? It's the same kind of logic, right? I mean, the libertarianism, would not be for any kind of, you know, um, your medical care is what can you afford? It's between you and your doctor, and there's no help for that, right? So I'm not saying it's that, but it sounds like the same kind of fear that a libertarian would stoke is what she's just done, and a little bit of like state, like I mean, it's a weird thing. Is there like an attempt by the Democrats to crawl back into, and I gotta say back into, because we're talking about the Democratic Party, states' rights, but with a different kind of mentality of like, well, if as long as we can preserve a woman's right to choose, and or like as long as we can, within our states, right, we have some semblance of healthcare, some semblance of, as long as we could just get the red states, these dominant red states, they're gonna choose the president every single time to leave us alone. Leave us alone. Judges protect us. States' rights. States' rights, right? That's a pathetic, whatever the fuck that is. Is that a strategy? I mean, this is scary shit, right? That this is what you're hearing from the mainstream Democratic Party. They do not know what to do under Trump, and it's really fucking clear. It's really fucking clear. The things that you'd want somebody to say as a politician in this kind of situation, they are not saying. They are not on the ball. They are, it's what you want to know, the reason so many the things that Trump do that's fucked up have slipped under the cracks and are just like in the memory hole. It's because of the Democrats' inability to push back on it, and then to try to work it into a larger narrative of like, this is what Trump is doing. This is what Trump is about. It's corruption. He's self-dealing, and this is what we're doing. This is what we're about. Trump is about him getting your money. We are about your money working for you. You've got to make some kind of distinction there, and they're just not, like, you'd hope that they'd be, it's really easy to heighten the distinctions here, and instead they feel like they're minimizing them. Anything that they don't think is their strong suit is going to sort of fall by the wayside. And there's a lot of things that Trump is doing that are really unpopular, but the question is, will people remember them? Will they stay unpopular? Or will it be just like Trump's first term, where so many of the worst parts of that become forgotten because of the Democrats' inability to narrativize?
Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for All is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Sure, you're right. And I have taken that feedback to heart. We campaign a lot. And I do talk about this differently now so that it doesn't come across as callous. And you're right, a single payer system, Medicare for All, in the legislation as it has been introduced.
I'm sorry, did it come across as, what the fuck? She's all over the place with her excuses. This is another thing that makes people not trust you.
And sits in the Congress right now, is a single insurance plan that would by law eliminate private health insurance.
The public option, can you expand on how you would solve some of the same, say, enrollment issues that you see with Obamacare? A Medicare for All plan would promise no premiums or deductibles. It would create a single payer, the largest amount of leverage to keep costs down. That is why people want to go big with Medicare for All. A public option is an improvement, of course, on the private marketplace and the Affordable Care Act, but that would still involve premiums and deductibles. Why not go all the way to Medicare for All?
Yeah, I hear you on the vision. I 100% do. And what I know after almost a decade as experience in a legislator is that you need to push as far as you possibly can while building the coalition of votes to actually get it across the line. And the support for a true single payer system isn't there yet. It just isn't. So for me, what I know, I have constituents.
Last poll I saw had it at 55%, right? The votes in Congress might not be there, but if the votes are there in the real world, What you should be doing is pushing. What you should be doing is pushing for that thing.
Today who have canceled their
That's what the bully pulpit is supposed to be about.
ACA plans because they see their premiums have gone through the roof and they're just praying that they don't get sick and don't go to the hospital. Allowing for anybody who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of age helps us get on the path to universal health care. And I'm also somebody who fundamentally believes states are the laboratories of democracy. This is where we try things out. This is how our country was established.
I mean, yes, it's true. Wait, how our country was established? Yeah, it was the Articles of Confederation first, I guess. Is that what she's referring to? States are the laboratories again. Yeah, like California used to come up with programs that they'd implement on a large scale. Other states would pick it up from that and implement it there. But it's more of this weird states talk. It feels like they're giving up. That's what's scary. That's what really scares me. And look, chat, there is a very real attempt by Trump to in the Supreme Court and you know, corrupt honestly judicial system, which has been polluted by so many. Trump corrupts anything that he touched, and he's been touching our judicial system for good 6-7 years now. But I mean, this sounds like they're ready to give up and just try to be like, well, we can make sure that California doesn't suck. We can make sure that the Washington and Oregon and New York and New Jersey and
there has only been one state who's ever attempted a true single payer system, and it was Vermont. And they abandoned that 15 years ago when they couldn't figure out how to pay for it and they couldn't figure out the implementation. Where we now have 3 states who are running public option systems within their states that have gotten us much closer to the goal of universal health care. So that's how I approach policy: is what's our goal and how can we actually ensure that we get there as quickly as possible.
again, a lot of the benefit of a comprehensive policy. I'm sorry, chat. I'm like eating this curry and it's got lime leaves in it, and I don't want to eat the lime leaves. I don't know. But one of the advantages to a comprehensive plan like Medicare for all is that it allows the government, the federal government, to be the single customer. Right? It's a little bit like a union in terms of cost control.
Moving on, Mallory, an issue that's extremely close to my heart as a Jewish person, as a tax-paying American, as a human being, is that of Palestine. I was actually just the other night at a UN commemoration of the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948, when Israel displaced more than 750,000 Palestinians who still don't have the right to return home. So when considering people who are running for federal office, people who could determine the future of the U.S. relationship to Israel and the effect that that will have on Palestinians, now the Lebanese people and Iranians, I know this issue is one people who listen to the show, for one, care a lot about. And of course, you are also running in Michigan, which has a large Arab population, which, that was very consequential in the 2024 election when many of them withheld their votes from Kamala Harris and as part of the uncommitted movement. So I want to make sure people have a really clear...
Oh my God. Let me just clarify really quickly. Important point. The uncommitted movement was not a movement of withholding your vote from Kamala Harris, right? This was during the actual primary. There weren't viable options other than Biden, and people that wanted to register their vote as a protest and put a little bit of a hurdle in Biden's way, not something that he can't overcome, but send delegates that are uncommitted. This was a way to try to pressure Biden and then later Kamala to adopt, a moral position on Palestine, right? It's not but Matt is right. There were Michigan Muslim voters who withheld their vote or who even voted for Trump because Kamala said nothing, gave not even like a lie that you normally expect from a politician or a vague statement that you can't really pin them down on, like nothing, right? Trump came in and said, "Oh God, this war is really bad. I'm gonna put a stop to it. It's gotta stop," right? And which could mean a lot of different things, right? Including like Netanyahu needs to finish the job, which is really what it kind of ended up meaning. But people with no hope, you know, ended took a chance on that, right? I mean, he's kind of like
understanding of your position. Also, for context, your opponent on one side, Abdul el-Sayed, he opposes all funding to Israel, and your opponent on the other side, Haley Stevens, is endorsed by AIPAC. Enough said there. So I wanted to highlight your approach and ask you about it. On your website, you write, quote, "The path to lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians lies in a two-state solution, with a democratic Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state." You write that the flow of aid to Gaza, quote, "needs to be restored," that Israel's expansion into the West Bank, quote, "must stop," and that Hamas must, quote, "disarm and demonstrate a commitment to a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state." You also support funding for Israel.
I just wanted to point out that that uncommitted movement was not a movement that was just going to be, was not trying to make itself initially like a hurdle in Biden or Kamala getting elected. They were trying to push Biden or Kamala in a beneficial direction, a direction that would have been beneficial for them, right? And ultimately that good faith was not returned, right? People will characterize the, like Destiny, right? We're gonna be talking about Destiny today, chat. Destiny blocked me. Destiny hates me, chat. Do I have a beef with Destiny? I don't think I do, but maybe there's like a one-sided beef in Steven's head or something. Maybe it looks kind of like that rack of ribs from the Flintstones. It's like kind of weighing his head down to the side so that it falls over. I don't know, chat. Steven, what's weighing your mind? I don't think I've even interacted with this guy, but yeah, it's like it's the same kind of shit that you'd get from them, of like the bad faith characterization. Oh, the uncommitted movement. So you're against. So you want to get Trump elected? No, they were acting in a way that would hopefully end up in maybe Trump not getting elected. And they were telling Biden and Kamala something that they very much needed to hear, but absolutely refused to hear. And if they had just been heard out and like allowed to speak at the conference, then there are voters that might have voted different. Although I can't say that, like, again, Kamala and Biden, they needed to do way more. But yeah, anything would have been better than what we got, which was nothing. How can you ask people to put down their arms when they're being exterminated? Yeah, be a good victim. Yeah, so we're to the two-state solution here, and again, this is not should not be in the modern conversation, right? You would get it again from Destiny, from Hutch, from people like this, right? People will still talk about the two-state solution. This is a boomer fucking take, though. This is shit that people talked about in the 80s and 90s, chat. The two-state solution. Well, if the Palestinians are good enough for this is like when, like, oh my God, like if your parents tell you that you're gonna get something. If God, let's not turn it into a family metaphor or something like that. But I'm trying to like they're. It's like if you're really good, Palestine, that we could do a two-state solution maybe one day. If there's nothing that anybody can that Israel can fucking complain about for, I don't know, X number of years, then theoretically, possibly, we could give you some self-determination. How would you like that? Yeah, it's always been bullshit. Any offer has always contained a poison pill. There's never been a real pathway forward to that. And Netanyahu brags about having absolutely, yeah, it's so 80s, right? Two-state solution. He brags about having, prevented this, right? And I think he's right. It'd be really fucking hard to implement something like this now. They've gotten themselves into a situation where it is a one-state solution, a de facto one-state solution, and that is an apartheid state.
Israel's defensive.
Ooh.
So, like,
What's it gonna play? Nothing is gonna play. I got like a hint of legalized comedy there, but
weapons infrastructure, things like the Iron Dome. Is that all correct?
Increasingly, that's changed.
Okay.
And you even see Netanyahu now vocally saying that he himself wants to cut off relying on aid from other countries. So I would support Israel continuing to be able to purchase systems like the Iron Dome, defensive systems.
I didn't see it.
But I think it's in the best interest of the United States in reducing that aid and allowing Israel to do that on their own.
But I mean, as of now, though, your policy that you're running on.
Yeah, Netanyahu's full of shit, as many of you in chat are now commenting. This is, it's it almost doesn't matter at this point. It is like somewhat of a fait accompli. The next administration to get into office will probably be an administration that at least talks the talk on cutting, arms to Israel. To what extent, I can't tell you, but it does seem to be untenable for the United States to hold this. And also, I don't know. But my donor towards Pisco, getting annoyed by Hutch. I will, Crotchy, and thank you for the super chat.
Just so voters are clear, is that you support sort of the defensive infrastructure. So we wanted to ask you a couple questions about your stance here. First, regarding what a two-state solution means to you and how that could affect your policymaking.
The two-state solution debate is something where I really do think that a lot of Democrats are kind of behind the reality on this issue. So I just want to talk in terms of practicalities. Where would you, in terms of your ideal two-state solution, draw the borders? Because as you know, Israel's been illegally occupying East Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967 in violation of UN law. And since then, 700,000 Israeli settlers have moved into the Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem and the West Bank and have stolen Palestinian land. So my question about the practicality of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States to facilitate the negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis that gets to a place where there's long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Palestinians and long-term peace, and security, and self-determination for Israelis, who all live in the region and have to figure out a way to coexist where they're not killing each other. I don't believe that it's the role of a legislator to determine where those borders are or how it coexists, but it should be our role to de-escalate the conflict. I do not support the Netanyahu.
Look, here's the deal. I think she's acting like I'm not the State Department. And that's true. You're not the State Department. However, U.S. senators sometimes, I'm trying to think of examples of this. Like Chris Van Hollen went to El Salvador, I you know, like there are examples where senators do I believe engage in some aspect of diplomacy. All right. So that's already kind of not true. But the larger point, right, what she's trying to say, like senators can affect the decision of the White House. This is more true when you are a senator of the party in power, but you do have some ability to affect or put pressure on the power on the White House when you're not the party in power as well. In addition, there's a lot of things that are a lot of calls. Hassan would call them boss calls that get made. Well, I mean, we think from the United States to Israel under Trump. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe the boss call comes from Netanyahu now. It's hard to say. But in the past, like Barack Obama is the example that comes to mind. The United States' diplomatic intervention has resulted in a cessation of Israeli, settlement activity. And so if the executive can do that, then a senator does have something to do. And also, here's what they're not going to get. Maybe here's what they're not going to get. Eisenhower demanded JFK retract. He didn't. Algeria later became a country in 1961. First country he invites. Wait, was there? It was a world. Wait, what is this? Algeria as a senator. John F. Kennedy lambasted France for what they did in Algeria as a senator. Yeah, I'm not going to say you're not going to get clapback, but there is there is an effect there. What they don't want to recognize, right? What the Democratic establishment really does not want to recognize is that people want you to have they want to hear your perspective on the world, right? Even if you are the dog catcher in your city and you got nothing to do with the State Department, right? Now I'm exaggerating, right? But the Gaza issue is a little bit of a stand. It's a little bit of a green flag or a red flag, depending on your take on it, right? Yeah, they're gonna have to get used to this. You're not gonna be able to be like, whoa, I'm a senator, State Department. What? That's not me. McCain Graham and the salad brunch lady went to Ukraine in 2014. Senators get top CIA briefing. This is what I'm saying. This is not this is bullshit what she's saying here.
Netanyahu government, I think that they have continued to push well beyond what is proportionate, what is rational in response to the October 7th attacks, in a way that is horrifying to watch. I mean, bombing Gaza to be completely uninhabitable, the settler violence that you see, that while it is technically illegal, they are certainly doing nothing to stop it and continue to encourage it. And Matt, you brought this up particularly related to our state. We have a very large Lebanese population. 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced. And I know a friend of mine who's running for state senate mentioned to me that his grandmother's home in Lebanon has been bombed 3 times, and that somehow she's still in good spirits about the fact that she is alive when many of her neighbors are not. So for me, I'm somebody, I bring a background in industrial design into how I pursue policy, which is starting with the outcome and then backing into how do you help facilitate making that happen. What I believe is that there is broad shared beliefs across our constituents in both the Jewish community, the Arab community, and frankly, for people who are not directly impacted by this, who are horrified beyond belief at the ongoing violence, suffering, chaos, who simply want the violence to stop and see the United States has played a role in continuing the violence when we need to play a role in ending it.
And I hear what you're saying about you don't want to draw specific boundaries. I understand that, but I think it's important to dissect what a two-state solution would actually entail. Do you believe that that should involve some sort of reparations for Palestinian land that has been stolen? Because increasingly, if you look at the map of the West Bank, it's being taken over by Israel. So there would have to be either a forcible removal or Palestinians would have to be crammed into even smaller and smaller territory.
Yeah, and again, I go back to the United States' role, a legislative.
No, how about we do a two-state solution, right? Except we switch. All the people in Israel now have to move to Gaza or West Bank. All the Palestinians are free to move about from the river to the sea. It's never going to be that kind of two-state solution. And again, sometimes, like, if this resembles in a little way, the United States, the colonization in the United States and the oppression of First Nations people, you're right. And it's sometimes used as an excuse by the Israel side of things. And as if, like, well, America did it. I was like, yeah, they did it, and it was horrible. And like, that's not it. America did a lot of things, okay? America did slavery. America did Jim Crow. America did Hiroshima. There's it's not an excuse.
Role should be in helping to facilitate between the negotiators and something that allows for that peace and security for Palestinians alongside Israelis. I don't believe
gosh,
that is my role to dictate.
I'm having so much trouble here. I'm eating this curry. It's really yummy, but it's full of lime leaves, galangal, and lemongrass. And all of those things, when I bite into them, like, I can't chew them. I don't know. Are you supposed to just eat this stuff? Are you supposed to just chomp down on it?
To put on to the people who do live there what they should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to push back, though, a little bit on, your role as a senator. Sort of, you're presenting it as like a little bit detached from the peace process there. Whereas, like, we know that Israel's sort of violent and ongoing expansion now into Lebanon, as you mentioned, it's only possible because of ongoing bipartisan U.S. support. And so I wonder if you continue to support defensive weapons infrastructure to Israel, how you see yourself as utilizing any of the leverage you could have as a U.S. senator in this situation. And I guess how you think, because like this two-state solution line, right? It's the party line for a long time.
Since the
if a two-state solution is moral, then why is it that, and especially now after what's happened to Gaza, and honestly, what's happened to the West Bank too, in terms of it being like interspersed with settlements to the point of it being intraversable. If you are Palestinian living in the West Bank, like, you can't go from point A to point B. You've got to take some ridiculous ass. It looks like gerrymandering, right? If you look at the West Bank, it looks like it's gerrymandering. There's strange voting districts, strange shapes cut all into it, which makes it so. Yeah, it makes it really hard for people to live there, and it makes it hard. It's basically preventing any sort of implementation of a two-state solution, which again would be dubious, right? They can like the West Bank could be its own state, but being pinned kind of where it is, obviously Israel still has a lot of control over it. Not to mention the ability to just militarily dominate it anytime they choose. And I wouldn't expect that to. Well, anyway, why am I talking about a two-state solution that's never going to happen, chat? Are we in the 80s? Yeah, but the zones, yeah. You're not allowed to go from, you can only go down zones, you can't go up zones. The zone, what is zone A is greater, or not Israel. Zone A is Israel proper, I guess. Is it zone B that's East Jerusalem, C I used to know it, but yeah, you get it. You get it on your license plate too, and it determines where you can go, what roads you can use. And again, if you're Palestinian, there's going to be roads that you can't use.
90s.
And it just hasn't borne out. I think probably everyone on all sides of this issue could agree with that. And so I wonder how you are breaking from the establishment in a way that would materially benefit the people who, frankly, like my tax dollars are killing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you framed it that way, because I think there's a difference, Matt, in how you asked your question versus Emma. One is the specific
Emma was
framework of
rude.
the borders of the nations. The other is, what leverage does the Congress have to help facilitate this negotiation?
Okay, I gotta ask: any Michiganders in the chat? Any Michiganders in the chat? Have we got any? What have we got? Any Michiganders? Probably Quaximus. Are you in the airlock right now? Is Quaximus in the airlock of the Discord? Is that what I hear?
Voted along.
Wait a minute. You used to have more members? You were in there before? I will say no more. I will say no more, but I think Duck and I both know.
Alongside the 40 out of 47 senators who voted.
No, I don't think it's an issue of not yet. I think it's entering the Discord that Quaximus is trying to navigate right now.
Voted in the past Sanders resolution blocking arms sales. And let's acknowledge how stunning it is that a year ago, that number was significantly smaller than it is today. My views on this have evolved because the reality on the ground has evolved. It has been...
Wait, what? No, this doesn't make sense. If you said it used to have more members, then you were in the Discord at one point.
Horrifying to watch.
Look, for all I know, Quaximus just is signed up to too many Discords and had to eliminate one for just a while. And yeah, that's what's going on.
Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right government have prosecuted this ongoing war against Palestinians, against Lebanese, against Yemenis, in a way that the United States cannot support. Simply put, the Congress holds the power of the purse, holds the power of funding and resolutions, and that is where I would view my role in coming in as keeping an open door to everybody within our community. Michigan is a very diverse state where we have the largest Arab American population living side by side with a very significant Jewish population. And Matt, your question is...
Everybody in the Discord, be good, okay? Because Quaximus is coming in to surveil you, right? Anything you say or do can and will be used against you. In a court of aquatic avians, yeah, there we go. In a court of aquatic avians, it can and will be used against you. So be good in there. Be good in Discord. No talking about what was it, Doxing Tool 1 and Doxing Tool 2 or something, or yeah, no weird ops in the Discord. Duck is watching. I might even make Duck a mod so you can watch better.
It's the universal truth. I was in an Uber a couple of weeks ago, and the driver...
She's prescribing an impossible two-state solution and then saying she shouldn't decide as a way to dodge talking about reality. Yeah, she's being very slippery here. Yeah, bird law is important. I agree. Wait, did I...
Driver said almost exactly what you said, which is, how can our country afford to continue bombing other countries when we can't pay for our own kids? That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough, and we need to bring this to an end.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Quaximus. It's kind of like a 70s sitcom, right? Where you're all students and Quaximus comes in, the big puffy haircut, and calls you all sweat hogs, something like that.
That how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab
Welcome
people
back,
living side by
Quacker.
side.
I think that's what the show is called. It's Welcome Back, Quacker.
I think it's very American to believe in multiculturalism as an ethic, in that it engenders understanding, and when you can live alongside people who maybe have different views than you, it reduces the capacity for hatred. It's why we don't believe in things like segregation and apartheid, but Israel is an apartheid state. And, you know, when we're talking about who has the right to have land and to live in peace, I mean, we're recording this right now on the anniversary of the Nakba, and the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed since, you know, you could say 1948, but prior to that, from the land that is now Israel. Do you not believe in multiculturalism as an ethic for Israel and Palestine? Because a shared land would be, in my view, American, and also the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide fairness for everybody involved.
Yeah, and it may very well be. You know, there are people who have worked on this issue for far longer than I have. And I always try to.
On a serious note, though, chat, as far as the Discord goes, we did, like, I went in there today just to post something, and there was a shithead, and I realized I don't think I've made enough mods in the Discord mods, which, yeah, if you are a YouTube or a Twitch mod, feel free to, no, not ping me. I guess you should probably DM me if you want to be a mod on Discord, because I just need to. There's a role for Twitch mod, there's a role for YouTube mod, and I think you have the ability, if somebody's like causing problems, especially if they're doing something like sus, right, or saying something, you know, sus, but you know, if they're making things hard for the Discord, you have the ability to time them out. It'll send them to the kitty box. I'll be able to see them in there, maybe talk to them, and find a solution, right? But that is kind of like the way that we're doing bans right now. Is it's like mods have the power to temporarily ban, and then we can figure out if we need to permaban them depending on what they did, kind of thing. So yeah, just to make sure that shit's going on, because I didn't realize that there was that we had problems in there, and I think people are just putting up with the annoying Discord member that was.
Check my own bias at the door. I can't possibly understand what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine.
In the middle of the Middle East? What the fuck is that statement? Oh, I can't imagine what it's like to middle. Do you think she's talking about the weather, chat? Oh, it's very dry there, and there's sometimes dust storms. The middle of the Middle East. It's not exactly the middle of the Middle East, is it? It's kind of like the western edge, you might say, the far western, the Levant. Yeah, I mean, but anyway, what is she trying to say? I can't imagine what it's like to live in the middle of the Middle East around all those terrorists. Is that what it is? It's very dangerous over there. They like to wave around curved swords and yell Allah Akbar, which is really scary if you don't know what it means. That's what it sounds like. I don't know. It just sounds racist. I don't know. What do you think, Chad? Am I over interpreting? I'm pretty sure she means the political climate. The middle of the Middle East. But I mean, why the political climate is problematically exactly because of Israel, though. It's a weird thing, because it sounds like they live in a bad neighborhood. That's what I'm hearing. They live in a very bad. I can't imagine living out there in a bad neighborhood with all that crime, all those scary people, and again, yeah, like the politics of the Middle East is troubled mostly because of Israel. Right, back in the day, you could blame Iraq when they were, attacking Iran, and then Kuwait, and kind of trying to corner the market on oil production, I guess, was what Saddam's goal was, right? But right now, it's Israel. It's Israel that's making it hard for the Middle East to get along.
What it is like to have my home stolen from me, to have my family killed, and I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds the role of a senator as a legislator to check their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both the Jewish community and the Arab community that you're right, Emma, a two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps a multicultural solution where people are living side by side is a better solution, but I want that to come from the people who live there. It shouldn't be the role of me to assert my views on residents of another country.
Yeah, I'll move on a little bit, but I think it's just, to me, it's like Israel, who is the occupying power in this dynamic, I mean, as recognized by international law, does not want a multicultural state. Obviously, that is, when they say like, oh, you guys want to destroy Israel, what they're talking about is a destruction of the apartheid system. What they're talking about is bringing in equality. And so I guess I want to stay on for a second, like how you could use your leverage.
I think you'll be okay, Doc. Just post in general, and you should find your friends. I'm sure they're in fact, somebody just posted a duck in general, so yeah, they're already.
As a U.S. senator, to stop this violence, which we all agree has to stop, right? Like we mentioned, you draw a distinction between Israel's defensive and offensive weapons infrastructure, and currently support funding for the defensive part of that, like the Iron Dome. I think a lot of people, though, might disagree with that distinction and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like, the Iron Dome allows Israel, one might say, to operate with impunity because they don't face...
Christopher Scoblante, the two-state solution was already forcibly asserted on indigenous population. Yeah, in the U.S. Yeah, but I mean, it's I mean, yeah, I mean that I didn't want to directly compare it to the reservation system, but it does remind me of that. The only difference is, you're not allowed to leave ever, right? Like you maybe get I mean, back in the day, you could maybe get like a work, not work release. I want to say work release, but that sounds like a jail thing. It is like an open air prison. Like Gaza has been described that way in the past, and that's before all the death and destruction.
The same threat of retaliation. So what would you say to that?
I hear you. As you can imagine, this is a conversation we have every single day in a state like ours, where we have vastly different viewpoints on the right course of action in the Middle East. And it is the job to go in with an open mind and to listen and to make the right, most objective decision that I possibly can. And as I said at the outset, it is increasingly the view of even Netanyahu himself that he wants to be able to do it on his own and doesn't want to rely on foreign aid. There seems to be a recognition that they are going at everything they possibly can and are losing the support of the world. They're losing the support of Americans. And I will always, my pledge is to always be objective. I am not.
All right, so no Michiganders in chat, or at least if you're there, you haven't said anything. Burple, I've got a new emote that you might be interested in. The fuck was I, oh my god, I, meow.
So tied to an individual point that I'm not willing to change my mind when the facts on the ground.
Okay, I noticed everywhere that she says, everywhere I would say she says that's kind of normal? Is that Midwestern? I'm thinking of like don't you know? I mean, she's not quite like she doesn't quite have like the Minnesota or the North Dakota kind of like the Fargo accent. It's not quite that, but like the I lived in the Midwest, chat. I don't remember the Is the a thing?
I guess then to that end, why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure? What is, I guess, sort of your positive?
What the fuck am I talking about? I'm talking about this chick's way of speech. When I'm talking, I can't think of what I'm saying. Sometimes I say like and the thing that was over there, right? That I've heard that. I'm used to that. That's normal, right? This chick, the thing over there, it's just I've not heard that before, and I'm asking, is it normal in Michigan?
Vision in supporting that policy. You know what I mean?
Because I don't think anybody should.
Oh, you're talking about, what is she talking about? I thought you were. Well, I mean, I wasn't really clear. Like, I'm like, she's doing ahs, and she's not doing uhs. Should be doing uhs instead of ahs. What's the deal with that? What's the deal with ah?
Live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at, how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support?
Oh, are you fucking serious?
Did they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well,
I mean, the horror of living in fear of being bombed.
Yeah, what a great idea. Don't pull the leash on Israel. Don't use your leverage on them, but rather arm both sides of the conflict. What a fucked up thing. I'm sorry, chat. I can't take her seriously. At this point, I can't take her seriously. Did she just look like, I mean, as much as look, I mean, I feel for the Palestinians. I feel for the asymmetric, nature of the conflict that they are trapped under. However, like, for her to be like, let's try to arm both, maybe we should arm both sides of the conflict. That's fucking crazy. Based Iron Domes forever. Yeah. Transgender for everyone and an Iron Dome. Yeah, that's right, Emily French. You get an Iron Dome, and you get an Iron Dome, and you get an Iron Dome. And transgender for everyone, including Trump. That's right. You can't put me in a binary box. I'm flowing right out of there. I do the weave. Gender fluidity, they call it. Anyway, chat, that's weird. I don't know where that came from. It's more of like a Chapo bit, not a NCC kind of deal. She's giving Alex carb, really? Before the drugs. Oh, jeez. Wait, is there an NCC before the coffee, though? Like, NCC before the Vietnamese coffee. NCC after the Vietnamese coffee. Ah!
Constantly. Let's work with the outcome.
I feel like that's my drug.
End the violence, period.
But I mean,
But then backing away from that, how do we protect people?
I think then, though, that sort of probes at, like, maybe we're coming from different worldviews here a little bit, because my worldview, and I think one that Emma has been talking about as well, is like multiculturalism, where we live amongst each other and where multiculturalism and a respect for one another keeps us safe. And so, like, I don't want to talk about like everyone getting their Iron Dome and everyone arming up and everyone getting more and more defensive and offensive and everyone getting more violent and everyone. I mean, I just did an episode that actually comes out today, which I'm very excited.
But chat, is that it? Is this what it is? Is she so bad? She's bad at this job. I gotta say, Mallory McMorrow, like, beyond my disagreements with you politically, despite my misgivings about your, honesty and character and your, morality on pretty clear-cut issues like genocide, I gotta say, you're just not good at this. That's crazy, right? Do you see what it is, though? What can't she say? She can't say cut aid to Israel, which is the obvious thing that, like, all she can say is, well, Netanyahu is saying that he wants to cut aid. So let's just let's leave Bibi in the driver's seat. He's on it already. We don't have to worry about it, chat. Bibi will just let us know he's going to take less aid next time, right? But she can't possibly say cut aid to Israel, right? That's the no-no word. So what is she going to say? I don't know. Maybe we could do a little bit of missile defense for Palestine as well. What a fucking crazy idea. You'd have to take, if you want to help Palestine, you have to take on the IDF, right? That's what helps Palestine. I don't think arming Palestinians is going to change the age, like, at all, or even like defensively. I mean, you know how those work, right? There's a certain amount of saturation of missiles, drones, whatever is incoming, that even the multi layer approach that they've got going on in Israel cannot handle. It gets overwhelmed, and that's when you start to see damage, like the damage that Israel's trying to hide right now from the from Iranian drones and missiles, and probably also from Hezbollah. Now their continuation to fight in southern Lebanon, it seems to have have had some really big drawbacks for them. We can't cut aid to Israel, but we'll also sell arms to the Palestinians. Yeah, kind of hard. That's the kind of outside the box thinking. Yeah, that makes Mallory McMorrow a true generational talent. You're right, Davy.
About with Naomi Klein about Tucker Carlson's worldview that he has been espousing as of late, and he does view the world that way, where, you know, in America, we should bunker down and have our white Christian nation, and everyone else is bunkered down in their own very racialized nations as well, with like tons of weapons, and we're all segregated. And like, I just find that.
Wait, did she say she's a graphic designing? I thought she said industrial design. I thought, is she talking about graphic design? Is graphic design her passion? I thought she meant like, she was like, I try to come up with like an engineering approach. I thought that was what she was trying to say, which is very on brand for engineering people. They always want to be like, yeah, life would be great if we could just understand everything through the paradigm of engineering.
To be such a grim reality, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think, like, I'm wondering if your politics could come from a different place philosophically, where it's not like, what about funding also the Palestinian Iron Dome, where it's about taking away the Iron Dome from Israel, this thing that, in my opinion, allows them to continue operating as a genocidal apartheid state unchecked.
Well, and I think where you and I find agreement here is exactly that. Ideally, we should be at a place where we're not armed to the teeth against each other.
Oh, fuck, you're right, Burple. Her eyes are, like, they're not level, yeah. Is it yeah, I don't want to, like, make fun of, you know. I don't know, I didn't notice that until you mentioned it. Or a parallax, or what slaps me in the face every time I've seen this. Yeah, nobody mentions the eyes. I don't know. I'm trying to come out, like, is it perspective? No, there's no way that like her, you know, she's turned to one side, but it's not like her left eye or right eye is that much farther away than her left eye. Yeah, I really don't know. I'm glad you said it, not me, says Jess. Well, yeah, well, look, Burple, I'm glad you're here. I'm waiting for the rest of the Twitch weasels, the jellyfish to get here. We need to have a little talk about clipping tonight. And no, I'm not going to crash out on Twitch chat, although I did crash out on YouTube chat, which has nothing to do with my clipping on Twitch. Although Big Al apparently, before I even crashed out, Big Al was working on becoming our clips leader. We got a new leader, chat. I think I'm going to set up a role on Discord, right, on Weasel Cord. I think I'm going to set up, if I can make this happen, you'll get a badge when you get like 15, when you make a clip that gets 15 or more views, you'll be let into the clipping Discord. Now, other content creators have, wait, don't they? I guess there's clipping Discords for like multiple content creators, but I feel like we could have something that's like self-contained in Discord, and I try to provide you with whatever support you need in terms of like how to clip and what to clip and you know, whatever else. But yeah, we need a clipping channel, chat. Queeman's got one. Like J-Stalk has one. Everybody but me has a clipping channel. Yeah, we maybe we're conscious commentary, but we're still commentary. So we need a clipping channel somehow. I need somebody making those clips that has like the little, like, you know, I'm on the bottom and then there's some kind of like graphic on top.
For a multicultural society in our country.
I'm too hot to think, chat. I gotta go cool off just a second. Let me see if I can. The one thing I don't have exactly is like juice. I can't find any orange juice at the moment.
Guns than we have people in the United States. I sat on the state Senate floor below 4 men with AR-15s and full tactical vests who I promise you wanted me dead. that is not the world that I want to
Right.
live in. The goal, yes, is let's have multicultural societies where we're not attacking each other. I do start at that place. And I want to make sure that I go in.
Call the channel no comment clip. Well, honestly, this clipping stuff, it seems like Twitter is a big place that people are posting clips. I'm sure they would work on a Blue Sky. YouTube, yeah, does there you could make the clips into shorts. Somebody could start I could start a shorts channel. Even I figure out more how shorts works. I have Weasel clips, but I haven't been active on it for a bit.
Recognizing that I would have a responsibility. I have a responsibility today.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing I got to talk about is like content format, right? The difference between short form and long form, kind of like a segment, as we say, which would be, the entirety of me reacting to Emma Vigeland versus Mallory McMorrow, or a clip, which is more like a self-contained moment within that. Especially if you thought I said something funny or profound or whatever.
As a state senator, to check my personal beliefs at the door sometimes and make decisions that are in the best interest of protecting as many people as possible.
And do you think the Iron Dome is in service of that?
I would love to get to a place where it's not needed, period, for anybody.
Okay. Do you believe Israel has committed and is committing a genocide?
Yeah, Emily, I was just about to say that. Although if she had Bell's palsy, they got to it before. There's a lot more damage than Bell's palsy can do if it's left untreated. So, it's not like some people will really lose like whole muscles. It doesn't look like. Anyway, sorry, chat, we're not diagnosing her. We don't even know. It could just be the perspective. It could be anything. It could be. I'm not trying to diagnose. Sarah, Mallory McMorrow. Chat. I gotta get something cool to like cool my brain down because my brain is like overheating. It's cooking
on our campaign.
I am cooking.
Based on.
I am cooked. I'm washed.
Definition. I've said this. I do believe that
Your goat is washed.
The definition. What I also heard in response from many of my constituents who had family that they lost in the Holocaust is there is such a personal, visceral reaction to that word that moves us apart from each other. And when I believe that most people in both the Jewish community and the Arab community and people who are not impacted want the same outcome, why would we spend our time debating whether or not you agree with the definition of a word and recognizing we have the coalition who wants the same thing? How do we keep them together?
I think that the definition is important because of international law, and we're seeing right now the Trump administration and, frankly, the Biden administration was also a part of the degradation of international law and the rules-based international order. And, there was a Quinnipiac poll from August 2025. This has probably increased since then, that 77% of Democrats, over half of independents, believe that Israel is committing genocide. Don't you think that it's important to articulate that just to support international law at a time when the foreign policy of the United States, and by extension Israel, is might makes right?
I think it is important to listen to everybody that I would be asking for faith and trust to represent, and to build the coalition that we need to hit the same goals. There is no doubt that war crimes have been committed. There is no doubt that the pain and suffering at the vast expense of our taxpayer dollars, Matt, to your point, that we continue to pay for this, needs to end. And I want to keep my people together at a moment when so much of the emphasis is on how to tear them apart.
Yeah, I don't mean to be pedantic. I really, really don't with like the genocide label. But I think to me, identifying it as a genocide is important to, like Emma said, give an internationally understood and legal label to what is currently happening to a group of people. And to me, like, anyone's feelings about that word, I think, are not as important as like recognizing what is still happening to people right now, which is a genocide under international law, you know?
How does your family feel about it? How are those conversations going?
Well, you know, it
Depends on the family
depends on
member.
the family member, and it's tense. But ultimately, I assume, you know, you're asking that because I'm Jewish, and you'd be right for that, because it's, especially intergenerationally, it's a tense conversation because people have, you know, different levels of you know, Zionist indoctrination, and also differing sort of proximities to the Holocaust and the timeline. But I think, though, the difficult conversations that are happening within my family are less important than the reality of what is happening to the Palestinian people.
So we've had those same conversations. My husband is Jewish, and though I'm a step removed, there are certainly really, really hard conversations, to your point, among generations, within families. I respectfully disagree, and I believe the responsibility of a legislator, somebody who represents, I'm asking for the trust to represent 10 million people in a very diverse state that is a purple state, that could very easily go to the Republicans. My greatest joy in this job as a legislator is when I get to help people one-on-one, and when I get to be a part of their story. And keeping coalitions together is hard work. And I believe we can respect international law and the ICC and have a legislator who respects their stances and understands that in order to move forward to the goal that I think all of us on this call share, is to keep a state like mine together and to not let this issue tear people apart. Because if we let it tear us apart, we get Mike Rogers. Trump gets a win, and there is no love lost on the other side of the aisle here, with an administration that allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to convince us to go to war with Iran.
I think, you know, because we're still in the primary, especially, like, I'm pressing, you know, Democrats a little bit more on this because we're not yet really talking about the general. And, you know, you say that it's more important to keep the coalition together than to sort of fracture over this one issue. But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise. But sort of when I look at what a candidate like Dr. Abdul al-Sayed is doing around this issue, it doesn't feel like we actually have to abandon dignity and actual justice for Palestinians to keep that coalition together. I mean, like we said at the beginning, you guys are all, you know, neck and neck.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think we need to either, and that's not my goal at all.
I guess, you know, we on this topic, we've exhausted it a little bit, but you also have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out just because I think that when we're talking about how to keep a coalition together, the 77% of Democrats that think Israel's committing genocide, the 90% of Democrats that have a negative view of Israel or don't want to send them more money, that would, I would imagine, be the position that would be as unifying as possible, because it appears like this is kind of a consensus opinion now within the Democratic base.
I mean, I hear that it's reflective in polls, and reading polls and asserting how campaigns should be run based off of polls is not a way that you win in a state like ours. And Matt, I hear that you don't want to talk about the general.
Well, it's both polls and morality, both polls and international law and morality.
And talking about morality, Trump put out an AI-generated video of Trump Gaza and has told us we cannot afford daycare, we cannot afford Medicare, we cannot afford Medicaid. And not only that, but that states should tax themselves even more.
I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this, right? Emma tries to put it to her in the context of morality. Right? This isn't, you know, there's all kinds of struggle here. Like there's struggle to make Mallory recognize that her voters actually want her to be better on this issue. It's not this thing. She's constantly talking about having to balance. So I've got a lot of different, constituents in my state. Some of them are Muslim and some of them are Jewish. But the vast majority of them are against continuing to aid Israel in this manner. And so she puts it to like in practicality, you want to win, you got to do this. She puts this then she finally comes to like, well, how about, in morality? He was like, speaking of morality, did you know that Donald Trump is even worse? Did you know that he wants to build a Riviera of the Mediterranean there and fucking ethnically cleanse the Palestinians? Yeah, thanks. But also Biden and Kamala were letting them ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, right? Is the immorality there that there might be a giant golden Trump statue? Is that what she thinks about with morality of like this horrible man has been uplifted? And yeah, that's true. Trump is a horrible piece of shit, but goddamn, have some priorities. I hate having to pick between El Sayed and McMorrow. I do like them both. McMorrow has gotten state legislation through. It has benefited DIY driver. I don't know if you're how you feel about. I don't know how you feel about healthcare. It sounds like it's a concern on your mind. You might want to listen to her major faux pas of this campaign so far, where she said that actually sour grapes, right? Medicare for all. That's sour grapes because if we had it, maybe Donald Trump would ruin it. It's some ridiculous shit that's coming out of her mouth. But yeah, the choice is pretty clear for me, both in terms of morality, which is what Emma's talking about, and and talking about like her legislative career. It's hard for me to take somebody serious who, when faced with the idea that America is supporting Israel with offensive and defensive weapons, and that even the defensive weapons like the Iron Dome, even these weapons enable Israel to attack and dominate its neighbors, right? Enable the problems in the Middle East. Even when that is pointed out, the best she can do is like, maybe we should do something like an Iron Dome for the Palestinians. She's obviously not serious about that. And I gotta say it, she's not serious about this campaign. All she knows that she can't say cut funding to Israel because she knows that money is going to disappear from her coffers the second that she does, or whatever interest that she's referring to when she says it's a really mixed, I've got all kinds of constituents all over the map, right? She's got very few constituents that are invested in the continued genocide in Gaza, but apparently they're, she's on their side. So yeah, the choice is pretty clear to me, but everybody's gonna place their votes, just like you do have to place your votes here on YouTube if you're not already. Let's take a look at what's going on with that. Okay, we're almost done with 6 more minutes here. What is going on in the polls though? That's what I want to know. Cars for Kids scandal. 57 votes have been cast. Ooh, it's close. It's tied. Actually, Cars for Kids is tied with Pisco loses it over Hutch debate. Chad, I'm going to need some help breaking that tie. If you're watching on YouTube, you can vote on this right now. If you're watching on Twitch, you'll have to click over. You'll have to open a tab or something. Open up YouTube. Go to nocommentchick. Click on the stream. I know it's a huge pain in the ass. But then you can click on the poll and you can place your vote too, because I want to know what you think about this. I want to know what your opinion is here. We got Cars for Kids, Israeli scandal. We got Pisco losing it over Hutch. We have What About Hish, the Freda video essay. Freda's a video essayist. Isn't he a member of some podcast or something? But anyway, and then in fourth place, we have the Slop Tubers, Destiny, Hutch, Jan. You know the deal, chat. The Continued Adventures of Slop Tube.
To pay for those selfish things.
But yeah, get over there and vote. If you haven't already, if you're on Twitch, you can come over and vote. Feel free to go back and watch on Twitch. I'm not trying to change your viewing habits, all right? You watch the stream wherever you want to watch the stream. But you'll have to come over to YouTube to vote for it. And while you're over there, you might as well leave a like. And if you haven't left a like already, well, there's something you can do right now, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. And it helps more of my, more people come in quicker, right? So if you want
so that we can pay for a war that he took us
you want more people in chat, hit that like button. That's what
into
you're
because
liking.
Netanyahu convinced him to do so. And every single Republican in the House and the Senate refused to vote on the War Powers Resolution. So I agree. You'll find agreement. And I live and serve in a deeply purple state that has to focus on November and Mike Rogers and the tens of millions of dollars that will be funneled into this state, because it is a coalition of as many people in the state as possible. You don't win in Michigan without independents. You don't win in Michigan without Republicans. So it is keeping the Democrats together, keeping the Democrats engaged, keeping our diverse communities together to recognize we have the shared goals. We do. And it's hard work, and it's work that I'm in every single day. So hopefully you see there's not disagreement here, but it is the work every single day in keeping our people together so that we don't lose a seat to somebody who would rubber stamp everything Trump wants to do, who will certainly not end this war or secure security for Palestine.
Yeah, DIY driver, a vote against a Republican senator in most cases, in almost all cases, is gonna be a good idea. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. And you don't have to fucking, become a cheerleader for, whatever candidate ends up getting nominated. You don't have to, you could still push them after they get elected. But yeah, I do think that it does not hurt, and it does not make you morally impure to try to use your vote to avoid the least bad of outcomes when you're at the time of the general election. Of course, right now we're in the primary, and we're hoping that we can get El Sayed on that ticket, because I think that that is the Democrats' best chance of taking the seat in Michigan.
Palestinians anytime soon if it were up to him.
Yeah, and I'll wrap up. I know you probably have to run, busy day running a campaign. I think neither of us would argue that like every Republican is doing all of this and worse, much worse. And none of us would argue, in favor of anything Trump is doing. I just think especially, during a primary season when we are, being given the chance to put our what we think is our best Democrat forward, that we're, pushing you on some of these issues, because I think something that
I'm sure chat. Okay, I really need your help here. I really need you to vote. We've got a tie. I'm just gonna pause after this segment. I'm just gonna sit like a deer in the headlights, not knowing what to do if we are tied. Remember, you could also break the tie with your donos if you supported the stream, if you continue, if you support the stream through a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, then in addition to giving me more time to cover more stuff, you will also have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. Let me know where you want your donation to go, and I'll turn your donation into a plus factor, into a bonus, right? Like a few extra bonus points for the topic of your choice, right? And right now, it looks like Pisco may have just overcome what the fuck is Cars for Kids. Thank you, Pisco, for not, I'm not going to beat the allegations, chat. If you watch the stream, if you watched the stream that we raided into, you either think that I am a Zionist who agrees with ContraPoints, or you think that I am a raving, frothing at the mouth anti-Semite who likes to laugh at the image of Jewish children chasing a anthropomorphic $5 bill. No, neither of those things are true, but because of the Cars for Kids. Oh my god, it's tied again! It's tied again! Moving my donos to Cars for Kids? Okay, well, there we go. There we go. Davi's bringing in the big guns here. All right, Cars for Kids. Narrow by Nature says 10 plus for Rudyard. 10 plus for Rudyard. See, it makes it better if I sing it. 10 plus for Rudyard. All right, Rudyard, you're getting an extra 10. And what am I? Oh yeah, I gotta go over here and 30 is going on to Cars for Kids. So it looks like we are gonna finish that Cars for Kids segment. Makes sense. Some people like continuity. I am one of these people. I'm a fan of continuity. Never mind Rudyard, that's my final decision? Well, wait, what did I even do? Somehow I tried to deploy your super chat on Cars for Kids and it wouldn't even work. On Rudyard? Okay, look at that. Rudyard's got 40 all of a sudden. Anybody else? You forgot about Rudyard. How could you forget about that's like your version of anyway, a bad Eminem song from the early 2000s. Anyway.
Is that a lot of Democratic voters
Rudyard is not Dre. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that comparison.
feel like
Forgot about Rudyard.
we have an establishment that isn't fighting sufficiently?
And I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
This is a party that's not meeting this moment, not only on this issue, but
Yeah, Narwhal, I believe the original song is called Forgot About Dre. But I'm saying that Davi forgot about Rudyard. Anyway, it's a bad joke. It's a very bad joke.
on voting rights, on civil rights, on childcare and healthcare and housing. There's so much at stake here, which is why I'm doing what I can. I believe truly that we built a blueprint.
Rudyard
in
is your
Michigan
Slim
in the
Shady.
legislature when we flipped.
See, that actually kind of works. That actually kind of works. They both are quirked up white boys, so
Control of the legislature for the first time in my entire lifetime.
Pisco says Liz Sandino.
That we can take with us to Washington and build a party that knows how to fight and knows how to win and knows how to actually get things done for people.
Totally. And I just want to mention, like,
Have you heard that Kamala is already firing shots at AOC? I heard that, but I wasn't sure. I watched a Vanguard segment about that, and it sounded more like it was that Kamala was trying to occupy the left lane. Like she's trying to run like it's 2020. Remember how in 2020 she ran to the left, didn't work out too well for her. 2024 she ran, to the right, no distance between her and Biden. It seems like the signal so far is that she's going to try to run to the left and make us all forget what she did in 2024. I appreciate there was a lot of effort. Yeah, it was very much an effort post there. Jang trying to be the real Slim Shady these days. That would be
as
an
a New
apt
Yorker, I
comparison.
rep my city and, push back on the idea that we have to make these sort of like middle of the road concessions on some of these issues, especially like a humanitarian issue. We had Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who just won in my city, and 1 in 10 Mamdani voters also voted for Trump. There was a small but mighty MAGA for Mamdani coalition, and you know what? It's confounding, but that's I guess
Amazing.
It's amazing. It's how the world works, and he's someone who really didn't concede on his beliefs on any of these issues. So of course I would be remiss if I did not encourage you to do the same.
How is this as painful as talking to my mom about politics? How is this as painful as that? It somehow is, right? I think it's that, like, she's got her guard up. Like, right? She's going into her consciously, all right, if you get this kind of question, here's your script. If you get, like, there's no, she doesn't want to engage. This is the whole thing. And look, Democrats are going to continue to fail as long as they don't get this. You need to engage. You need to go into places where people are going to disagree with you, and you cannot just be deflecting with talking points. If there's a problem with your ability to engage, there is probably a problem with your policy, possibly a moral problem with your policy. 1 in 10 out of 700,000 people. Wait, what? Wait, are we talking like Michigan voters? Or
Same. Mallory, thank you so much for joining today. I really mean it. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you to you both.
Cool. And that is our interview. I've been really enjoying talking to
Okay, Rach K saying, tell me why I'm angry people refuse to listen and vote for Democrats this time. Trump dismantling VAWA, taking funds for the J6ers, the Violence Against Women Act that every prior president had boosted. Okay, so I'm angry too, right? But rather than being angry at a group of people, I'm angry at one person. That person is Kamala Harris, the candidate that is running, the only person that can really meaningfully affect, the only single person that can affect people's voting habits, people's voting behaviors, right? I am completely fucked over by the fact that Kamala Harris didn't win. But I understand that crowd psychology that is something that cannot be addressed in the same way as like individual psychology, right? The crowd is going to do what the crowd is going to do depending on what the candidates do and say. And there was points on the board that Kamala Harris left because she couldn't break from a fucked up pro-genocide policy. I can't possibly dissipate my anger to I don't know how many voters. Did somebody say 70,000? I don't know how many voters out there were out there that like maybe decided to sit on the couch, or they were so disgusted, or they thought that it would just be the same. It's not the same. It's very different, right? It's a very different outcome. Kamala's terrible. She ran a terrible campaign. There would be a lot lacking from her administration, which would probably be pretty beleaguered, and let's be real, have very low poll numbers right now had she got elected. But it's something that I am never gonna try. Like if there's no way to scold a group of people, like, right? Even if you say something against like people who didn't vote for Kamala, and there's people out there in the audience that are like, yeah, I didn't vote for Kamala, right? I'm never gonna get them to be like, oh God, I'm stupid. Yeah, this really sucks. I'm just gonna suck it up and vote for the Democrat next time. That's not who you should be trying to reach, right? You can't change people's minds like that. All you can change is the candidate that you're voting for, the candidate that you support, maybe the party that you support. If that's an opportunity, that's not really applicable in the in the American system right now. Quite, I'm sure, to the consternation of many Bad Empanada fans who are like, it's so simple. Just start a third party. It's very, very easy. Democrats are reprehensible. They're incorrigible. They're immoral. Like, let's put our, energy somewhere better. Yeah, it's easy for you to say. It's easy for you to say. There's a lot of lack of understanding of the American political system. So yeah, this is me lashing out at two different contingencies. I just don't think it's ever, like, honestly, like, you're not inviting people in by being like, I don't give a fuck what your problem is. Michigan family. Did you have some family die in Gaza? That's just too bad. You should suck it up and vote for the cop. Suck it the fuck up and place your vote for Cop Mala. Oh my God, I'm sorry, that's losing us votes. That kind of behavior, that kind of attitude, it's totally misplaced. And look, I know you got smoke. Like I said, I'm fucked over by this Trump thing too. Blow your smoke in the right direction. Right up the ass of the Democratic establishment. That's where it needs to go. That's where change needs to happen, right? If you want to see people get off their asses, if you want to see people get inspired, if you want to see people that like have no business not being out there ensuring that Trump or JD Vance or whoever the fucking future version, Donald Jr., Ivanka, whoever we get is not, reelected in the future, you got to change the candidate, you got to change the party. And that is where you're, it doesn't seem like it. You're just one person. But if there's enough of you out there shouting at the Democrats, right? Shouting at the Democrats, then yeah, that's our only chance to get something to change. And there's a lot of forces in the way of that. I'm not going to say it's not a bit of a Sisyphean task, but that's where you should be pushing the boulder, not in a million different directions. That's a worse version of Sisyphus, right? He's like, there was actually multiple boulders, and once Sisyphus would get one boulder up the hill, he'd have to go to the other boulder over here and be like, all right, now you vote for the cop, vote for the cop, vote for the cop. Well, it doesn't matter. She's better than Trump. She's better than Trump. Vote for her, vote for her, vote for her. Get that up. Oh, now this one's rolling down the hill. Got to go catch that. Oh no, it ran over me. Right. That's a mega Sisyphean task that I don't think that, even a demigod, was Sisyphus a demigod? I don't remember. Usually the people that get the really bad punishments are somehow related to gods. Chat, we gotta do what if alt hist, what if alt hist. All right, Freda, what if alt hist? Let's make this happen. Please be good, because I am, like I said, I can't type. What if I can't spell? I can't think. Everything's hot. I'm frustrated. I'm crashing out on chatters. And hoping that they understand that, if I reply to your chat, you're not the only one who feels that way. And okay, so originally there's this alt history. I just hate to see people putting their energy into something useless, and yelling at voters is going to be useless. Yelling at a politician feels useless. 9 times out of 10, it probably is useless, but that 1 in 10 times, that's all we got, chat. That's all we got to push this boulder up the hill. All right, when alt hist to go off the rails, what if alt hist? This one is about Zoomer Historian and a bunch of other. Oh no, this one covers what if alt hist. 10 minutes versus, okay. Wait, how many? Oh, this is the new one. This is the new one. Debunking communism. Okay. I guess we should go, yeah, because the older that we get, the older of a video that we get here, wow, Freda's done a lot of content on this guy. 9 months ago, Elon Musk listens to What If Alt Hist. What? That's looking like the most recent one. I thought there was one video essay over here. It turns out there are many video essays. Okay, what are we doing? Matt Walsh. Okay, we're gonna just type it like this. Okay, so most recent. 9 months ago. Okay, yeah. Okay, there we go. This is the one, I think. 10 months ago. YouTube Medievalist. Metatron. Okay, that's not really... I should spend some time watching this off stream, chat, because I don't know about Shadiversity. He's like the weird knight guy that everybody talks about. I don't even know why he's... Why do people care? Okay, there it is. We got it. 9 months is what we're looking for. Just like a baby. Just like a baby.
A couple of years ago, someone sent me the ramblings of a madman, which I watched on the bus, and then subsequently recorded a low-effort video about. That madman was What If Alt Hist. Over the years, you've seen me talk about all kinds of insane stuff that he said. We laugh, we find him funny, and maybe sometimes endearing. He's just a guy saying stuff on the internet. Sometimes what he says could be dangerous, but realistically, his words won't have that much of an influence on the world. He's just a YouTuber, right? Calling people like him dangerous is an overreaction, right? In 2024, What If Alt Hist started a history podcast called History 102. In late 2024, What If Alt Hist released a 10-hour-long 3-part video where he, among other things, said,
Rach, you're speaking to the choir here, right? There are so... I don't even know where to start or to finish with, like, what is worse under Trump than it would have been under Kamala. That is not the issue that is at all in contention, right? We're talking about how to address a sea of voters who have different levels of information on the election. Most of them less than you or I, right? And how to best address that? Do we try to project our voice out to each and every voter who I said is low information? What does that mean? That means they're not consuming political content, or they're not consuming political content that clears things up for them. They're consuming stuff that maybe makes things more confusing. And the idea that, well, if we just yell in our little corner of the universe, somehow out there they're going to hear that. And they're going to be like, oh shit, thanks. I got the right piece of information from nocommentchick. Now I'm going to get off the couch. Now I'm going to vote. Now everything's going to be okay, right? That's all we needed to do. No, it's not. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I get it. It's frustrating. I get it that like the timelines of Donald Trump being elected versus not being elected are just like, it's a huge divergence. It's a huge divergence. And yeah, granted all the problems I've mentioned about, Kamala, anything's better than fucking anything. Like, God, Bob Dole, if we could reincarnate his ass, would probably be better than Trump, like, I don't know. But yeah, I totally get your frustration. I do think it's a little bit, going in the wrong direction, but great energy.
That he communes with the spirit world and that Odin spoke to him. I can't tell you what Odin told him to do because it might get me demonetized.
I am Rudyard William Lynch, the man who killed a god.
A couple of months after that, on April 18th, 2025, the richest man in the world, who at the time had the ear of the President of the United States of America, shared an episode of Watervoltist's History podcast. On May 12th, 2025, he shared the podcast again, calling it a, quote, excellent history show. On June 14th, 2025, Elon Musk started following Watervoltist on Twitter. The world's richest man.
Kamala wouldn't have declared war on Iran. I will give her that. Yeah, that's an example of where almost anybody but Trump, like that is a unique facet of Donald Trump's narcissism, that he made a decision that apparently all of his military advisors warned against, but he listened to Bibi, not to the generals.
Gets his history from Watervoltist.
And now we're a society where if a handful of kids jump off a cliff out of boredom, we're like, oh my God, we needed to intervene to stop them. Like, no, the kids are just stupid. Black people are not indigenous to South Africa. They're the African National Congress, which are basically a communist party, very clearly wanting to take the whites' land.
What? I'm sorry, this is coming at me too fast and too bullshitty.
You could die for reasons completely outside of your control. Hi, everybody. Super happy to have you folks here again for another episode of History 102. And hi, Austin. How are you?
Hello. I'm fantastic.
First, I want to thank Incogni for sponsoring this video. Longtime viewers of the channel may have heard me talk about this before because I've been using Incogni for over a year. Everything you do on the internet is tracked and logged, and everything that's tracked and logged...
Okay, so chat, I don't know this product or service. We usually do like ethical reacts. Let me just give you Freda's channel. If you want to support Freda in any way, including by buying a sponsored product, you can go over to this channel. All right, because again, I can't evaluate whether something is a good incognito browser or whatever the fuck they're selling. There you go. Go follow Freda. Go check out Freda's stuff. But
it can be sold for profit. People looking to profit off of your personal information don't have your best interest in mind. For example, an insurance company could offer you higher rates based on information collected on you and sold to the insurance company by a third-party information broker. Many continuously collect moved from these. I get a report from filled by the about 2minute.com from the stylized torch in the background or the Rick and Morty painting. I need to introduce you to our new character here, Rudyard's co-host Austin Paget. He's a staunch...
Davy, do you know Austin Paget? I feel like I've heard that, at least that last name before. I didn't know that Rudyard had like a trainee, like a Sith acolyte or something. Is that what's going on here?
Libertarian, as you might be able to tell from the stylized torch in the background or the Rick and Morty painting. He works in the agricultural technology sector, but used to be employed as fundraising director for the National Libertarian Party of the United States. At the time, his partner was chair of the very same party, and there's a lawsuit that accuses her of self-dealing by hiring her partner Austin Paget. He was paid a sum of $12,000 as fundraising director. I'm going to read his partner's comments on the matter because it's probably the funniest way you could possibly respond to being sued for self-dealing, skimming party funds, and other forms of impropriety. Quote, have you ever played Dungeons & Dragons? Imagine sitting down to play Dungeons & Dragons with a group of people and a few of the players are new and don't know how to play the game. They begin to squabble with the Dungeon Master, and so someone calls a timeout and decides to put together a rules committee to explain how to play the game. Gradually, the real game is abandoned, and the singular focus becomes the rules committee. Each weekend, the players gather together to play the rules instead of the game. That is the crux of this litigation. She has since resigned as chair of the Libertarian Party. If you look this guy up, you'll find him connected to the Mises Institute and so on. All the regular libertarian stuff. The focus of this video will be what of autists.
And if you don't know, the Mises Institute is probably the more culturally conservative arm of the libertarian movement, I guess I'd say.
African colonialism episode because it's the one Elon Musk endorsed on Twitter. What if Autist discusses South Africa in this episode, and Elon Musk is South African. Elon Musk may be responsible for Trump's brief hyperfixation with the idea that there was a white genocide occurring in South Africa. This was, of course, prior to Musk and Trump's messy breakup, where Musk alleged Trump was on the Epstein list. A lot of things have happened recently.
Okay, this is a new guy for me. The partner in crime Rogers got on this one, as well as for Davy. Did anybody recognize this guy? Padgett?
In the video, it takes
his last name. What is his name? Something Padgett. Austin Padgett. God, what's going on with Jim Brewer? Why am I not covering him? Is there something funny Jim Brewer's doing, chat? That sounds like funny content.
Because if you're European or American, this is something that has very little downstream historic effects on you.
This, of course, is why the French military only 4 days ago, as of recording, ended its permanent military presence in Senegal. Again, 4 days ago. What he means to say by this is that colonial empires in Africa shouldn't concern us in the West because in the long term it didn't really benefit us much. He intends to argue that wealth in the West did not come from colonial plunder, and that wealth disparity between the global North and the global South is not a result of colonialism. We're going to talk more about why this is silly as we get deeper into the video. But as we spiral down into what of Altist's very interesting mind, remember the sort of argument he's trying to present and what he's trying to convince you of.
Chat, remind me next time, 2 bananas, 1 mango. That's the ratio. Not 1 banana, 2 mangoes. It's, I made a very dense smoothie, I guess. And it's like, it's warm before, yeah, because I didn't use, you should freeze your fruit. Freeze your fruit. It's great. You'll love it. I should have frozen my fruit, because then the smoothie would have actually stayed cold. Anyway.
And my attitude here is like, I don't care. I'm just going to tell you the truth. Because the more you dance around it, the more people see weakness and they try to attack you.
They start off talking about the Belgian Congo, which is a slight misnomer because in the period discussed, the entire country was the property of a corporation, of which King Leopold II was CEO. Quoting Lorenzo Veracini from Colonialism, A Global History, quote, "He had begun his private imperialism in 1876, when he established a public corporation, proclaimed himself CEO, and promised international access. He thus imagined an inclusive type of colonialism, and his employees came indeed from many European countries. The corporate entity he controlled had been awarded the territory in 1885. Leopold's corporation was to undertake a mission to end slavery. In essence, this was what would be considered today a humanitarian NGO. Quote, where a corporate endeavor led by the Belgian King Leopold at the end of the 19th century was ostensibly aimed at terminating slavery in the region, in that instance, a veritable genocide was carried out in the name of abolishing slavery."
A good example of that is even the Leopold narrative. It's a popular example of some of the most horrifying abuses of colonialism with the Belgian Leopold's occupation of the Congo. But I had someone tell me the other day that apparently the rate of hands getting chopped off, which is seen as pretty emblematic of Leopold's terror, decreased drastically after Leopold took over because the Arab slave trade was no longer in charge.
It's pretty shocking to make such a claim and source it to, quote, "somebody told me the other day." That is completely insane. A lot of energy spent on equating the Arab and European slave trades, so as to present a more rosy view of European colonialism or to portray.
Roger is going to lead the Fourth Reich's Esoterica division. Is that the one with the Gundams and the Lances? Yeah, I don't like that one.
Trade as not strictly a European phenomenon. Later in the podcast, at the 22-minute mark, they talk about Arab empires having conducted their own sort of colonialism in Africa prior to European arrival. It's important to note that empire building and colonialism are not inherently the same. The Arab slave trade was different to the European one. Quote, in the Islamic tradition, slavery was perceived as a means of converting non-Muslims. End of quote. It was also very limited in scale. Quote, the export trade was relatively modest for many centuries before the 15th century, and indeed did not really expand considerably until the 19th century. Exports amounted to a few thousand slaves per year at most times. there were also clearly delineated legal processes towards emancipation for slaves in the Islamic world. Europeans transformed the existing slave trade into something altogether different in scale and purpose. The total volume of the Atlantic slave trade after European arrival surpassed 12.8 million people trafficked. The old African system of slavery, whereby people could be made dependents through war, debt, and so on, was pushed away in favor of exporting slaves into the European slave market. This transformation also made slavery and slaves far more common in African society than they previously had been. European slavery, distinctly from Islamic slavery, transformed slavery from a, quote, marginal feature of society to an important institution.
This is how dedicated I am for this job. I read statistics that 8 million people died in Leopold's atrocities in the Congo. And I read other stats that the Congo's total population was 11 million at the time. And I was looking at that, and I thought, that doesn't add up. It doesn't add up that Leopold's killed 3/4 of the Congo's population. So I studied more, and then I realized those numbers were completely falsified by a leftist academic.
He never says who this supposed leftist academic is. It's very convenient to be able to just point to a communist boogeyman in academia spinning falsehoods whenever something doesn't fit your narrative.
And the way I heard it was he was basically trying to make the colony work, and he was trying to be more European about it.
Look, this is crazy. The way that they're talking about this shit is, I don't know what, I'm trying to think of what to, compare it to. It's like, it kind of reminds me of like something on the Tim Pool show. It's just like the lack of concern. Like, yeah, and I read somewhere that actually they didn't, the chopping off of hands actually went down under King Leopold, and it was them Arab slave traders that was chopping off all the hands. It turns out good King Leopold did nothing wrong. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, this is... Like, usually Rudyard can manage some kind of pseudo-intellectual swagger, to at least sell that he knows what he's fucking talking about. But this is just like, yeah, and I looked at it, it turned out it was a liberal scholar, so maybe he just made that all up. And the Jews put it down in a textbook. I'm sorry, that's my Sam Cedar redneck voice. I should have my own redneck voice, right? I grew up in the right part of the country for that. Wrong part of the country
So
for a lot of things. Just guys being dudes. Yeah, it's dudes being guys.
Resorted back to
it's dudes being dudes.
He wanted to get very wealthy. His previous plan was to buy Taiwan, and there was this huge rubber craze in Europe due to the invention of the bicycle.
Almost correct. It was due to a slightly more significant invention: electricity. Electrification of the cities and of industry and so on and so forth required rubber. Waterville Tiss does mention the atrocities committed by this colonial corporation, but he leaves out a very important factor. The brutal resource extraction with all its horrible methods was motivated by short-term profits. Demand for rubber skyrocketed before supply could be established. Many places in the world can grow rubber, but it doesn't occur in the wild in all these places. Quote, the Congo witnessed an especially rapacious colonial regime also because Leopold and his advisors knew that the rubber plantations of his competitors in Southeast Asia and elsewhere in the tropical world.
But Davy, the cutting off of hands thing, if I'm remembering correctly, right, that it refers to like a punishment at some time for thievery, right? If you steal something in a Muslim country, the penalty was the dismemberment of the hands. He's trying to use that as like maybe that's why the hands were cut off in Belgium, when we know goddamn well why the hands were cut off in Belgium, right? There's a lot of historical record on this, but yeah, slavery, slaver's bad, true.
Would become productive
regardless
in only a few years.
What their religious faith is.
Quoting Matthew Stannard from Selling the Congo, A History of European Pro-Empire Propaganda and the Making of Belgian Imperialism. Quote, Leopold himself...
And isn't the whole hand chop off thing kind of like, I don't know, over like it was done somewhere at some time, but it's maybe not as common as people think.
Stashed money away to hide it.
Okay, here I am doing where I think I heard that it wasn't as common as people think. Yeah, I actually don't know
the extent of his Congo profits. In addition to being
heard
king,
somewhere that was exact. So just anyway.
Leopold was a capitalist, doing all the things a capitalist does.
I'm not going to defend Leopold because I think ostensibly he is a horrible person. Where
I agree.
When you remove the leftist narrative, the stuff that remains true is so deeply horrifying. Where Leopold actually wasn't Belgian. He was an ethnic German.
I wish I was recording my live reaction to this when I watched it the first time, because this took me the fuck out. That's the most horrifying thing you could think of at that moment.
If you are a silly person, I do not want you to watch this podcast.
Sorry, man, too late.
Where it's relatively unimportant to the West's historic trajectory, but it's due to...
Oh, I see. It's a Saudi thing. They take the rules very literally. So there's something in the Quran about this, and just like there is something in the Bible about stoning, there are a lot of parts of the Bible that say to stone a person that does this or that, you know, we don't stone people who do those things. It's, you know, there's, you know, don't wear...
The left making a strategic calculation in the mid-20th century in America that they should work with black people to get them more political power. And then this became a religious doctrine for the left, where they're like, we must support the continent with the biggest amount of black people, even if they're not that close to our...
The Bible says cut off your hand for stealing. Doesn't it say something like, if thine eyes offend thee, then pluck out thine eyes? If thy... Like, if people are... Like, it was something about people, like, blaming... the sin on the body. I can't remember. But yeah, I vaguely remember that part of the Bible.
American black people.
What the fuck is he talking about? Do I factor into this American perspective? It's not about that at all. It's about the long-term effects that colonialism has had on Africa and the societies therein, and about how the institutions of colonialism have adapted to the modern world. There is no shortage of wealth being drained from Africa today.
American and British journalists realized what was happening. It became a huge publicity scandal. And then... Yeah,
Testicular Bill of Rights is talking about the actual practice in Belgium. I'm assuming not the thing that Rudyard's trying to conflate with it, right? Which is a very limited practice of you know, dismemberment of hands for theft.
The Belgian government took the Congo away from Leopold. And this is the part people forget, that the Belgian Congo was considered the most humane...
Tibet had slaves, yeah, until China invaded, true.
...humane colony in Africa after the loss of Leopold, because the Belgians overdid trying to be nice to the Congolese. The Congo was seen as the most humane governance in Africa.
Quoting from King Leopold's Ghost. Reports of abuses against gatherers of wild rubber in the Congo did drop off markedly after the Belgian takeover of 1908. In the following years, there was less news of villages burned or of women and children held hostage. Note he says less news. Continuing. There was no more officially sanctioned severing of hands. What lay behind this change, however, was not a kinder and gentler regime brought about by the reformers, but several other developments. One was a gradual shift from wild rubber to cultivated rubber. Another was the introduction of a new method of forcing people to work that drew much less protest from missionaries and humanitarians. Taxes. Harsh taxes forced people to work on plantations harvesting cash crops. Forced labor remained in place. After the First World War, copper, gold, and tin mining grew in the territory. It was legal for mine management to administer lashes. Quote, at the gold mines of Moto on the upper Uele River, records show that 26,579 lashes were administered in the first half of 1920 alone. That's half a year at a single mine complex. Quoting further, this figure was equal to 8 lashes per full-time African worker. Techniques for gathering forced labor for the mines were little different from those employed in Leopold's time. I'm not sure what his source is for the Belgian Congo being the most humane European colony in Africa, he didn't say, but I think it's absurd to say something of the sort without also detailing the ways in which it was still horrifying.
In a lot of ways, the Muslims were colonizing Africa before the Europeans, and the Muslims would have taken a good chunk of Africa if the Europeans weren't there, because Morocco, Oman, and especially Egypt under Muhammad Ali, they were trying to carve up Africa earlier.
Right, and people don't have this in their mental model. Kind of like I mentioned, Leopold taking over slave trade from the Arabs. People didn't think of the Arabs being there. They thought of it as the Europeans kind of coming into the system.
So I mentioned this earlier, but the Islamic slave trade and outposts settled by Arabs in Africa and other regions and so on have to be viewed as a separate phenomenon to what we term, quote, colonialism. Colonialism and colonization are not the same word for a very good reason. Colonialism refers to a very specific thing. You have Arab forts and outposts across Africa, and you have European forts and outposts across Africa. One of these was the stepping stone to integrating Africa into a world-spanning colonial system. One was not. One of these stimulated capital accumulation at the heart of the developing capitalist system. One did not. One of these divided the entire world between the colonial superpowers of the time with the Treaty of Tordesillas, at a time when colonialism had barely even begun. The other did not. Colonialism is a modern phenomenon, intrinsically linked to the development of world markets, globalization, and therefore capitalism. All of these colonial waves that led to these developments came crashing out of the colonial metropole of Western Europe. At most, one could call these Arab conquests and so on proto-colonial, but even that could be a misnomer because colonialism didn't flow out of the Arab world, it came out of Europe. Austin here keeps trying to portray European colonizers as inheriting an Arab tradition, instead of introducing, most often by force, new traditions of slavery, colonialism, and other forms of social organization to parts of the world that had never ever known these European systems before. He said Leopold II tried to run the colony in a quote more European manner but failed, and by implication reverted to an Arab way of running it. In the period of colonialism that's being discussed, the imperialist scramble, colonialism took on new characteristics also wholly separate from the old Islamic expansions of centuries prior, and the slave trade.
Why is every book white? Yeah. Like, not every single one, but yeah, most of the books have white spines and I'm assuming white covers. Yeah.
That had existed in Africa. Quote, during the fifth colonial wave, the colonial or imperial claimants developed a new doctrine of colonial expansion and agreed on it. Now it was the demonstrable existence and operation of the colonial state that was to be the marker of possession, a claim that would entitle its holder to lawfully exclude its competitors. The colonial state had to be in place, and it had to be demonstrably shaping the economy and the social life of the colony. Colonialism now became an exercise in international peer review. The colonial state was a new and powerful transformer of the lives of the colonized. It relocated, adjudicated, allocated, repressed, educated, and most importantly, it exacted tax and other tributes. Quoting from the next page, the lives of the colonized populations were now being transformed like they had never been before. Historians do something called periodization, whereby they divide the past into distinct periods.
Oh wow, chat. I mean, I don't know. Hate to break the rhythm here, but I just wanted to show you this. You might be interested. Look who just retweeted me there. That's Matt Lieb. Yeah. Just open up my notifications and it's a fucking mess, chat. I can't make sense of this. This is what happens when your Twitter blows up. It's not, you should feel sorry for me. No, obviously I'm not trying to play victim based on this. What am I looking for? This one. Yeah, there's the tweet. 15 likes so far, chat. So if you haven't already, the link is pinned. You want to help us blast off? That's the blast off tweet. Anyway, wait a minute. There it is. Okay.
Periods with specific defining characteristics. The defining characteristics of the colonial period are not present in the Arab conquests that are being mentioned here.
Like with the whole mouse utopia thing, which you know is one of the biggest themes of the YouTube channel I have, is like the...
I think that if somebody really wanted to do a proper takedown of Rudyard, Mouse Utopia and his interpretations of that, it is a famous experiment that many people have drawn many different conclusions from, and Rudyard's conclusion, I guess, is that liberalism, or small L liberalism, produces a dystopia of excess that I feel like it's worth looking into that, because his interpretation of the Mouse Utopia experiments are pretty sus.
The second people leave grinding poverty, they stop doing anything interesting. You had to have a society where almost all Europeans lived in poverty to get them to conquer the world and have the Industrial Revolution and invent science. And it's hard for us to understand. I think a lot about how for most eras of human history, life was seen as relatively cheap.
This is kind of a strange thing to say, and in fact history demonstrates that it's actually quite the opposite. Grinding poverty traps you and prevents you from doing much more beyond survival. The people inventing these medicines, spearheading these scientific advances and so on, were largely not poor and abused peasants, but highly educated people from the middle class and up. Virtually every major development in human social organization has come as a direct result of advancements leading to more efficient production, which frees up labor hours to be spent on other things. He's not just talking about history here, he's leveraging a critique against contemporary society, which he views as soft, presumably. He's saying back then you had less to lose because your life was meaningless, so you'd take greater risks. He's saying now you have so many comforts you're not going to take risks. Your life is less cheap now. In the present day, a great many people live in grinding poverty already. These people lack access to education, which could unlock much of their potential. They lack the safety net to be able to experiment, fail, and repeat that process without risking their livelihood. The person working 2 minimum wage jobs to pay down their medical debt is unlikely to find the cure for cancer.
Black people are not indigenous to South Africa. They only came pretty briefly before the Europeans did, where they were settlers from further north.
I bet Elon Musk loved this one. This is not what the word indigenous means, and he later does call these very same quote black people the natives, which could have been a slip of the tongue, or he's operating on differing definitions of these words. Indigeneity is often misconstrued as the people who originally came from that land, which is an unworkable definition because we all came from somewhere. A whole society and its population didn't spawn somewhere. Before now, there was a past, a history. That history led to the now. It's the things that happened in that history that make one person indigenous and another not. Quote, "Indigenousness is an identity constructed, shaped, and lived in the politicized context of contemporary colonialism. The communities, clans, nations, and tribes we call indigenous peoples are just that, indigenous to the lands they inhabit, in contrast to and in contention with the colonial societies and states that have spread out from Europe and other centers of empire. Note that this definition specifically allows for non-European colonizers or non-white colonizers. One example would be the Japanese." Quoting Colonialism: A Global History. "The natives are only natives in relation to those who were born elsewhere. The indigenous peoples are only indigenous in relation to exogenous settlers, and so on. This is obviously not to deny that all these collectives existed in themselves prior to the colonial encounter. They existed, and often thrived, but not as participants to an unequal relation that reconstituted them. In other words, the appearance of the European colonizer is what made these people indigenous, because what defines the indigenous is their relationship to the colonizer." Veracini actually mentions what Avoltist is doing here in his book Settler Colonialism, A Theoretical Overview. Quote, "At times, the indigenous community's very indigeneity is questioned. Black South Africans were thought to have entered the settler space after the Boer treks of the 1830s, and in a different context, but in a similar fashion, Palestinians have also been represented as non-indigenous to Palestine. More generally, indigenous peoples, even Australian Aborigines, are frequently seen as, quote, lost tribes coming from somewhere else."
The entire native population of South Africa, or 90%, died off due to...
Yo, or else Olaf says, "Mouse utopia shows that mice need to rise up and institute a mouse communism, but as a cat girl, I don't know how I feel about that. You know what? Solidarity with those mice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah."
diseases. So the Dutch started settling their own men in South Africa. And it's more useful to see South Africa as like a Canada or America or Australia, this settler colonial society, where the Dutch had to populate and settle it. And interesting.
Scout is taken. Matt is always a lightweight on leftism, but has a podcast that keeps me up to date with stuff rarely covered here. Yeah, I'll let him know you said that, Scout. No, just kidding. Like, thanks for the signal boost, Matt, but yeah, you're not you're a bit of a lightweight for like you're hold my borscht. I don't know what the
South Africa
hold my kvass. That probably makes more sense.
Could have ended up being majority white in a lot of different timelines.
What was Lenin's favorite? What was Lenin's favorite fermented food? I wonder. Pro rat and anti mice. Wait, is that a Secret of Nim reference?
To populate and settle it, but instead he goes down a tangent about how he made an alternate history video about how South Africa could have been majority white, which I'm not interested in.
I just found out that movie, if you've ever seen it, it looks like a Disney movie. It's called Secret of Nim. It's from the 80s, and it actually was not made by Disney. It was made by Disney veterans, people that had worked at Disney and kind of had a bad time there. I don't know if they got fired or if they if they quit, but yeah, it's like a studio of ex-Disney employees that, and low key, like the whole NIM laboratory, it's a low key metaphor for Disney. Like there's a little subtext working there.
In. I think you might be thinking of these places
Is it Amblin? Is that the company that made it?
as completely depopulated and in need of bringing in external manpower for the places to function, which I don't think was the case. If it was, we'd probably have seen different demographics in South Africa, with white people making up more than 7% of the population. I do quite like the fact that he correctly points out that Canada, Australia, South Africa, and so on are settler colonies, though.
I feel like it's kind of darker than most Disney, too.
South African politics today, there's this huge dynamic where the ANC or the African National Congress, which are basically a communist party, they're trying to take the farmland away from the whites, which is one of the most potentially disastrous decisions possible.
What he's referencing is the African National Congress's land reform, which is what sparked Elon Musk's accusation of white genocide, which eventually led Donald Trump to offer refugee status to any white South Africans who wanted to flee the country. Only 59 Afrikaners actually resettled in the US under this program. According to the BBC, the white minority comprises 7% of South Africa's total population, but owns 72% of the country's farmland. Additionally, the ANC are far from communist. And then, for some reason, his Libertarian Party co-host, with a Rick and Morty painting in the background, starts going on about his...
Read Naomi Klein, Shock Doctrine. There is a, I don't remember if it's a chapter or a whole section of the book about the ANC and the end of apartheid, and that they specifically chose a neoliberal economic track. Whoever there was a huge opportunity lost, and as a result, there's still that gross disparity of wealth and land in South Africa that they are trying to just take a little bite, just nibble around the edges of. And yeah, of course, Elon Musk and therefore Donald Trump wants to sell this as white genocide, legalized comedy.
His good friend Rhodesian Mike.
And I had a good friend, Mike.
Help I'm a Fish was a banger. Wait, what was that by? You have Shock Doctrine on your bookshelf. Yeah, it's there's a lot in there. It's very every time you think that, like, okay, well, I mean that book was written what, like 25 years ago or something. That book is very old, right? It's still very pertinent.
I'm forgetting his last name, but
maybe I'm exaggerating its age.
I worked with him a bit in Indonesia. He was monitoring a rose plantation, and he was Rhodesian, and he fought in the war back in the day in the helicopter squads, and he got shot in the head. Real crazy, intense war. They were really fighting hard, and he really believed in it, and he was really sad about it, still to this day. So yeah, it's painted as like a white apartheid
kind of a lost cause of sorts, maybe. Yeah,
state, but it was really a civil.
It was Don Bluth, okay, the one who made beautiful Disney aesthetic films with the horrifying stories, but the happy. Well, like what kind of?
Most of the people making up the infrastructure and fighter.
Oh, Disney aesthetic films. Well, did he work at Disney? I thought the story was that, like, maybe it was other people. Some of the people from the studio that did Secret of NIMH were former Disney employees, and it was like a metaphor for them escaping the evil rat cages of Walt Disney. Yeah, that's the way to Rats and Mice, right? It was a reference to Disney. I think of Don Bluth. I think of the Dragon video game. Wait, the Dragon video game?
There's not all the helicopter squads of the Rhodesian army were local.
Of course, the majority of the army
like How to Train Your Dragon?
in the Civil War on both sides is going to be black. The white settler population only accounted for 5% of the country's population, at least according to the CIA. Who I think you can trust on this one. Now granted, this is from 1976, so a handful thousand middle-class whites had already left the country, which is not statistically insignificant when the white population at this time numbers only 277,000. 60% of these white people were immigrants who arrived in the country in the post-World War II period from South Africa and the UK. The poor treatment of the African population by the recently arrived white minority very clearly spurred nationalist momentum and led to the inevitable civil war over the fate of what was to become Zimbabwe. Educated African elites had naively wanted to work with the white minority in order to gain some concessions and rights they believed were afforded to them. Quote, "This is clear evidence that they were not, as yet, seeking to overthrow colonial rule in order to replace it with one man, one vote, but were merely asking to be governed well and to be accorded rights and privileges that they thought were due to them as, quote, civilized men and women. It is therefore conceivable that had the white establishment
Space Age and Dragon Lair were a pain in the ass to play. What is this Dragon Lair? Oh, Don Bluth worked on... That's the... It like, they put a CD in the game, like, the arcade console, and so it blew people's minds away because it was just, like, a cartoon that would run and, like, have... Like, how did it work, though? You're, like, controlling a cartoon. I never understood... I've heard about this, right? I've never understood this, because this was, like, decades before even, like, the PS1.
Opened its doors more widely to the educated elite, the rise of militant African nationalism might have been delayed considerably. It is partly because of the establishment's refusal to promote, quote, equal rights for every civilized man, that the African educated elite became more radicalized and turned to militant nationalism. In 1964, Britain set forth a list of principles that must be adhered to, the sixth of which, no independence before majority rule, was critical in leading Rhodesia to unilaterally declare independence. Independent Rhodesia was a country whose very existence was born out of a desire to maintain white minority rule, and the majority of that white minority had no roots in the country. I don't think Rhodesian Mike here is a very trustworthy source on how Rhodesia wasn't as bad as people say it was. We could listen to the guy who believed in Rhodesia and was sad to see it fall, or maybe the entire international community that refused to acknowledge its independence after Britain instructed it to institute majority rule. Another colloquial word for majority rule is democracy.
Because under apartheid, you had all these race laws, and then with the new regime, they made all these anti-white discrimination laws.
Right. Well, it was a big warning for what was happening in the U.S. and South Africa was often cited as an example of where the racial rhetoric of the left would go in terms of, adding in their own discrimination from an opposite framework.
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about? As I just mentioned, the 7% white minority owns 72% of the country's farmland. That doesn't sound like a marginalized population to me. You don't fix this sort of wealth disparity by doing nothing. Expropriation of settler property or wealth.
Okay, so, like, quick time event. Wait, like Kingdom Hearts? Quick time event? Like press triangle kind of shit? Without the timely hints to make the game actually playable. Oh, so this was like Kingdom Hearts if you had to just, like, know when to press the triangle button.
Wealth isn't being done inherently on the basis of race, but on the categorization of settler, which is not inherently a racial one. It's the same as colonizer and colonized, indigenous and non-indigenous. These words do not mean black and white, African or European. It just so happens that Europe colonized Africa. Hence, the settlers are European and the colonized are African. Deciding to not take measures to rectify this grotesque wealth disparity because the settlers happen to be white would actually be racist. They're saying that anything that targets a population which happens to be white is then racist, which, ironically, of course, is racist rhetoric in and of itself, because they're saying white people need special protections. These guys whinge and moan about how the left only sees things in terms of race, gender, etc., and then they go on like this. Tackling wealth inequality would be no less important in a, quote, black society that was settled by another colonizing, quote, black minority. It just so happens that largely colonialism flowed out of Europe, and that is the reality we are forced to live in, instead of the fantasy worlds these people occupy.
Cecil Rhodes is a very Nietzschean figure.
Wait, a Heart of Darkness video game, but it's on Mars?
This poor boy from Britain.
His family were middle-class land and business owners. They were quite comfortable. His dad was a clergyman, and his brothers went to fucking Eton, which is where the children of Tory families go to learn how to become evil in preparation of becoming Prime Minister of Britain.
And Cecil Rhodes was racist even for the era. He was considered insanely racist even for the time. And he was part of all these right-wing British associations. I will judge him for that. But at the same time, on a Nietzschean level, he is somewhat of an admirable figure for this singular guy doing the empire building. It's interesting to see it as a manifestation of great man history.
I just don't know what to say.
the birth rate is crashing faster than any computer models we have. And this is the friggin' elephant in the room. If I had a button where I could drop something on national news every day, it would be the birth rate is crashing so fast that mankind's population is going to completely plummet.
Sociologist Felix Schilk out of the University of Tübingen links this birth rate hysteria to a decadence narrative that frequently reoccurs throughout history in reactionary movements. And he explicitly calls this out as an obsession of Elon Musk's, quote, daily social media activism. Quote, all these ideas rest on a cyclical perception of time, rise and fall, blossom and decay, apocalypse and palingenesis, meaning a national or ethnic rebirth. In my research, I've analyzed hundreds of German and French neo-fascist magazines. In the end, the data was the same endless repetition of decadence and apocalypticism. I dubbed it conservative crisis narratives. This is Oswald Spengler Decline of the West type stuff, and as longtime viewers know, What Voltaist has brought up Spengler on more than one occasion.
Spengler's
What
one of his
Voltaist has
faves.
brought up innumerable conservative crisis narratives over the years we've watched him, from the risk of an American Civil War to the incel revolution. Schilk, citing American anthropologist Janet Voigtman, argues that these narratives, quote, cannot be taken as a description of a historical situation, nor can it be taken to be a diagnosis of the status of history. Instead, it is a necessarily political denunciation. Quote, every crisis narrative strengthens the call for redeemers. The 2024 election is a last shot to save America, claims Donald Trump. Only the AfD can save Germany, reposts Musk. It's a scalable story. Elon Musk and What Voltaist are both peddling the story of a looming crisis on the horizon, and the only solution is for the masses to submit to the long-term plans of these CEO philosopher kings, whose business acumen and advanced intelligence make them uniquely suited to save us all. In his vision of the future, the individual does not
Yeah, true. All of the worst people, like Spengler, says Ice Train Haver.
matter, only the long-term effort to defeat the looming crisis. It's tech bro fascism, a fascism for the 21st century with really ugly aesthetics.
European colonialism in Africa was mostly done for ego reasons. And this is something people struggle with because we have been forced to be Marxists. We're forced to have the Marxist materialist worldview.
Yes, sir, we're winning. In all seriousness, the reason you are, quote, forced to be Marxist is that the contributions to the field of history by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels have been immensely helpful to our understanding of history, something you have to admit regardless of your political persuasion. Material factors are empirical and quantifiable. They easily form the basis of historical narratives without necessitating huge leaps in logic or strange vibes-based commentary. Materialist analysis just works. There's of course room for a whole host of methods and approaches, but this is useful. And materialist analysis isn't incompatible with the idea of a, quote, ego-based scramble for Africa either, though that's also not really what happened. In fact, what he presents as something that can't really be understood through a materialist lens really easily can be, if you just get your facts in order. Think back to our discussion about Leopold's Congo Free State. What sort of driving material factors can one identify there? Well, for Leopold, for one, there's the rubber profit, which he went to great lengths to extract and then subsequently hide. Why was the rubber extraction so brutal and extensive? Because his competitors were setting up rubber plantations, and so his virtual monopoly would soon be taken from him. He had very little time to get the money he wanted. It wasn't ego that caused the scramble for Africa. At the Berlin Conference, a new internationally recognized method for colonization was established, which set the prerequisite for an internationally recognized exclusive claim to a territory, an effective colonial governance. Then you had effectively locked out your potential enemies from attaining that territory.
There's a reggae song in French called Ils sont partagés du monde, right? And it literally means they're sharing the world, which sounds great. They're sharing the world. Yeah, people should share the world, share and share alike, right? But this is what it means, right? It's not a happy song. It's a sad song. And yeah, like partager, sharing in the same way as you would cut up a cake amongst your closest friends.
Territory. This means you have a real material motivation to seek out and take possession of territories which may not otherwise be of any benefit to you, because you want to deny your enemies access to it in case it would benefit him. It wasn't motivated by ego, it was competition over something which was in limited supply. This is material analysis. Once the colonies had all been gobbled up, the empires began to challenge each other's claims to snap.
Although, yeah, it sounds like they're not really sharing amongst each other very willingly either.
Colonies out from under
Everyone's
each other's
in
nose.
competition.
Quote, a new global era of protectionism and tariffs meant that exclusive access to raw materials and markets, and exclusive outlets for excess capital, were now essential.
Wait, what is like the love train? Yeah, MSF are just objectively good guys. The Diamond Dogs are worse, but better than
You're
Blackwater.
stuck in this mental model that the Europeans had to colonize Africa because they wanted to exploit it. But the reality is that Africa had negligible importance to the Europeans in the late 1800s.
Love Train like displaces all misfortune like elsewhere in the world, right? That's the concept of Love Train. It's a very American idea. It's a very American part, JoJo part. The part that is coming out on Netflix this fall.
For British foreign trade at the start of World War I, the British Empire's at its peak, Africa combined less than 1% of their foreign trade. And this is something people think that, oh, the Western European economies were completely dependent on their colonial empires. No, only 15% of Britain's foreign trade was with the empire. Only a handful of colonies in Africa turned a profit.
Right. I have a way to explain that to the modern audience, which is they did it for the memes.
I really intensely dislike it when people view the peoples of the past as these irrational actors not operating off of concrete and identifiable motivations. They're effectively infantilizing the people of the past right now. Their argument that European colonizers didn't really benefit much from colonizing Africa seems to rely on the idea that they just did that for no reason, which is not a strong argument. Also,
I gotta ask, are either, I mean, like, obviously Rudyard is not, but this guy is, I would say this looks like an academic background. This could be a college professor's office, and as disheveled as he seems, chat, he wouldn't be the most disheveled professor to ever teach college. Is this guy an academic? Because if he is, like, holy shit, I don't know, maybe he's just kind of LARPing with his background. Maybe it's his spare room in his house, and he's got it set up to look like office hours.
So note how non-specific he is about the timeframes and metrics for importance. He uses foreign trade as a metric for the profitability or usefulness of colonies, but is that the only metric? When he says only select colonies turn a profit, at what time? When? What's the time frame for profit? Was it short-term profit or was it long-term profit? The profitability of a colony could vary greatly over time, being immensely profitable in the short term and unprofitable in the long term, or vice versa. If you extract a lot of short-term profits, that can be reinvested somewhere else, meaning the colony might still be unprofitable, but you still somehow are profiting off of what you got from the colony. Furthermore, he's neglecting to mention who's profiting. This is an era where capitalism really kicks into high gear. These profitable ventures, these industries, were privately owned, or at least a lot of the time. Capitalists made a killing on bringing new consumer goods to European markets from these colonies. We've already talked about Leopold's rubber, and What of Altis talked about Cecil Rhodes' diamonds. Of course, the underdeveloped peripheral colonies make up a smaller portion of the colonial empire's economy. They largely don't have the electrified factories and so on that the colonial metropole has. But that colonial periphery still supports a whole host of other economic activity in the colonial metropole. Rubber was extracted in Africa in order to build electrified factories in Europe.
Yeah.
That improved production in Europe.
Brooks Phillips says he could be a common grad student. He could just be a TA. Yeah, there's a little too much light coming in that window for him to be a college professor. Those offices are highly sought after. I think only a tenured professor would get the office with actual, like, a full, window.
Not in Africa. Coffee and tea was farmed on the cheap in colonies in order to be processed and sold to European buyers by European companies at higher rates of profit. As mentioned,
that's probably the extra room in his family's house.
This was a time of protectionism and tariffs, which meant a lot of these raw resources that were vital to much European economic activity could become debilitatingly expensive if you had to import.
The NFL makes very little from ticket sales. They just do it for the memes.
Across a trade barrier. And as we've also mentioned, the investment into Africa to build infrastructure and so on wasn't just to support resource extraction, it was to legitimize your claim to said colonies, due to the new international framework for colonialism. You can waffle on about how these countries were of no benefit to Europe, and if that were the case, which it's not, it would paint Europeans in an even worse light. Why did we install these brutal and repressive regimes if you had nothing to gain? Did we just decide to ravage vast swaths of the world, quote, for the memes, as his co-host says? I don't think so. The Global South was exploited for gain, and this exploitation hampered the Global South's development. The Global South was exploited for gain. Surplus was being extracted from Africa instead of being put to use in developing it.
So whatever rubber company gets in because they got the British military to subsidize a little bit of an...
Yeah, exactly. Atomically powered. Where do they think the resources for the Industrial Revolution came from?
A sortie. They're getting most of the benefit, not the actual colonial people back home.
He's very close to getting it. He just forgets that the people who are benefiting, the people who own that rubber company, are actually, quote, from back home. The way he's speaking about this makes it sound like he would have preferred a different sort of colonization, not for the profit of private companies, but for the benefit of an ethnic or national community, which I think historically has led us down some very dark paths. But I digress.
So we came up with this excuse, which is that, hey, this is the white man's burden. We're actually helping them. We're not stealing. Look, we're providing them infrastructure and all these other things, and overall benefiting their society, which justifies us looting it, basically.
This part is so funny because for a moment I thought he was starting to become super woke, but then he says this.
If it was profitable, they could hire a little private army and set it up. But they're using the government to subsidize their activity. That's not benefiting the people. They need an excuse. White man's burden. It's the same exact concept as white privilege, where it's not something to an excuse to alleviate guilt. White privilege is specifically meant to generate guilt. It's a guilt-generating mechanism to justify government money going to bridges and infrastructures and schools in the South Side instead of the Congo or wherever.
I definitely think Austin is more racist than What a Voltist, because What a Voltist says,
and the Ethiopians wiped out an Italian field army at the Battle of Adoma, which...
It's really hard to characterize What a Voltist's perspective as much in any way. It's so contradictory. It is a patchwork quilt, and it contains a lot of very racist elements, but yeah, it's not consistent even in that way,
which completely shocked Europe, because again, the Europeans didn't think the Africans.
All right, I gotta pee.
And also,
I'll be right back.
To go, okay, but maybe there's something to that.
Oh
What
shit! Let's look at the poll and see where the poll is at this very moment that we are in. Cars for Kids scandal in the #1 place. Pisco losing it over Hutch is behind. This one's last place, but it got rocketed to first place because of viewers like you. That's right, chat. When you support the stream, whether it be through super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc. The time goes up. It gives me more time to work with, and you have the ability to put your money where your mouth is just by letting me know when you donate which of these topics do you support. What if Cars for Kids, or what if Cars for Kids? God, I'm so fucked up. What the fuck is Cars for Kids? Pisco loses it over Hutch. We're watching this What a Fault His Sexment. And then the slop tubers. Lest we forget about the slop tubers, chat. You can put your money behind any of those things, or you can say Vox Populi, in which you're saying I'll have what they're having, or you can say video games, in which case I will put your money towards a future and not too far in the future chat, because we are doing it this weekend. We are doing it. Today is what, Tuesday for you? Actually Wednesday, because it's fucking butt ass in the morning. Whatever. Yesterday, you know what I'm saying. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, yeah. So like 3 streams from now, 3 days from now, we'll be playing some video games. Because I didn't diminish the video game fund this week just because we only just barely got to Moo Continent. We didn't get a lot of progression. We're gonna get the progression that I've been teasing you about, right? We're gonna finish a dungeon and then find out what's going on with the Joker granting Lisa her wish to be a idol star with her 2 best friends.
They only won because they're
I'll be right back.
Italians.
Right. It's always a question. Was it the Africans, or was it because the Italians are so bad? It's like,
is that they were empires, and empires are always brutal. And there's a great book called The Rule of Empires, and it goes through imperial history. And the thesis of the book is that all empires are basically the same. It compares the Roman conquest of Britain, the French conquest of Italy, the British conquest of Kenya and India. And the thesis is that all empires basically exist to prioritize the conquerors over the conquered. And that's the way things are. And you saw that in Africa, where the Europeans did oppress the Africans.
I don't really understand how he can square this thesis, which he so clearly agrees with his claim that European empires put more money into Africa than they got out of it. Why would the conqueror not prioritize themselves over the conquered, as he says? It feels like there's a right-wing narrative that he's very sympathetic to that's in conflict with the facts that he also knows. It might also be that he was being a little purposefully misleading, because it very well could be that more money was put into Africa than came out of it, being that Europeans only really started extracting taxes to any meaningful degree at the tail end of the history of colonialism. Instead, they were extracting natural resources and slaves before then. So in that sense, more cash went in than came out. But I think his original intent was to portray Europeans as putting more wealth into Africa than they got out of it.
It was an empire, but the Europeans were operating with more moral constraints and more guilt than most empires in history.
Right, and that's when it gets back to an interesting theme like you were talking about with South Africa and Rhodesia. It doesn't matter how nice you are or how good you are. If you have to be authoritarian to secure control, that's going to create backlash.
Yeah.
And then it can break down. So it's just, the situation is what it is. And you can see that institutional legacy pretty clearly. And
it's incredible watching two guys who are at the very least a little racist, trying to navigate simultaneously thinking slavery and oppression is wrong, and also thinking Rhodesia and the British Empire were kinda cool. Someone I know said Rudyard has a woke soul that's trapped in a chud mind, which I thought was really funny.
For almost all Africans, they were under the same governance before and after.
I hate to randomly pause it, but woke skull, what is it, a woke skull and a chud mind? That's what I was trying to get across. What a patchwork of ideology this guy is without even realizing it. This is what inductive logic will get you. This is what it will put together in terms of a philosophy. Anyway, sorry, I have to pee.
Colonialism. And a lot of them were slave states, where in most African kingdoms, a majority of the population were slaves.
This is simply not true. As we've discussed, the colonialism of the imperialist scramble around the late 1800s and early 1900s completely transformed these societies. We've also discussed the point about slavery. The European slave trade made slavery far more prevalent across Africa than it had been ever before. The reason these countries in Africa had so many slaves prior to being colonized by Europeans is because Europeans integrated them into a transatlantic slave trade. Quote, "Where slaves had once been an incidental element in society, they now became common." And another quote, "Slavery was transformed, and slave societies emerged." Europeans established and intensified slavery in Africa, and then later abolished it. These things are both true.
Is that after the World Wars, the average European realized that the African colonies didn't benefit them in any major way, so they gave up the empires because they were a drain on Europe's resources. And after the war, the Europeans lost the will to empire.
There was a whole host of reasons for decolonization, and for every instance of decolonization there were different prevailing factors at play. It was not, by and large, because Europe decided the colonies were a drain, but a different sort of value proposition. It was clear, as the British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan proclaimed in 1960 in South Africa, that the wind of change was unstoppable. Anti-colonial movements were developing all over the colonized world, and, quote, "If the African nationalists were more inclined to forcefully demand independence in the 1950s, the imperial powers were less inclined to resist all calls for independence." As mentioned, a whole host of other factors played into this, and the Western political landscape, of course, was very important as well. The potential cost of suppressing these independence movements was also, of course, factored in. But decolonization did not start from the top. It started from the bottom, and the colonizer empires were responding to calls for independence. And many of these decolonization projects eventually led to foreign military interventions in the former colonies to once again protect the interest of colonizer nations, or as part of the superpower competition of the Cold War. Even if empires like the British and French decolonized for real practical material reasons, like the cost of maintaining the empire becoming too great, it was still a decision made with reluctance. Quote, "The imperial powers conceded independence where there were no strategic resources, no strategic implications, no communists or socialist movements ready to take over, and no settlers. But the imperial powers bitterly resisted decolonization everywhere else. When they conceded defeat, they always tried to secure concessions."
They decided to give up Africa, but until very recently, the French kept West Africa as a pseudo-colony called the Franc-Afrique, where they controlled the currency. And France, a few years ago, France was fighting about half a dozen wars across Africa at the same time. And the French just recently gave up the Francophonie, which shows how recent the effects of colonialism
Francophonie? Is that what he's trying to say?
were.
Once again, it's like he's desperately trying to cling to these right-wing narratives that he knows deep in his heart are wrong. He talks about how the African colonies had little bearing on the West, but then at the end of the same podcast episode, he talks about how we can see colonialism before our very eyes still today, with France maintaining a very colonial relationship to West African nations still to this day. We're mostly done with the history. Now I'm going to talk more about my opinions. As I've hopefully demonstrated, these guys don't have the greatest grasp on what they're talking about. They do say things that are correct, of course, but a lot of their analysis is muddied by their gripes with leftist academia and all those other strange things they bring up out of nowhere. This is a relatively middling history podcast in my opinion. So what led Elon Musk to endorse it? Why is the world's richest man listening to this stuff? Ask yourself, who's the largest political streamer on Twitch? You'd be forgiven for assuming it's the left-wing political streamer Hasan Piker, who gives talks at universities, is interviewed on news shows, and used to work in news media.
After all, there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. Thank you.
And you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fucking fine type bullshit.
It's actually this guy.
Oh, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
Asmongold, a former World of Warcraft streamer who only cleaned his house for the first time in years because he got banned for making what I at least perceived as genocidal comments about Palestinians. He's nominally a gaming streamer, but a lot of his content revolves around peddling various right-wing narratives. There's probably an appeal to these kinds of guys, an appeal I'm probably tapping into myself as well. My production value isn't the best. I sometimes say things I probably shouldn't say on Twitter. I'm just a guy. There's a degree of authenticity to it. What Voltist's eccentricity, for better or worse, makes him charming and seem authentic. You know there's no scriptwriting room behind the stuff he does, no fleet of professional editors, and he has the aesthetic trappings of also just another guy. Maybe saying things none of the well-groomed talking heads on TV are saying. Aesthetically, maybe it feels a little punk rock, if punk rock had its brain irreversibly altered by a South American psychoactive drug. This sort of content has the aesthetics of something that's far from the halls of power, like just another guy. But as we know, What a Voltist isn't far from the halls of power. He's listened to and endorsed by what is probably the richest man in the history of mankind. I think whatever sort of vibes What a Voltist gives off, Elon Musk is into it. Elon Musk portrays himself as someone speaking truth to power, a punk rocker and eccentric rebel, despite again being the richest man in the world who had the ear of the President of the United States. But at the heart of their politics, there is no contradiction between the talking heads on TV and the insane stuff What a Voltist is saying. The core of their politics is the same. It's far-right conservatism peddling crisis narratives, defending capitalism and the rich and tearing down workers and worker movements. This brings me to the second part of why I think these people are so successful compared to other guys who are clearly better at this than them. Up until 1981 in Norway, the government had a monopoly on mass media technology like radio and TV. In 1981, the new right-wing government opened the doors to private for-profit actors to provide multiple channels on TV. For-profit actors tend to have politics that align with their profit motive. Regulations and other systems of oversight can assure these right-wing media corporations behave to an extent. This has largely worked in Norway with TV. Such regulation is virtually non-existent in the social media sphere. Elon Musk's generative AI model Grok was recently deemed too woke and biased to the left. Musk tried to correct it, and it led Grok to declare itself Mecha Hitler and post-Holocaust denial. Who owns your social media? It's shareholder investors, also known as capitalists. Examples of this would be YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, or Reddit. Sometimes they're majority owned by one man, such as Twitter, which is owned by Elon Musk, or Truth Social, which is owned by the President of the United States of America. Alternative social media includes things like Blue Sky, which is still a for-profit corporation, but a so-called public benefit corporation, who, instead of maximizing shareholder value, have a responsibility to balance this against the public good. Blue Sky had 10 million active users in the last 90 days. Compare that to some of the other platforms. According to Stacey Jo Dixon, Facebook has 3 billion monthly active users, YouTube has 2.5 billion, Reddit has 606 million, Twitter 506 million. Truth Social has something like 6 million monthly active users as of 2024. That feels comparable to Blue Sky's 10 million over 90 days. It's harder to get statistics for these two websites, and I don't know how reliable these stats are. But it's striking to me that the social media platform dedicated exclusively to the sort of American right-wing politics espoused by its owner Donald J. Trump has a comparable user base to the global website that's not totally for-profit. And mind you, it's still a for-profit website. The best we're getting is a balance between profit and responsibility. The digital landscape is a world owned by the right wing. The workplaces are owned by for-profit investors, and the politics of private profit are the politics of the right. When people like What About His talk about the leftist UN world order, understand how silly they're being. When people talk about how the left runs the media, they're lying. Especially when people like Elon Musk, a man who owns the media, says it. The politics espoused by people like me and you are diametrically opposed to the people who own the places where we speak to one another, whereas the politics espoused by people like What About Hist are supportive of the owners. The roads to the halls of power.
Yeah, in the same way that there may be a small minority of voters in Michigan who really, really want to see Democratic politicians support Israel, but they are overrepresented. They are who the Mallory McMorrows of the world, and certainly the more, even more mainstream than that, politicians of the Democratic Party are listening to. Obviously, it's not as bad as listening to Rudyard. That's fucking crazy, but also not surprising. Chat, I got an ad while I was listening, while I was peeing. I got the game where you're like a king and you shoot arrows at people, and then you go and you like set up a turret that shoots arrows, and then you set up a bigger turret, and then you get money from killing the soldiers, and then you like spend it on turrets. I got that ad. Anybody want to help me out? Like, anybody notice a relationship between having a membership, super chatting? You get less super ads when you super chat, right? Because I swear to God, I'll pay attention next time, but it flashed this little thing across the screen before I just reflexively hit continue that was like, would you like to open up monetization so that blah 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 blah, and then it said something about like ads will pause for like for people who donate. So I'm curious if that's real. It sounds too good to be true. Twitch does something like this, right? But I've never seen YouTube do it. It's frustrating too, because somebody like supports the stream. It would be great to give them less ads at the very least. Maybe give them no ads, right? Is that a Frank Zappa song? Or else ellipsis.
Are a lot shorter for those backing the people in power. It's a lot harder for those who want to see the people in power overthrown. We have to acknowledge that fact, but there's no reason to despair. Though the right wing thrives in the media ecosystem of its own creation, the actual material base of their politics, that is, the people who own the factories, shares in AI startups, and so on, are very few.
Oh my god, chat. That is maybe, the Patreon of Freda. You know what I have not announced today? The Patreon of NCC. Let's read them off really quickly. So if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out, usually at the beginning and ending of each stream. That is not what happened tonight. Let me just give it to you now, so you know who the fancy weasels are supporting. Yeah, just like the idea of the world where everything is held up by turtles. Mine is held up by weasels, and everybody that supports me at the $5 level or above gets a shout out. So let me do those now. Shouts out go to Neo Pergas. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Darvel. Shouts out to Joel Silverwood. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Xerix. There you go, chat. Those are the Patreons. Finally, it took Breda, properly thanking, their Patreons to get me to do the same to mine. But there we go. Apostrophe is a great album, especially when paired with Overnight Sensation Or was it always the same album? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, this is like my uncle music. This is like a melting not, I was gonna say CD, but it's not a CD, it's like a cartridge, a tape cartridge in the, you know, on the dashboard of a car. That's the kind of music that is. Just saw the video decoding the gurus on Hasan. Really wasn't expecting so much bad faith. That sounds interesting. God. Mucho basso. I'll keep that in mind if it's is it, you're saying it's like, is it so bad it's good? Is it that kind of deal? What am I looking for, chat? I am looking for the poll. See where the poll is right now. See what we're gonna watch next. It looks like Cars for Kids. That's gotta be Cars for Kids. Pisco is so close. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Pisco's got 3 extra points, chat. All right, so if you haven't voted already, get your vote in. If you meant to donate and change the, you know, fate of the poll by letting me know which of these topics you support so I can put your money where your mouth is, turn your donation into a bonus for you, let me know, because we're about to jump into what I believe is the next segment. Maybe the last segment, chat. How long do we have? Oh, no. We're under an hour, chat. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. I've wasted too much time already. I apologize. Wait, does that sound like the guy from the stream alert? Like, oh my god, chat. What am I doing? I should probably change some of those stream alert sounds because they get in your head. You know what I mean? They really do. If they get in my head, they're, well, probably getting in your head too. What do we have? We've got Cars for Kids. We were watching that. We were Cars for Kids. Hasan. I know it's Cars for Kids. There's Breaking Point's covering it. Do you think that Sagar is gonna call it Goyslop? Do you think he loves to drop those little edgy like dog? They really are dog whistles, right? And I don't mean dog whistle in like a super nefarious way. I mean, Sagar and Jetty were talking about, it's a signaling thing, right? He likes to say, I'm trying to remember what's the last thing I heard him say was chimp out, like that somebody was gonna chimp out, and I think it was a white person he was talking about, so he wasn't like trying to use it in but that is like literally some shit you would hear on 4chan. That is the origin of that phrase is there's a Cars for Kids channel? What the fuck? No, I'll get copyright claimed if I click on this, right? I will get, wait, Hasana, oh, that's what I had to do last time. Has to type Hasanabi to get to Cars for Kids. Which one were we watching? So this is I think this is the thing that Hasan ends up watching to explain Five-ish. Wait, Yap Dollar? There's a Yap Dollar? They really are trying to lean into like the Zoomer lingo. We were watching this, chat, just the other day. Just yesterday, I believe. We were watching I have to go into my history to find it. They keep on pushing this channel on me. Oh, look, there's oh, let's see what Matt Lieb, since Matt Lieb just signal boosted my tweet. Thank you, Matt Lieb. We appreciate you. Chat, let everybody know, let Matt Lieb know that we appreciate you, Matt. Thank you for your quote retweet. Watch Matt just like ratio my tweet, right? I think Matt just said like lol. Yeah, lol. It's gonna ratio me. I mean, he's a bigger account, yeah. But it's okay, chat. It's a good ratio. It's a positive ratio. Oh wait, isn't that what I said to Destiny, or said not to Destiny, about Destiny? I'm trying to remember where. Not there. Um, is it here? Oh, yeah, I should probably delete this one. That's not even a real tweet. That was just a tweet so I could scroll down on stream. I can't remember. Anyway, we got to get to Cars for Kids. Matt Lieb.
The CEO of Cars for Kids revealed that the charity sends $45 million a year, 60% of the funds it raises to URA. Apparently, Cars for Kids is a front for or ultra-Orthodox Jews going to Israel and for buying land in Israel, or at least buying buildings.
It's a front for money-grubbing Jews. And how could we have possibly known that, Matt?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like their mascot was a giant talking wad of money. Oops.
Guys.
Oops.
So, if you want to know about URA, their literal mascot, and this is a tweet from Ali Abunima, which is such a funny way of phrasing this. He goes, "I know you're going to think this sounds fake, but the mascot of URA, the Jewish group whose Israel junkets are funded by Cars for Kids, is an anthropomorphic stack of money named Five-ish." Ladies and gentlemen, if you are unfamiliar with Five-ish, buckle the fuck up. Here's a little bit of Five-ish entertainment for all of you.
Oh, Ari, don't feel sad. Everyone can find something special to do to prepare for Shabbos.
Shabbos is on its way. I'm doing something every day. A special something to prepare for Shabbos.
Don't make the money dance! The CEO
Painful.
of Cars for
It's painful to watch. It's painful to watch. But there we go. That's Five-ish. Yeah, everybody's been talking about this. There's been a scandal. So this was an old commercial that I guess everybody but me has seen, and it's got kids in it. They're playing musical instruments, and they're like 1877 Cars for Kids. Down now for Cars for Kids, and it gets in your head. And everybody hates it for that. But it turns out that the cars weren't really for these kids. The cars were for teenagers that wanted to go to Israel and do dating, get match made over in Israel. It was for a vacation to Israel with a matchmaker, which hopefully the matchmaker is better than the whatever contractors they used for that camp, that summer camp. Do we get to the summer camp chat? I don't know where we got. There's this. I don't want to see Sagar gloat in anti-Semitic over this shit. I'm like I said, this guy loves the Vice signal. He loves to Vice signal. But yeah, they're revealed to have been fraudulent in their advertising for the charity, and ads getting taken off, I guess. I don't know if they have to give the money back, maybe. But this has led us down a whole ass rabbit hole of this group URA that runs the Cars for Kids program. What the fuck am I looking for? I swear to God, chat, I saw a video essay. Somebody had a video essay on Cars for Kids. And it's the one that Hasan was CBS Mornings, Christopher Titus, Cars for Kids. Einstein is involved somehow. Is that Schlott? Jay Schlott? Kids for Cars? Oh no, what the fuck is that? That sounds scary. It's all scary. Chat, I can't find that. We'll see what the fucking video essay was. I thought maybe when he starts watching the video essay, I'll just switch to the video essay. So we're just watching
my attention via an episode of the Cumtown podcast.
Wait, no, that's the bot channel. Fuck the bot channel. Fuck the bot channel. We want Hasanabi clips.
Turn it off! Everybody hates this song so much to the point where most
wait.
people associate the
Is
organization
this
behind
where we
it.
The cruel
stopped off?
agony of the Cars for Kids jingle.
Chat, did we watch this yesterday? We have 49 minutes left to watch this right now, at the moment.
Enough to keep their ads on the air.
We'll see if we can turn back time a little.
Where are these cars going? And how are they?
Because I don't think we're exactly near the end of Cars for
To my
Kids.
disappointment, this was not a charity that gave children free vehicles with which to fight each other in a fashion reminiscent of the Twisted Metal games. Instead, Cars for Kids takes
That would be fucking dope. Imagine that would be
Bumper
super
cars?
cool if they were giving like 8-year-olds cars,
But
you
with
know?
weapons?
Imagine that's the reason why the guy actually sued the charity. They were like, dude, what the fuck? It was too ambiguous. I thought I was giving my Kia Sorento to an 8-year-old so he could just like, you know, engage in bumper cars. It's fucking bullshit. Bullshit.
Vehicles and flips them at auto auctions. This isn't too unusual, and is a service that many people would rather just use to get a tax break instead of going through the hassle of selling their car by themselves. Despite the pitch of helping children and tax benefits being ostensibly hard to disagree with, the
Guy who sues Cars for Kids because he thought if he gave his car up, he would get a child in exchange for the vehicle. Wait a minute. I thought I was giving my car up, and then where's my child? Where's my kid? I thought I'd get a free kid in exchange for a car.
incredibly awful jingle has made Cars for Kids a charity everyone is sort of allowed to hate. What doesn't help with that reputation gained from the jingle is learning what Cars for Kids actually does with the money they receive. See, Cars for Kids doesn't actually give to any of the children you would think of as particularly in need. That's because the kids in question are being helped not because they are in need of charity, but because they are part of a religious group. Right on the Cars for Kids website, it clarifies that. Our all-encompassing program gives Jewish children and their families the support, resources, and guidance they need to develop into productive members of the community. What the website doesn't clarify is that these...
Did we watch? I feel like we watched this. Let me know in chat if anybody, does this feel, anybody else getting the deja vu? Anyone else feeling deja vu?
Jewish kids are almost exclusively in New Jersey, the city of...
No, but it's funny because it doesn't even do that. Okay? Even that's misleading. There are other sister charity organizations or subsidiary charity organizations, which I'm sure he's going to get into in this video. But like, there are other subsidiary organizations that actually take those.
Deja vu, just the clipper I was looking for. Big Al Cake Mix, welcome in. Our top clipper on Twitch. Yeah, we're gonna try to establish a clipping complex. I know that other, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but there's Discords, content creators, clippers. They're in there coordinating something and apparently getting in trouble with Destiny. But I was like, why? When I saw that, I was like, why can't we have that with us? Not the cloak and dagger shit, but just the clipping thing. Like Queeman's got people clipping and posting his stuff. Yeah, it is a way to kind of build, I guess, like an account on Twitter for some people, for people that post other people's clips. Obviously, if you were to give me a clip, it would get a lot of exposure, but then again, I'm not monetized on Twitter either. I don't know, chat. We'll have to, I don't know how it's done. I don't know what the common practice is for clipping, but I was thinking we should get like at least a channel in Weaselcord where we coordinate the chord for coordination, not the Nick Andros and Shamu type of coordination necessarily, nor the Destiny and Dan coordination, but just the like cool coordination of, I don't know, making resources available for clips to happen. Because yeah, I realized, look, it shouldn't matter, okay, and I'm not somebody who like super cares about it, but you end up with clips on Twitch. Twitch carries clips. It's like associated with your account, and I mean, you know, we saw an example of what can kind of happen. You know, if somebody has a raid third-party app that automatically shows a random clip, and there's like no attention, and it's partially my fault too, right? Because I have, you know, I have editor power. I can erase clips, and I probably should check on that more, but I thought more than anything, it's that the clipping software or Twitch is not easy to use. So sometime I want to kind of just show people like how it's done, or at least like I'll probably actually embarrass myself. I'll be like, let me show you how it's done, everybody. I know how to clip, and I'll be like, what? Why doesn't it work? It's the last I checked, it's kind of a busted UI, but we got to figure it out, chat, because it's part of the meta, not just for Twitch, but these clips are, you know, somewhat making waves on Twitter too. So it's actually quite the opportunity both for you and for me. And I was thinking too, we could do like a badge. Like if you get a clip that has 15 views on it, then you get a badge, you get a golden ticket, and you get to go into Clipcord. Like Clipcord? Maybe you call it Clipcord. Anyway, chat, I'm going to workshop it. I'm going to think about it. Let's get into this Hasan stuff. But yeah, I guess we got to worry about it. Yeah.
Funds, and then don't even give it to the children. Don't even give it to the Jewish kids in Lakewood, New Jersey. It's just teenagers between the
Yeah, Big Al Cake Mix, you agree with me, right? Twitch's interface is terrible. And they have had so long to fix it. Terrible for clip making, absolutely. Yeah. It's tough. It's really tough. But somehow it's better than YouTube. Look, like, okay, let me be real with you, okay? How is a clip made? How would I make a clip? If I was gonna, if I specifically wanted to upload a clip to one of my channels, right? How would I make a clip? I would go to the source material, and I would download the part of the video that, or like screen record maybe even, right? Is a very easy way to download if you have OBS. Screen record the segment that I wanted to, you know, make content out of, and then edit it from there in a software like DaVinci Resolve, which is free. The non-premium version of it is free. CapCut also, I believe, works. That's what, yeah, CapCut, if you want to do like a vertical, like a shorts or TikTok type video, is usually, or even Instagram Reels, CapCut for that. But that's what I would do. That's how I normally do things. But the Twitch software, it does kind of make it easy if you just want to like on the, yeah, most people, I would assume you're not looking to like, you know, download like gigabytes of video, and you're not like, so if that's you, then the Twitch interface, that's the advantage of it there, is that you don't have to download it, you don't have to know how to edit in DaVinci or something like that. It's a little bit easier. It's a little bit more like TikTok, but imagine if TikTok sucked, right? The editing, you know, the inboard editing software on TikTok, imagine if it was like that, but it was on a PC, and it just kind of sucked. That's what we're dealing with Twitch, but we'll make it work. Anyway, let us get going. TikTok is elite, but oh yeah, they're is it CapCut or something? I feel like TikTok's editing software is also like, there's a commercial version of it or something that is like called something. I can't remember.
ages 16 and 18 in Lakewood, New Jersey, who want to go to Israel for a matchmaking opportunity in Israel. It does do tutoring and summer camps for Orthodox kids in Lakewood, I think, at least.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute. Was this the place that Tyler Oliveira went to?
All right. At least there's that.
Lakewood in particular. I was surprised to learn that Cars for Kids was Jewish at first. Growing up in Minnesota, I heard that godforsaken jingle so many times, but had never heard about Cars for Kids.
Quick correction. I know it might seem...
Yeah, that's right. There's like less editing to make the clip concise on Twitch. YouTube actually has a clipping function too, but I don't even know. It feels like one of those things that YouTube tried to implement and never fully did. So I've never seen. Somebody also told me that they didn't have the option to clip my content, and I thought that was weird because maybe I think I don't know. Chat, is it? Maybe there's something where you have to be a member now. I don't know, or I have to have something turned on my end. Anyway, we'll figure this out. Let's watch Cars for Kids. Let me know if you got deja vu here, because I think we might have watched this part of this at least.
Seem like it's not a big deal, but teens are kids. I think it's important to be totally consistent on this.
Oh,
Because
this is the part 2. Part 1 involved is about their of this video. Wait, of Ura's involvement in the Iran war? What?
it's dangerous to think teens aren't children when we're talking about child marriage and or pedophilia. Thank you for... Yeah, except they don't have even teenagers on the fucking ad. They have little babies on the ad, okay? They have like barely babies on the ad. They could have said cars for teens, but they chose kids instead.
Kids from my Jewish friends, or saw any indication that any of the people at the Jewish community center I went to were supporting this seemingly omnipresent Jewish charity. It turns out I wasn't the only one in Minnesota that was confused by this. An investigation by the Minnesota Attorney General's office found that Cars for Kids spent essentially none of its raised money from Minnesota in the state on anything more than more ad buys. Cars for Kids has done a few programs helping the wider community. This mostly seems to manifest in handing out coats, basketballs, and developing an app that reminds you not to leave your children in a hot car. Looking at their website, these programs are either in Newark, New York City, or Philadelphia. Conveniently, no more than...
That sounds literally like contingencies, just to avoid whatever kind of like legal scrutiny might come your way, where you're just like, wow, well, we did this too. Look. God, so many charities are just absolute dog shit, okay? So many charities, man. What the hell?
A day trip from the headquarters of Cars for Kids in New Jersey. But this is all, at best, a half-assed attempt to argue on a technicality. In reality, 92% of the organization's cash is sent directly to another charity, URA, located in Lakewood, New Jersey and run by Cars for Kids founder Eliyahu Mintz. There is functionally no difference between Cars for Kids and URA outside of paperwork and advertising. As a side note, I wouldn't feel qualified to write about this if I was just talking about URAs. I'm not a member of the Jewish community, nor have I had any personal interactions with Jewish people that prompted me to write this. The truth is that URA forfeited the deniability of being a religious organization, both when it got most of its money from Cars for Kids, and when it didn't even register as one for tax purposes. URA doesn't offer its services to Jewish people outside the greater New York and New Jersey metro area. Less than 1% of the money stays in other states that donate, and besides, any charity that is going to subject us to that awful jingle would already be one under intense legal scrutiny in a just system. I've actually been passively familiar with URA for a few years now. Like an unfortunately large number of things in my life, URA originally came to my attention via an episode of the Cumtown podcast. Now
No! Hey, that is crazy, bro. Oh my God. This is one of those things where you just don't admit it. You don't admit it. You just keep that to yourself. I mean, I know
Did we get to the Cumtown part yet? I don't remember.
Brought it up as a joke earlier that this is like a very famous Cumtown bit, but god damn, dude, that's crazy.
I'll get to what part of URA was in that clip specifically, but if you know, you know.
Putting my
URA
hat
is
on.
itself a modern Orthodox Jewish charity that services said community.
Putting my protective hat on here, okay? For plausible
Orthodox
deniability.
Judaism is defined by maintaining Orthodox traditions while still interacting with the modern world as it is. This is different from ultra-Orthodox or Haredi Judaism, whose adherents self-segregate from broader society to maintain their beliefs as authentically as possible. In terms of services offered, URA seems to focus mainly on surprise.
10 years ago, people would be shocked to learn that you would listen to a show called Cumtown. Now is normal. It was an ongoing bit in my community where I'd always go, what's Cumtown? That sounds kind of strange. And people would be like, oh, son, aren't you friends with Nick Mullen, Adam Friedland, and Stavros Halkias? Because like people would always try to be like, well, you're not woke. Like you're friends with these guys and they do anti-woke comedy. And I was like, what's Cumtown? Like that was the joke. Be like, what, Seaman Village? I don't know what you're talking about. Because like all of these fucking...
That being said, like, don't go to Cumtown and expect it to be Chapo Trap House, especially at like old Cumtown. I don't even know. I almost feel like maybe Nick, if not also Adam's politics have like evolved since then. Like, I mean, there will be segments that you would turn down because you'd be afraid if anybody heard what you were listening to, they'd think you were really racist. But it's just like, yeah, it's a bit different than Chapo and Hasan. I mean, the point of the bits are not racism, but like if you don't like the idea of Nick Mullen, constantly doing black voice, then yeah, maybe Cumtown might not be your cup of tea. I mean, all of those people still exist. They're doing different projects now.
Weirdo edge communities with...
But yeah, they have that kind of humor where they will like, it's like, no, we gotta cross the line. No, we gotta say, no, like, it's not funny if you don't say the slur. Like, not to say the slur like that they mean it, but to like have that be part of the bit. I would have gone to Cumtown thinking it would be like Chapo. Yeah, it's I mean, none of it is like, I wouldn't say that there's like any right-wing perspective there. It's just gratuitously edgy. It's a bit gratuitous.
Constantly try to like present me as this like reactionary because I was friends with the Cumtown guys.
The younger generation, although not exclusively. This focus makes sense given that Orthodox families have more children on average than any other Jewish denomination in America, and the community has a general distrust of public institutions. They need a lot of cars to pay for these kids. It's for this reason that the charity exists, supposedly.
I mean, sometimes it's just funny, like what if Jeff Goldblum wanted to fuck the dinosaur on Jurassic Park, and then sometimes it's like, something sometimes it's like, what if Homer became alt-right, started slipping down the alt-right rabbit hole
as a means to provide the Orthodox community with help raising children through programs like day camp. I say supposedly because URA is unique even among shady charities for how strange it is. High-rise apartments, strip malls, and even mixed-use development in Jerusalem. Cars for Kids is already known to have some assets that are tangentially related to kids at best. When I looked at the tax returns for the two charities, a lot more than just buildings started to come up. I'll give you a rundown of a couple interesting finds.
I love how often the word shock gets used in your commentary in your chat, leading into the silliness of the dog collar thing. No, shocking is
a lot of slurs. Yeah, certainly no homophobic slurs directed at Adam, right?
Like a normal word that people use. You're just hyper focused on it because you think that it's like a thing that we're fearful of or something. It's just a word, man.
One property that URA owns is 985 Clare Drive in Lakewood, New Jersey. According to tax records, URA acquired this property in 2015. What's interesting is that the last time 985 Clare Drive was sold on the market was in 2009, according to...
A storm is coming, Homa. I can't. Can I do Marge? I can't. A storm is... I can't do it. Why do I think I have a Marge? I don't think I've ever done Marge. Homer, a storm is coming, Homer. And then Homer's like, Marge, I am the storm. Trust the plan.
Redfin. The property also isn't a facility, it's a single-family home. It's not the only single-family home owned by URA either. 851 Morris, 624 Vine, 107
we saw this part, didn't we?
119 Rutgers, all bought in 2008. All but one off the market since then. 107 was sold in 2022 for $85,000 more than the tax-assessed value. I don't know what these are being used for, but the fact that Google Street View doesn't show any signs that these buildings are being converted into a non-residential role makes me think that there might be more going on. Another revelation from these forms is how much profit this nonprofit makes. 2021 revenue was $77,977,049, up 62.5% from the previous year, while expenses of $28,251,610 represented a mere 7% rise. These numbers aren't unprecedented. Look at pretty much any college in the US, but still raise questions. More specifically, it makes you wonder what that $34 million in cash is doing just sitting there. For that, I have at least a partial answer. URA hosts a yearly charity auction in a live stream telethon format. During this telethon, URA gives out several prizes, many of them straight up cash, in a format that they call an auction, but is really just a raffle. Interspersing these auctions is a character I knew I was going to have to talk about eventually, and filled me with a sense of dread.
Dread, yeah.
I already mentioned it earlier, but it's time to talk about Five-ish.
Uh-oh.
Five-ish is something else. As alluded to previously, I first heard about Five-ish from the then Cumtown podcast. Five-ish was being discussed because, well, this is what Five-ish looks like. Five-ish is a giant $5 bill with cartoon eyes and giant Mickey Mouse-like limbs. Essentially, he is sort of like the mascot of URA, who goes around to their events and serves as what I think is supposed to be a sort of comic relief character. To a friend of mine who was on that episode of the aforementioned podcast, this is like
the best steel man I could provide for this is that maybe the idea is that, well, yeah, it's like, I think we did we watch this yesterday, because I feel like I said the same thing, that like there is a style of humor where you like make fun of like anti-Semitic tropes and done, you know, by a competent comic. It's I don't know, redemptive, but done by Rabbi Shmuley, you literally just look like a anti-Semitic stereotype, and that is what this shit. That is the category I would file this shit into.
If the expendables of anti-Semitism came together to make something to make fun of Jews. URA really likes using Five-ish. This isn't a mascot I dug up from years ago or something they tested out in a couple videos. Like, they really fucking love Five-ish. They love Five-ish so much that...
Is this a Nazi group? This is a Jewish charity. This is... I mean, I already gave you the fucking warning ahead of time. I was like, this is not like...
Davi, you mean like what Freda said about the difference between integrating the colonized nation into your economic sphere versus like that? Larry David's career essentially an anti-Semitic stereotype. Coming from a place of love, true, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like look, the edgier that you want to be, the funnier that you need to be. And no, this doesn't go for just being an asshole or a racist or whatever. It's like
Groypers didn't come up with this, okay?
I mean, there are very edgy jokes that like fall into the category of gallows humor or the like that that could come off offensive if they're not like the humor is not executed.
How does it feel knowing you've done this for years and the only legacy you have is that you're the guy who shocked his dog on stream?
Yeah, Freda was like talking about like saying like the difference between colonialism and colonization. Is that what you're talking about, Davi?
All you'll be remembered for, eat a bag of dicks. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be the case, buddy.
Only if they were like wasabi flavored dicks.
But thank you for watching.
I'm sorry, chat. I just ate wasabi popcorn.
They have Five-ish as a plushie, Five-ish on a hat.
If you keep repeating it to yourself,
if you mix wasabi flavored popcorn with nori flavored popcorn, then it tastes like sushi flavored popcorn.
maybe it'll be the case though. Keep dreaming, dream machine.
President Five-ish, the Five-ish car, or Five-ish mobile.
I mean, there's definitely is a tradition of not recognizing like Arab achievements, or yeah.
Really shitty CGI Five-ish.
I mean, this isn't exactly an achievement here, but
Five-ish in Israel on the news. Five-ish.
Oh, that's the CGI Five-ish? Five-ish being accosted because he looks like an anti-Semitic stereotype. Maybe?
They have Five-ish is a plushie, Five-ish on a hat.
If you keep repeating it to yourself, maybe it'll be the case, though. Keep dreaming, dream machine.
President Five-ish, the Five-ish car, or Five-ish mobile. Really shitty.
That looks like fucking Five-ish as the Peter Weller character from The Naked Lunch. Jane, it's bug powder.
CGI Five-ish. Five-ish in Israel on the news. Five-ish in Israel being harassed by other Orthodox Jews.
They hurt you. Teddy's gonna hurt you.
They're gonna fold him up. They're gonna fold him right up.
And upload it to the Ura channel, by the way. This is not like, again, this wasn't like a random site.
They like, did they it's not a random sighting. Yeah, they like, so they had the Five-ish person walk around on the street to interact with like people in the neighborhood. And surprise, surprise, people in the neighborhood were like, what is that thing doing here? What, like,
and then they filmed it, and then maybe some like weirdos got their hands on it. Like, all of this is uploaded to the Ura channel. I showed you one of them already. Okay, I showed you one of them already. I need you to understand. This is Ura, the subsidiary under the Cars for Kids, like the funnel for Cars for Kids, is a Jewish charity. Okay.
oh shit, chat, 22 minutes left. This might be the last segment of the evening on
You
Five-ish.
should schedule your appointment for 2:30. Why can't you be a cute chatter like this, like you are in the fucking in the Hitler coalition, you know? Dude is obsessed with Asmund every now and then, so no argument made. I suspect Asmongold is live, and he's probably reacting to a video of mine, which is why this guy came in here to say this, right? Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, mass arrest any day now, buddy.
Five-ish and his Five-ish family being washed ashore and threatened by the military of Panama, being partially led by a knockout version of the Prince from Frozen. Okay, why don't I start there at that last one? So,
What?
commissioned or produced, I couldn't find exactly if it was done in-house, these animations featuring Five-ish. The intent is children's programming, which
You're in the
Ura
thumbnail?
refers to as schmorg, as in
Yeah. Mr. Yep. Mr. I never talk. Mr. Asmund never talks about Hasan. Hasan only talks about Asmongold. Boom. Always in the thumbnail, baby. Always. Every damn day.
Wait a minute.
smorgasbord.
Okay, look, it's my understanding that don't thumbnails on Twitch, aren't they usually live thumbnails? Twitch viewers, I'm asking for your input here. Thumbnails for Twitch streams, are they not live thumbnails? And that one looks like a live thumbnail too. I mean, it might not be one. There is a way to like upload a thumbnail for a stream, but I'm not sure if it works while the stream is live. Like if I started a stream and I uploaded a thumbnail, would it just stay there, or would it override the live thumbnail? I'm not sure.
The most interesting schmorg is one that is 38 minutes long and
Wait,
involves the
schmorgtails?
aforementioned military of Panama. So the video starts, and after
Okay, I never understood like a bite, right? Is what a is.
See 3 boys walk out of their bullet-ridden school onto the sidewalk. 2 of the boys stop as the 3rd boy asks where they're going. They say,
"We're going to visit Five-ish."
As all 3 boys blink their porcelain doll eyes to mimic human behaviors, a Cars for Kids branded taxi drives past and the scene moves on to another intro, except this one transitions into
The intros look like commercials. Like I feel like I'm gonna be advertised either like travel packages or maybe crypto or something, right? With the Ura logo.
a theme song, an incredibly long theme song. In fact, I did some napkin math to find out that this theme song is a little under 2 minutes. For context, that is longer than the 1 minute, 36-second intro.
Five-ish is just a Brace Belden lead psyop. You know, we never really proved that Foreskin Man was not a Brace Belden op. Has Foreskin Man and Brace Belden ever been in the same room at the same time? Like,
of the syndicated version of Twin Peaks. If you include the cold intro, it is about
it looks like Skibbity Biden.
as long as the intro to Band of Brothers, and only 10
More.
seconds
It's another intro.
history, which is the cut intro to Twin Peaks. Look, it's a long intro.
Schmorgtails.
Rest in peace, David Lynch. The 3 boys finally arrive at Five-ish's house, where they inform him that they have anxiety that they won't be able to attend the yeshiva, religious school, that they want. There doesn't seem to be an inciting incident, really, or a stated reason that these boys are nervous. Nevertheless, Five-ish regales them with the story of when my friends and I were really scared. Now, even though this sounds like Five-ish is about to tell these whiny kids
That
about
one
his time in prison,
kid on the left looks like young Elon Musk. Kid in the middle reminds me of someone, like maybe it's a school shooter. I'm not sure.
That is unfortunately not the direction it goes. Five-ish is dropped off at the airport, does his Catskills material.
Wait. You forgot your change.
Change? What do you mean change? I need a change? Well, I mean, everybody could use a little bit of change. I'm not saying that, but I mean, how much do I really need to change?
No,
And enters the building. Then, Five-ish is accosted by this overbearing TSA worker, who then waves him through. The worker then starts talking with another, more anthropomorphic Five-ish, who is bringing a kosher meal on the plane.
Oh shit, that reminds me of that looks a little bit like the AI Peter Weller Five-ish. This is different though. This should be like the I don't know, the another you know how fucking Cronenberg, he always hires the same actors. Like movie after movie after movie, you will recognize the same people. It's like almost like he only works with like certain people. But I guess he can because he's Cronenberg. Yo, you're honk indeed, Lord Fritos. Thank you for rating in. What am I saying? God, I'm so mixed up here, chat. Thank you for resubscribing. That is 76 months. That is, oh God. Yeah, I feel like people that have like really long-term subs, we need to add that, Maya. We need to add that one last level. We're almost done with that freaking game. The game that I started in 2020 or 2021 and finished almost all of, but then my computer crashed and I lost the saves. This is Durstürmer for version of Garfield.
But is told it looks too much like a bomb. They then strike up a conversation about what yeshiva they went to for some reason. What makes this so bizarre is, for lack of a better term, it's sort of unskilled racism. Let me try to explain. So the TSA worker speaks with some kind of accent.
Wes Anderson does that, same actors all the time. I mean, I guess it's just like once you get used to it, then you like enjoy it. You're like, oh, when is this actor or this actress gonna come? Oh, I bet he's gonna use this person.
I say some kind because it's not.
Five-ish looks like an anti-Semitic caricature. It is super weird. Yeah, that's what we've been saying, right? This is the mascot for the company that runs Cars for Kids, which was just revealed. It turns out the cars are not for kids. They're for 17 and 18-year-olds who want to go on Israel trips. That's what they're actually raising funds for. The commercial doesn't divulge that. I think the state of California is taking the ads off the air as a result. So, you know, we started to look into this deep dive of, you know, what this Cars for Kids thing was about. And yeah, it led us to Five-ish. And yes, a $5 bill, an anthropomorphic $5 bill being chased around by Jewish children does look extremely anti-Semitic. This is like, and I tried to, you know, steelman it or like imagine like, you know, what kind of like, you know, is this like, are they making fun of anti-Semitism? Is this like some kind of a, but no, it's weird. And everything about Ura is weird too. Everything going on with Ura turns out to be really weird and sus.
Not clear what stereotype this man is supposed to represent. He wears a yarmulke, which would imply he's Jewish, but he also punctuates his sentences with Arabic terms like Habibi.
Habibi, look at me. Do I look like a stewardess?
His accent is so thick that it could either be
No, that's Israeli. No, that's a Israeli. That is an Israeli Arab Jew. Like that's what the. It's not that confusing when you are a little bit more in tune with what's going on. You're so lame and so is your entire fan base. You just sit in your chair and react to bullshit. John Pork is scalding. Yeah. Asmongold's chest down the line, chatter.
Oh yeah. And thank you, Lord Fratus, for turning back time for us. Did that work? Did that happen? It seems like it added 6 minutes. It's supposed to, chat. If anybody subs and it doesn't add 6 minutes, feel free to ask me for a refund. I will gladly comply.
Famously,
we'll do it live. John Pork mentioned, what is that the character from of the guy from Mad Men was in this like other show? Is that who that is?
I'm known famously for sitting around and reacting to shit and never going outside.
Israeli
Thank
or
you.
some kind of approximation of Arabic. I say this because there's another Fiverr sketch showing an Arab terrorist going through security without issue. I think this man is supposed to be an overbearing Arab who accosts Five-ish who wants to bring a kosher meal on, but then they forgot and decided to add in some dialogue that makes him seem Israeli. After this, the Five-ishes get on their flight with El Al, the largest Israeli airliner, which then promptly crashes into the ocean because
That's John Hamm. Yeah, I just know him from the meme. What is that show called again?
of engine breakage.
I literally only know the meme.
For everyone. I know I should have done Hatavas Chawain this morning.
Oh my god. That's kind of traumatic for
It's
kids.
funny because they clearly did not consult El Al for this, as most airlines do not like to be shown crashing into the ocean. In fact, this is sort of the main things airlines don't want people to think of when it comes to them. It then cuts to the French-British island colony of Bingsalou, which has the Panamanian flag for some reason. It's never really explained why the colony is both French and British. Maybe it's a Quebec situation. The island is ruled by some sort of 17th century colonial merchant who I'll call the king, and an Xbox 360 version of the prince from Frozen named Franco. The king is being entertained by scuba divers who are hitting a ball that literally just has the default texture on it. No, I'm not kidding.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be
Just the default texture from...
No, wait. It's in Mad Men. That the meme is from Mad Men. Wait, how long did Mad Men go on for? I thought it was a different show with the same actor where he's like at a club.
Gary's mod.
Yes, that was wonderful. Let me see you slam that volleyball into the pool again. In with your toes. And go all the way to the nose.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? In with the toes and go all the way to the nose? Does that like jump into the water? What? Wait, they're talking about slamming the volleyball. What the fuck is that? You don't know the meme? This Mad Men season had 7 seasons. Maybe that's it. Maybe it got how far in like what time what year did it get to?
That is disgusting. There's sort of an implication that the king is getting a sexual thrill out of this, even though it just looks
I don't
like
understand what the
CGI
fuck
tech demo. I also have to mention that
John, yeah, your friends and neighbors. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's from your friends and neighbors is the meme. But yeah, he's the guy from. But wait, John Hamm is the actor?
Franco seems to have a tribal tattoo on his jacket for some reason. We never really get to see his back fully, so I can't be entirely certain, but it seems
Oh my god, he does. Why does he have a tribal tattoo in the back of his jacket?
It's like someone decided to add a sick-ass mid-2000s tribal tat for...
It's probably a curse. He probably got cursed and that tattoo appeared, and so like he has to get uncursed for it to disappear. And for that to happen, they have to strip him.
Literally no reason.
No, wait, it's on the
Anyway,
it's on
the Five-ish plane crashed into the ocean with a thematically consistent,
It's not a tattoo, it's
horrifically
like
tragic
a,
five
but it looks,
survivors. There are actually people on the plane, by the way, real humans that... Wait, is that Go Animate? No, I swear to fucking God, they use Go Animate assets on this.
I never knew that. I only know him as Don Draper. And what is his name from the other show?
I don't even know how that's easier, honestly. They didn't animate them. They just loved the Go Animate assets so much that they need them to be there. I just had to mention that, I'm sorry. Anyway, the Five-ishes wash up on the beach, sing a song, and get reprimanded.
What did they get reprimanded for?
Prepare for war. The French.
The next most interesting thing to happen is when Lord Farquaad shows up. A lot of exposition occurs, there's a song, yada yada yada. The Five-ish congregation finds themselves trapped at the royal palace, where, after a musical number...
Wait a minute. Let me explain.
What the fuck is going on? I thought this was about a charity. Chatter, I don't know how to explain this to you, but it's still about the charity. Yeah. No, this is... I mean, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that, like, which one was the cult that did an anime? Like, that made that anime, the Japanese cult, Fun Times, Happy Fun Times, or whatever. Basically, this is the Orthodox Jewish version of that, where, remember, we started today by talking about Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids... oh yeah, Shinrikyo, Shinrikyo. So basically, here's what happened. Okay, I'm gonna start from the beginning just to, help people catch up. Cars for Kids is a charity with a very famous jingle, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids has been sued all around the country in different state courts for misleading people who have, donated their cars into believing that they're donating their cars to help children in, underserved neighborhoods or whatever. Turns out Cars for Kids actually takes all of those funds and puts 92% of those funds into a Jewish charity called URA. Most of the money is spent not even on children. Some of it is spent specifically on Jewish children in Lakewood, New Jersey. But most of the money actually goes to URA, which is spent on taking Jewish Orthodox kids who are between the ages of 16 and 18 on birthright trips for matchmaking purposes to Israel. Okay? And this is one of the creative materials that URA has designed. I don't know for what reason. I don't know why they thought that this was a good way to like promote the charity or anything like that. But basically, URA has a character called...
Well, as far as misused funds, I mean, that may be another allegation against URA. Cars for Kids is the individual charity. Its commercial is kids playing musical instruments, like kids. They're like 10 years or younger, or maybe a little older, right? But they're definitely like kids, right? And so, it doesn't really tell you what the charity is going to. Yeah, I guess this is the misuse of funds, right? Because it doesn't really tell you exactly what it's going to, but it's just like Cars for Kids. Like, what would you expect? Like a children's hospital or something wrong. It's going to for scholarships for this one particular neighborhood in New Jersey to send modern Orthodox kids to Israel on a vacation, right? That's the kids that it's for, the 17 and 18-year-old kids, right? Which, I mean, I guess they're minors. Some of them would be minors. But yeah, it's definitely not. So the state of California said that you can't like raise funds with this commercial and then use it for this purpose, right? It's misuse of funds. So that's just the Cars for Kids thing. And because the attention is on Ura, who runs Cards for Kids, people are like looking at other stuff that Ura does, like this Five-ish cartoon and these summer camp. Did we get into the summer camps, chat? The summer camp thing is one of the most disturbing parts. They run Jewish summer camps in the Catskills, and apparently these facilities are, I guess, have been deemed dangerous in some way. And so they've tried to make claims like that, oh, it's not really an overnight camp, when it clearly is. You know, there's no way that kids are going home to, like, you know, New York and New Jersey, considering how far out the camp is. So there's just like all this shit that Ura's that is connected to the Cars for Kids misuse of funds case.
Five-ish. It's a $5 bill. It's an anthropomorphic $5 bill that runs around.
And yeah, one of the problems is they're like taking charity money and then they turn around and what are you going to do with the charity money? Put kids in danger. Good job, Ura.
All over the state of Israel, and there's a bunch of like Orthodox Jewish kids in the state of Israel that like chase him around. It feels fake.
They won't even spend enough of the money to keep the kids safe.
I mean, it's a money funneling operation. It sounds like an unbelievably anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, except it's just a thing that's been happening. And since more people are aware of it now, I just wanted to give you a little bit more background into it.
With a song! Hit it! New England clam chowder or gefilte fish, it's not too difficult to call. Why eat crab cakes or octopus instead of soup with matzo balls?
Get beckoned by a man named Moshe, a quote Jew just like you. This confirms that Five-ish is
wait, that sounds sus.
Religion and that Ura wants children.
Does he introduce himself that way? It sounds like he's like
that money can indeed.
It sounds like he's lying.
Become Jewish.
Also, he low key.
They don't like Jews here, which you would think is a prejudice.
Okay, no, this guy's raising all kinds of red flags. I don't trust this guy. I don't trust Moshe.
Would fall away after a while, but apparently is very deeply held. There also isn't any mention by any other islander made about Jews, which makes me think that Moshe is just a guy who.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Moshe kind of looks like a Nazi. I don't know why they made him dress like that. But okay, so. For those of you just tuning in now, okay, so we created, I explained to you Five-ish, which is the character that Ura created. It's a Jewish charity, Jewish organization, and yeah, he looks like Hirohito, but that's a totally separate point. These Jewish $5 bills, these Orthodox Jewish $5 bills are flying to Israel, and then the plane crashes, okay, and they land on an island. Now they're on the island, and there's a guy on the island who's like, my name is Moshe, I'm Jewish just like you. And everybody on this island hates the Jews. Okay, this is supposed to be something that you know, I guess kids are watching, and for some reason, I don't know.
There also isn't any mention by any other islander made about Jews, which makes me think that Moshe is just a guy who sucks and is disliked for different reasons and just attributes it to anti-Semitism. I also wanted to mention that Moshe's outfit is weirdly specific. Not in its details, those are fairly scant, but the fact that it seems to include an Austro-Hungarian military ski cap for some reason, I found very bizarre. I don't note this because it's particularly important, but rather because it raises questions as to where they got his model from. Of all the models on all the asset stores, why it was an Austrian mountaineer circa 1915 that was chosen, I have no idea. Why instead did they not choose any other kind of generic soldier? And why did they choose something that I only recognize because I play way too many Hearts of Iron 4 mods? Anyway, the Five-ish I, anyway, try to escape before being captured and taken back to chicken wire fences.
Get in there with the chickens. Where you belong.
Which is another thing about this lost colony I found.
Was Farquaad this dark in Shrek?
Strangely reminiscent of the industrial nature of the Holocaust.
I don't remember that.
Five-ishes are going to be put on
this look seriously, chat. Some of this is like giving me like Cronenberg movie vibes.
Helicopter piloted by.
This is like you know, Existenz here. They're building the biological game consoles
Boris, another
that go up inside you. Isn't that a great way to play video games, chat? With the instead of like, you know, just playing the console goes inside you.
Swoops down to announce their rest. In exchange, the islanders are offered a large chest of coins that the king is told are apparently edible.
They're very good, Your Highness. You'll like them.
Why does he
I don't
sound
trust
like
this
that?
guy.
He does not. I'm sorry. Moisha, yes, Jewish name. Okay. Doesn't look Jewish at all. Kind of looks like he might hate the Jews. And also on top of that is dressed up in a very weird garb and doesn't sound in any way, shape, or form like this is a villain. This is the most anti-Semitic animation I've ever seen.
Dr. Hubs, is that from Shrek or is that from this? Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
If you laugh, you're anti-Semitic, and I'll unfollow. I'm not laughing. I'm dead serious about this. None of this is weird to me. None of this is strange in any way, shape.
That's from Shrek
or form.
All right, chat. We got 5 minutes left on the thing. I don't know how much left this I'm going to be able to watch. Again, it's your donos that keep us alive. Whether it's super chat, super sticker, if you got yourself a membership, if you give it a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, which
I think this is normal.
He looks like Hamid Karzai. That's the former prime minister of Afghanistan, right?
And good.
The U.S. puppet.
Shiny, valuable.
It is getting
edible.
I don't know.
It is getting, as iStrain Haver says, unintentionally interesting. But we may have to leave it here. I don't know. We'll see.
Just a raffle. It's almost comically corrupt in terms of prizes offered to the point where it's basically just gambling. Just as I watched the 5-ish TV show, I also watched the 5-ish
Abdul
charity.
7409 super chatted $5. Good morning, sunrise.
Good timing, sunrise. Let me save us from the end of the stream here for 5 more minutes. Look at that. 5 extra minutes. And yeah, it feels like this is the anti-Semitic climax. There may be another climax in this, but it'll be more of a narrative climax. They are giving some kind of raffle, like fundraiser, but the prizes, well, you'll see, right?
From 2020.
It's a little Persona 2. No, in Persona 2, you get tokens. And you trade them in for items. That's more like Chuck E. Cheese. I guess this is more inappropriate.
23 and recorded what
Are kids playing this stuff? Are kids like
happened during it.
Is there like an age limit? No, they're saying like Mr. and Mrs. and like
I've been to a couple charity auctions myself. My memory consists mainly of watching people bid on gift baskets, memorabilia, or gift cards to sums of maybe $300 at the most. They were social events, either for a public school or a local nonprofit, where donors came to mingle. URA also does charity auctions, but the way they organize these events is in another galaxy compared to my experience and the experience of many others. I'm just going to cover the auction and telethon for now, but the online auction is both the easiest and hardest to explain. So it's not unheard of to pick up an item at a charity auction for below market rate. That's sometimes the incentive. For example, you buy a rare baseball card that got donated to a charity auction. There's some upsides to the benefiting institution in terms of taxes and ease of processing. URA takes it to a completely new level. URA.
Wait. So it's an auction. It's an auction. It's not a raffle. Wait, is it a raffle? I thought they said it was more like a raffle. I'm confused, chat. Do you call in and bid on a prize, or do you call in, or do you buy tickets for different prizes? But just wait till you hear what the prizes are. It's like it just makes me wonder, like how any of this is even legal.
Like I said, they're basically a sweepstakes or raffle where donors buy tickets that are then randomly drawn. The other main difference is the prizes. Where others have donated items with somewhat subjective market price, URA charity auctions seem to primarily have a different kind of prize. Cash, not collectible buffalo nickels, not a $2 bill signed by Richard Nixon. Large sums of money that URA gives to its winner. Of the 49 potential prizes, 15 of them were just money. That doesn't include the other prizes, many of which were just a step removed from being a transfer of money. Here's a list of the auction items that you can win for as little as $5 that are just straight up, undeniably money. In fact, one host points out that
I don't think this is funny at all. I'm visibly shaking my head.
One winner spent $500 on tickets and made their money back 100 times over. Here's a short list.
50-50 style raffle, like,
cash.
looked marathonish.
It's a gift card. 5-ish cash, which is $5,555. $100,000 bonus.
Oh my god, chat, in Thai, that means 5555. It means ha 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 ha. It's text speak. When you're texting somebody in Thai, instead of laughing, you say 55555 because the number 5 in Thai is ha.
$50 a day for 6 months for $9,000.
He's dying. 5-ish is dying. How is this funny? The anthropomorphic $5 5-ish is dying. They are literally burying it under dollar bills.
Wait, but he also looks like he's enjoying, like, that it's like an orgy of money, maybe? Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, chat. That's like not a regular look, right? Isn't that like more of a... This like, I don't know, chat. It seems inappropriate. Again, like, is it the auction maybe is for not kids then?
Oh, you think that's funny? I don't.
In total.
He's drowning in money. They're killing him. He's suffocating.
MasterCard. Weekly each. $100 a week for 1 year, or $5,200. $36,000.
It looks like he's literally gasping for air as he's being crowd crushed. Like, oh, save me!
That check, which is $6,130. Investment portfolio, parentheses, $10,000. $18,000 cash.
That's 18,000 pounds.
Allows you to pick one of 5 hidden cards, each worth $5, $50, $500, $5,000, or $50,000. Yearly cash. 1,000 every year for 10 years, for a total of 10,000.
He does look to be gooning. Well, hopefully it's not his family. Those are $20 bills, right? Are 5-ishes all 5s? I saw a 20 in there.
Choice items from that.
So it's a heterogeneous mix of
an Amazon spree.
different denominations.
Expenses. 6 prizes are a trip to Israel, either for a holiday or just covering the ticket price of a dozen people. 11 prizes are what I would consider to be desirable for most people, even outside the community Ura serves. These include items such as a Toyota Sienna, fine silver, or a vacation anywhere. I also have to mention what is by far the strangest item in the last list on that count, which is $8,500 that goes towards a bunker or safe room on your property. Well, myself, a Gentile, I never felt like having a secured bunker in your backyard is something that would be more appealing to the Jewish people I know. I mean, if I got offered a bunker for $5, would I turn it down? The answer doesn't have much to do with my ethnicity or religion.
It depends. Can you have like parties in the bunker?
And really is just more a question of how cool I think having a bunker would be. The final 7 items are the only one I could find that were related to the local Orthodox community. These include things like a Sefer Torah and a year of $200
No, I'm not. No.
Every week towards Shabbos.
No.
One prize among these is the so-called Loser's Prize, which is a limited edition.
Bunkers suck? What about like I want one that's like the Paris catacombs. Could I get a bunker like that? Do they have that variety? Could I just buy like a section of the Paris catacombs maybe?
Sweatshirt, which
actually would kind of suck. It would kind of suck actually. Yeah, no, that's not a good place to have a party.
Features 5.
They do have parties there.
I'm a winner. Ura 2023 auction. Another part of the live stream that I want.
Oh my god, chat, we are running out of time.
Organization that shows up halfway through, and by being an Ura organization,
2 minutes left, actually less.
Apparently, one that is funded by Cars for Kids. Rebbitzins, I think I'm pronouncing that right, is a site that
what are we watching? Like a marathon? Oh, like a marathon. That's what you meant by a marathon. It's like a marathon fundraiser, like Jerry, the thing where they do the guy that is a comic and he raises money for muscular dystrophy or something. Jerry Seinfeld, I think his name is.
It's the traditional Orthodox Jewish shidduch, where young singles are matched with each other by members of the community. For a religious group that is strictly divided along gender lines and does not evangelize its
Jerry's Kid thing, what, the Grateful Dead?
The shidduch is a method for maintaining this tight social cohesion. In essence, the shidduch system,
the parking lot economy,
is one of the only institutional
Oh,
forms
that's the muscular dystrophy thing. Jerry's kids. Okay.
of arranged marriage still in the United States. The shidduch is also a model that is in crisis. Creatively named the shidduch crisis, many in the Orthodox community fear that there is a decline in the number of marriages overall, which is being spearheaded by a drop in shidduch marriages. Looking into this, the conclusion that I saw reached by observers is that a high dropout rate of the religion picking its...
Would you turn down a free bunker? Never. I'm pro bunker, Enver Hoxha style. Okay.
Jerry Seinfeld from The Nutty Professor.
Okay. Yes. Ura, Enver Hoxha, we're bunker maxing.
How far did we get through this chat? We're running out of time.
Partner pick for you, as technology tears down more social barriers, are contributing to this crisis. Men are also less willing to marry, which combines with the higher male tendency for leaving Orthodox Judaism to make women in the shidduch system much more susceptible to being objectified, both by potential partners and often the woman's own parents, trying to sell her in a buyer's market. Rebbitzin seeks to fix part of that crisis by providing a more...
This is marketed towards American Jews? No. No, not even. This is just marketed towards American Jews in an Orthodox community in Lakewood, New Jersey. Okay? I mean, there are plenty of American Jews in this chat. Ask them if they've either ever heard of this or if this would be in any way, shape, or form appealing to them. And you will very quickly find out the answer is fuck no. Why would like a random, like, think about the American Jews that have been on my broadcast. Like, think about presenting this to Felix Biederman or Noah Colwyn to be like, hey, would this be appealing for you? Would you like random bunker in Tel Aviv? And then they'd be like, no.
There's 25 minutes left of this. Damn, chat. All right. I don't know. I thought for a second it was going to start to get good, but yeah, it's like more of the same. It's just like a scummy org that like mischaracterized their fundraising, and then you look at other things that they're doing. I don't know why their entertainment arm, it seems to be like run by Rabbi Shmuley, trying to make some weird esoteric point on like, this is what you look like when you're anti-Semitic. See, ridiculous. It's like, yes, you look ridiculous, Rabbi Shmuley. You do look ridiculous. I don't know if you're making the point that you think that you're making. I don't think that you're shaming the people with no shame, but nonetheless, yeah, I don't even know. I can't even imagine a motivation like other than anti-Semitism, other than like self-hate or something. I don't get it, chat. I don't get why everything in URA is just like a middle finger to their supporters, but whatever. It doesn't have to make sense. I'll be back tomorrow, chat. Let's read out once again the Patreons, right? If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the end of every stream. Let me do that now. Shouts out to Neo Pergosh, shouts out to JNV, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Direful. Oh yeah, chat, we do need to, I need to Weasel Cord, I need to set something up so that we can set up like a clipping, I don't know, like some kind of clipping section. I don't want to like lean anybody on anybody. Don't clip if you don't enjoy it, but if you do enjoy it and you think you can come up with a winner, it is pretty cool to see numbers pop off. And again, the stuff will possibly pop off on Twitch, but if you get something good, you got something interesting, it can pop off on places like Twitter or wherever else you choose to post it. Anyway, we'll talk about that more later. I probably have to set this stuff up for first, but yeah, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izimandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Val, shouts out to Elsa Lipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moinoe, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Crystal Sphera, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zera Zerix. With that being said, chat, I've been No Comment Chick. Thank you, mods, for taking care of us. thank you, Thumb Gang, for liking the stream because it helps me out a lot. And if you haven't already, it's a good time to goodest time. No, it's not as good of time as any, but it is the second best goodest time as any to hit that like button, hit that thumbs up. Right now, I will be back tomorrow with more content. So maybe after that, I was supposed to talk about Hutch today. Oh well. Chat. We'll figure that all out. I gotta figure out if I'm in a war with Destiny. No, I'm kidding about that part, right? I just don't. I'm surprised that he blocked me on Twitter. He's had many a chance to do so. He hasn't so far. What was it? Just me making fun of, and I wasn't even like showing Hutch eating boogers or something. Like there's so many worse ways I could have shown Hutch, but I was just like, yeah, he was, didn't know what he was talking about at the protest, and tries to make fun of Hasan for over exaggerating the danger, and then flashbangs happen. It just kind of shows that these guys in general, they don't understand the point of their First Amendment rights, despite how much they want to bang on about them. So yeah, much love, everybody. I will see you tomorrow, and stay safe out there.